Welcome, dear friends, to a delightful evening of stories. We're so grateful you've chosen to spend your spring night with us. As the gentle breeze of the season whispers through the trees, allow these tales to transport you to magical and peaceful places. Let go of any worries and embrace this moment of calm. May these stories lull you into relaxation and fill your dreams with soothing serenity. We hope you've enjoyed the beauty of the day and now find comfort in the gentle embrace of the night. Story 1. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled branches toward a sky perpetually dappled with twilight, the boundaries between world and wonder softened like moss beneath morning dew. Here raindrops hummed lullabies as they fell, and sunbeams danced invisible, golden ribbons through the canopy. It was a place where seasons didn't just change, they breathed, each one a living spirit tended by the forest's hidden caretakers. Among them was a young hedgehog named Bramble, whose soft, earth-brown quills still held the downy softness of youth. His home was a cozy burrow woven from willow roots and lined with thistledown, nestled beneath a grandfather oak whose bark bore the runes of centuries. Bramble's days were filled with gentle routines, gathering dewdrop-kissed berries at dawn, listening to the wind stories rustling through ferns, and learning the forest's rhythms from his grandmother, Elder Moss. She was as timeless as the lichen-covered stones, her eyes holding the deep green wisdom of forgotten springs. Every rustle, every scent, every shift in the light is a thread in the forest's great tapestry, she'd murmur, her voice like dry leaves skittering over soil. Weave with care, little one, for imbalance unravels us all. As the wheel of seasons turned toward the autumn equinox, a hush fell over Whisperwood. The air grew crisp with the promise of cinnamon and wood smoke, yet the leaves clung stubbornly to their summer green. No fiery reds or burnished golds painted the canopy. Instead, a weary gray pallor settled over the trees. The streams, usually singing with melted snowmelt clarity, ran sluggish and silent. Bramble noticed it first when the bluebells by his burrow refused to chime their evening song, their petals drooping like unanswered prayers. Even the fireflies, whose lanterns should have flickered like fallen stars, dimmed to mere embers. Worried, Bramble scurried to Elder Moss, his paws sinking into carpets of moss that sighed underfoot. "Grandmother," he whispered, nose twitching at the scent of unease, a bitter tang beneath the usual loam and honey. "The forest holds its breath, autumn's heart isn't beating." Elder Moss closed her eyes, her whiskers trembling as she tasted the wind. "The season spirit slumbers too deep," she said gravely. "Long ago, when the world was young, a pact was made between creature and cosmos. We tend the roots, they gift us the turn. But the well of starlight, where autumn's first frost is born, has been clouded." She described a hidden glade, guarded by moon-petaled flowers, where a pool of liquid silver reflected the heavens. Its waters must ripple with the laughter of kindred hearts, or the seasons freeze in their tracks. Determined, Bramble set out at twilight, the path lit by the faint glow of discouraged glowworms. He first sought Thistle, a quick-pawed rabbit whose ears could hear the earth's heartbeat. Thistle trembled as they hopped through bracken that crackled like brittle bones. "The soil's song is faint," she fretted, nose quivering, like a lute with snapped strings. Next, Bramble found Luna, a silver-winged moth who navigated by the constellation's whispers. She fluttered anxiously beside him, her wings dusting his quills with frost-kissed powder. "The stars weep behind veils," she sighed. "Their light cannot reach the well of shadows gather." Together the trio ventured deeper into the Whisperwood, where shadows pooled thick as syrup, and the air grew cold enough to ache. They passed stone circles humming with dormant power, crossed brooks where water sprites usually danced, but now huddled like shivering pearls. At the glade's edge, thorned vines had woven a wall, their barbs gleaming with unnatural frost. Beyond them, the well of starlight lay still as glass, its surface choked with creeping tendrils of shadow, a darkness that smelled of forgotten caves and stagnant time. "The well is bound," whispered Thistle, ears flat. "How do we break shadows?" Luna fluttered close, her voice a fragile chime. Grandmother Moss spoke of laughter and kindred hearts. Perhaps it needs our joy. Bramble remembered Elder Moss's tales of how the forest thrived on unity, the badgers digging channels for rain, the bees pollinating dreams into bloom. Not just ours, he realized, eyes widening. All of Whisperwood's. With Thistle's swift legs and Luna's guiding light, they raced back, gathering creatures great and small. Badgers with earth-clawed paws, bees humming resolve, even shy deer whose breath fogged the chilled air. The forest, though frightened, rallied to Bramble's call, drawn by the young hedgehog's earnest courage. As the moon rose, full and heavy, they returned to the glade. Bramble approached the thorned wall, pressing his small paw against it. "We are the Whisperwood," he declared, his voice surprisingly steady. "And we remember our pact." One by one, the creatures added their strength, Thistle's nimble teeth gnawing at the vines, the badgers heaving with sturdy shoulders, Luna and the moths beating back the gloom with desperate light. Bramble focused on the warmth in his chest, the memory of berry-sweet summers and Elder Moss's stories, and let out a soft, hopeful chuckle. It sparked like a flint. Thistle joined with a nervous giggle, then Luna with a tinkling trill, until the glade swelled with a chorus of purrs, cheer-ups, and rustling mirth. The shadows recoiled, melting like frost under dawn's touch. The thorned wall crumbled to fragrant mulch. As Bramble stepped forward, the well of starlight shimmered, its surface clearing to reveal 1,000 swirling constellations. He dipped his paw into the cool, starry water and sprinkled it toward the sky. Instantly a ripple of magic unfurled, a gust of wind smelling of apples and wood smoke swept through the trees. Above, the leaves blazed into crimson, amber, and gold, raining down in a joyous, rustling storm. The streams bubbled back to song, bluebells chimed clear and bright, and fireflies erupted in a galaxy of gold. Harmony flowed back into Whisperwood like a sigh of relief. Bramble returned to Elder Moss, weary but glowing with quiet triumph. She nuzzled his forehead, her eyes crinkling. "You wove the threads well, little one. Remember this, the forest's balance lies not in one mighty deed, but in countless small hearts beating together. Seasons turn on kindness as much as starlight." As autumn settled in its full, glorious splendor, Bramble would often sit by his burrow, watching maple leaves pirouette to the forest floor. He'd feel the crisp air kiss his snout, hear the distant chuckle of the rejuvenated well, and taste the peace like ripe blackberries on his tongue. The Whisperwood hummed around him, a living, breathing testament to the wisdom passed down through roots and generations. And when the first snowflakes began to fall, delicate as moth wings, they landed on a world perfectly balanced, where every creature slept wrapped in the deep, contented knowing that spring would come again, because they'd learned to tend the magic together. Curled in his thistledown nest, Bramble drifted into dreams of starlit pools and laughing winds, safe in the eternal rhythm of the woods. Story 2. In the sleepy village of Meadowhaven, where chimney smoke curled like silver ribbons into the twilight, and gardens bloomed with luminous moon petals, young Felix noticed something peculiar. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their freshly baked bread missing its crusts. Not a crumb remained, only soft, pillowy centers sat in the bread boxes. At first it was dismissed as hungry mice, but when old widow Gable's famous sunflower seed loaf vanished entirely, crust and all, without a single nibble mark, whispers of a gentle mystery began to stir. Felix, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a patchwork satchel always at his side, decided to investigate. He began by leaving a trail of cornmeal from Widow Gable's windowsill into the dewy grass. That night, beneath a sky dusted with stardust, he watched from behind a honeysuckle bush. The air hummed with cricket song, and the scent of damp earth and lavender hung heavy. Suddenly the cornmeal shimmered, lifting into the air like golden dust devils. It spiraled toward the whispering woods, where ancient trees murmured secrets in the breeze. No footprints marked the ground, only the faintest impression of tiny, fluttering shadows. The next day, Felix sought counsel from Elder Hemlock, a retired stargazer who lived in a crooked cottage woven from living willow branches. Inside, the air smelled of dried herbs and warm parchment. Sunlight filtered through crystal prisms, painting rainbows on walls lined with star charts. "Ah," murmured Hemlock, stroking his beard of silver moss, the breadcrumb ballet. "I've seen this once before, child, but we need sharper eyes than ours." He handed Felix a walnut shell filled with honeyed dew. "Offer this to the glimmer folk by the moonstone pond at twilight. They notice what moonlight misses." As dusk painted the sky in watercolor purples, Felix knelt by the pond, where dragonflies with stained glass wings skimmed the water. He placed the dew on a lily pad. With soft pops like bubbles bursting, 3 glimmerfolk appeared, creatures no taller than acorns, with moth-soft wings and eyes like liquid amber. They sipped the dew, then chattered in chiming whispers. One, named Pip, fluttered to Felix's palm. Their tiny voice was like wind through reeds. "Follow the sugar sighs at midnight, where sweetness weeps, the secret sleeps." That night Felix crept through the whispering woods, guided by Pip's soft glow. The trees rustled encouragement, their leaves brushing his shoulders like gentle fingers. Deep in the forest, where foxfire mushrooms cast an emerald haze, he heard it, a faint, melodic whimpering like a teakettle's sigh. Beneath the gnarled roots of the grandfather oak lay a hollow, veiled in cobwebs. There, curled on a bed of stolen bread crusts, was a creature Felix had only heard of in lullabies, a crumble sprite no larger than a pear. Its fur was the gray of unrisen dough, and tears like melted butter streaked its cheeks. Beside it lay Widow Gable's sunflower seed loaf, untouched but for one corner nibbled by a field mouse. The sprite trembled. "Forgive," it wept. "My hatchlings, their wings won't harden." It gestured to a nest woven from bread strands, where 3 tiny sprites shivered, their wings thin as tissue paper. Crust light is their first strength. Without it, they cannot fly to the dawn feast. Felix understood. Crumble sprites fed their young sun-toasted crusts, which held the day's warmth and strength. But this year Meadowhaven's new baker, Mistress Ivy, had switched to enchanted flour that left crusts magically thin and fragile. The sprites couldn't find enough nourishment. Felix rushed back to Elder Hemlock. Together they devised a plan. At dawn the villagers gathered in the square, where Hemlock stood atop a barrel of apple-scented hay. "Friends," he announced, "tonight leave your sturdiest crusts in your gardens. Not for mice, for midnight miracles." Skeptical but charmed, the villagers agreed. That evening Felix and Mistress Ivy baked a special loaf, thick-crusted and studded with toasted seeds, its dough kneaded with starlight and patience. Under the full moon's milky gaze, Felix placed the loaf by the grandfather oak. The crumble sprite emerged, eyes wide with hope. As it fed crust shards to its hatchlings, their wings glowed like spun gold, firming into delicate sails. The sprite bowed to Felix, its whimpers now joyful trills. From then on, every new moon, villagers left crusts in their gardens. In return, crumble sprites polished their doorknobs with morning dew and whispered forgotten recipes to sleeping bakers. One autumn morning, as Felix bit into a slice of Mistress Ivy's plum cake, now perfectly crusted, he watched 3 sprites dart across the sunrise, their wings catching fire with the dawn's first light. And deep in the whispering woods, if you listened very closely, the wind carried the sound of tiny, contented sighs, a secret harmony woven into Meadowhaven's cozy, crusted peace. Story 3. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the river Silverthread sang a constant, soothing lullaby. Moss grew thick and soft on ancient stones, and fireflies danced like fallen stars above the meadows at dusk. It was a place of quiet magic, where whispered wishes sometimes took root and bloomed, and where the seasons painted the landscape with a gentle hand. Yet for young Eris, the most beautiful season, the vibrant, life-filled summer, had always felt like a storm he couldn't weather. Eris loved the crisp certainty of winter, the world hushed and still beneath a blanket of snow. He cherished the predictable rhythm of autumn, leaves turning gold and crimson in a slow, graceful farewell. Even spring, with its shy blossoms, held a gentle charm. But summer was chaos. It was relentless sunshine that made him squint, buzzing insects that startled him, and worst of all, the sheer, overwhelming green that seemed to burst forth overnight, swallowing familiar paths and changing the shape of the world he knew. Change, especially such loud, exuberant change, made Eris feel small and adrift. He'd retreat to the cool, shadowed sanctuary of the ancient willow library, its walls thick with stone and silence, burying himself in books about faraway constellations or the deep, unchanging ocean floor. This summer, however, felt different even before the first firefly lit its lamp. A peculiar restlessness stirred within Eris. The familiar dread of the coming green tide was tinged with something else, a strange, fluttering sensation in his chest, like a trapped moth. He found himself staring at the tightly furled buds on the oak tree outside his window, not with annoyance, but with a prickling curiosity he couldn't name. His unease manifested subtly at first. A book left carelessly open on a sunlit windowsill. A forgotten cup of chamomile tea growing cold beside his favorite armchair. Then came the whispers. Soft, indistinct murmurs seemed to follow him, like leaves rustling secrets on a windless day. He'd spin around, heart pounding, only to find empty air. One evening, while carefully arranging his collection of smooth, gray river stones on his windowsill, a ritual of order, he noticed something impossible. The smallest stone, usually a cool, unremarkable gray, pulsed with a faint internal light, the exact soft green of new moss. When he touched it, a jolt of warmth, like sunlight captured in a jar, shot up his arm. He dropped it, startled, and the light vanished. Had he imagined it? The next day, walking the familiar path to the library, Eris deliberately avoided looking at the riotous wildflowers bordering the lane. He focused instead on the worn cobblestones beneath his worn boots. Yet as he passed a thicket of honeysuckle, heavy with fragrant golden blooms, the whispers surged. This time they formed words fragile as spider silk, too bright, too much hiding, he froze. The scent of honeysuckle, usually cloying, now smelled sweet and sad. A single blossom detached itself, drifting down to land gently on his sleeve. As it touched the fabric, the petals shimmered and dissolved into a tiny, swirling wisp of emerald light that vanished into the air. Eris stumbled back, his breath catching. This was no coincidence. The change he feared outside was somehow happening inside him too. Fear threatened to overwhelm him. He sought solace with his two steadfast friends. First he visited Old Man Hemlock, the village woodcarver, whose workshop smelled perpetually of cedar shavings and beeswax. Hemlock's hands, gnarled like ancient roots, moved with unhurried precision, coaxing birds and woodland creatures from blocks of wood. Eris, his voice trembling, described the glowing stone and the dissolving blossom. Hemlock didn't look up from the delicate wing of a half-carved robin. He simply nodded, his voice a low rumble like stones settling in a stream. Ah, the green whisper. Rare, that. Seen it only once before in young Linden, the baker's boy. Remember how jumpy he was. Couldn't stand the smell of yeast rising. Hemlock paused, smoothing the robin's wing. Turns out, Linden wasn't afraid of the rising doe. He was afraid of his own rising sea. His own spirit swelling, growing, changing shape. The magic showed him loud and clear what he was trying to squash down. He finally met Eris's wide eyes. Change isn't the enemy, lad. Resisting what wants to bloom within you, that's the storm. Next, Eris sought out Alara, though she wasn't named that. His other friend was Bryony, the village herbalist, whose cottage overflowed with drying herbs and vibrant potted plants. Bryony moved with the quiet grace of a willow branch, her fingers stained green from her work. She listened intently as Eris recounted the whispers and the light, her kind eyes soft with understanding. She led him to her sun-drenched workbench, where tiny seedlings stretched towards the light in terracotta pots. "You feel overwhelmed by the summer's energy, Eris," Bryony murmured, brushing her fingers over velvety sage leaves. "But look here." She pointed to a seedling, barely a whisper of green above the soil. "This little one feels the sun's call, feels the urge to push upwards, to unfurl. It's a mighty effort in such a small thing. Scary, even. What if the sun is too strong? What if the wind snaps it?" She gently touched the fragile stem. "But it doesn't resist the change. It trusts the earth that holds it, the rain that nourishes it. Its magic is the change. Its growth is its power." She smiled at Eris. "Perhaps your magic isn't hiding from the green, Eris. Perhaps it is the green, trying to show you the way." Their words, like warm stones placed in cold hands, offered comfort but didn't dispel Eris's fear. The whispers grew louder, becoming a constant susurration in his mind. Unfurl, release, grow. The world seemed unbearably bright and loud. One stifling afternoon, overwhelmed by the scent of hot grass and the deafening chorus of crickets, Eris fled deep into the whispering woods, seeking the deepest shade. He curled up beneath the vast canopy of an ancient, moss-draped oak, pressing his forehead against its cool, ridged bark, trying to block out the world and the confusing storm within him. He must have dozed, exhausted by fear. He awoke to twilight. The woods were bathed in the soft, blue-gray light of approaching dusk. Fireflies had begun their dance, their tiny lanterns blinking on and off like fallen stars. The overwhelming noise of the day had softened into the peaceful chorus of night insects and the distant hoot of an owl. It was still summer, still vibrant life, but gentler. And then he saw it, or rather felt it. A soft, verdant glow emanated from his own hands, resting on the mossy ground. It wasn't harsh or frightening like before. It was as gentle as the twilight itself. He held his hands up, watching in awe as the emerald light pulsed softly, mirroring the rhythm of his own heartbeat. The whispers in his mind coalesced into a single, clear feeling: belonging. Tentatively, he reached out and touched a cluster of delicate ferns unfurling nearby. As his glowing fingertip brushed a frond, it didn't dissolve. Instead, it seemed to sigh, a visible ripple of deeper green flowing through its delicate structure. It unfurled a fraction more, stretching towards the fading light with quiet joy. Where his light touched the moss beneath him, tiny, luminescent flowers, no bigger than pinheads, bloomed instantly, sparkling like emerald dust. Eris gasped, not in fear, but in wonder. He wasn't destroying. He wasn't being overwhelmed. He was connecting. He was part of the vibrant, changing life around him, not separate from it. His magic wasn't a chaotic force. It was a gentle resonance, a harmony with the growth he had feared. He thought of Hemlock's words: resisting what wants to bloom within you, that's the storm. And Bryony's: its growth is its power. He stood up slowly, the emerald glow softly illuminating the twilight around him. He walked back towards the village, no longer hiding from the scent of honeysuckle or the rustle of leaves. This time he listened. He touched the bark of a young birch tree, and a shimmering pattern of light traced his touch before fading. He brushed a wild rose, and its petals seemed to glow from within for a fleeting moment. The whispers were gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace and a deep, resonant understanding flowing between him and the living world. He found Bryony tending her moonlit garden. She looked up, her face illuminated by the soft glow emanating from him. She didn't speak, simply smiled, a smile that held pride and deep knowing. Later, he showed Hemlock his softly glowing hands. The old woodcarver chuckled, a sound like dry leaves skittering. "Told you, lad, the green whisper wasn't a curse, it was an invitation to grow." Eris didn't become loud or boisterous like the summer sun. His magic remained gentle, quiet, a soft verdant light that responded to life and growth. He learned to tend Bryony's garden, his touch encouraging seedlings to grow strong and true. He helped Hemlock find the perfect pieces of wood, sensing the life still humming within them. He spent hours by the silver thread river, not hiding, but communing, watching his light dance on the water's surface and coaxing shy water lilies to bloom a little brighter. The overwhelming chaos of summer transformed. He saw now it wasn't chaos, but a magnificent, intricate dance of life reaching its peak. The buzzing insects were the orchestra. The riotous green was a tapestry woven with sunlight and rain. The change he feared became the rhythm he learned to move with. His magic was the gentle conductor, the quiet force that nurtured, encouraged, and celebrated growth in all its forms: the unfurling fern, the ripening berry, and the quiet unfolding of his own spirit. One warm evening, as fireflies painted the meadow and the scent of night-blooming jasmine filled the air, Eris sat on the porch of the Willow Library. He held a simple acorn in his palm. It was smooth, brown, seemingly inert. But Eris smiled. He closed his eyes, feeling the tiny spark of life slumbering within the hard shell, the potential for a mighty oak. A soft pulse of his green light flowed into the acorn. It didn't sprout instantly, that wasn't his way. But a warmth, a gentle promise of growth, emanated from it. He tucked it carefully into his pocket, a quiet testament to the beauty of change, the magic of patience, and the profound peace found not in resisting life's seasons, but in learning to bloom with them. The silver thread river sang its lullaby, the stars blinked awake above, and Eris, once adrift in fear, felt deeply, peacefully rooted in the ever-changing, ever-beautiful now. Story 4. The little cottage at the edge of Whisperwood always smelled of cinnamon and damp earth. Inside, curled by the window, sat Sylvie. Outside, the vibrant tapestry of summer was slowly, inevitably, beginning to fray at the edges. The once-emerald leaves of the great oak were dappled with gold and rust. The air, heavy with pollen just weeks before, now carried a crispness that hinted at cooler days to come. Sylvie watched a single crimson leaf detach itself and spiral downwards, landing softly on the garden path. A small sigh escaped her lips. Change. It settled around her cottage like an unwelcome guest, making the familiar feel strange. Sylvie loved the exuberance of summer, the explosion of color in her grandmother's garden, the long, sun-drenched days, the constant hum of bees and chirp of crickets. Autumn felt like a slow fading, a gentle closing down. It whispered of endings, and Sylvie clung fiercely to the familiar warmth. Her grandmother, Alara, noticed Sylvie's quiet melancholy. Alara was a woman who seemed woven from the seasons themselves, her silver hair catching the light like frost, her eyes holding the deep green of ancient pines. She tended her garden not just with tools, but with a quiet magic that Sylvie had always sensed but never fully understood. Plants flourished under her care, blooming brighter and lasting longer than anywhere else in Whisperwood. Some whispered that Alara's garden held echoes of the Everbloom, a mythical place where all seasons existed at once. Sylvie, my little sparrow, Alara's voice was soft as falling leaves. The wind carries a chill today. Perhaps we could gather the last of the moon blossoms before the frost claims them. Their scent is sweeter just before they sleep. Sylvie nodded, pulling her knitted shawl tighter. Stepping into the garden was like entering a world suspended between seasons. Late-blooming roses still held defiant petals of deep pink beside bushes heavy with fiery orange berries. Yet beneath it all was the undeniable scent of decay-damp soil, fallen leaves returning to the earth. Sylvie knelt beside a patch of moon blossoms, their pearly petals luminous even in the overcast light. As she reached for one, her finger brushed a stem. Instantly, the flower seemed to shiver. Its petals lost some of their luster, curling slightly at the edges, while a nearby cluster of autumn crocuses, previously tightly furled, suddenly pushed open their vibrant purple cups. Sylvie gasped and pulled her hand back as if burned. "Grandmother, did you see that?" Alara knelt beside her, her expression thoughtful, not surprised. "The garden feels things deeply, child, especially now when the world is shifting. It mirrors what's inside us, sometimes before we even know it ourselves." "What do you mean?" Sylvie asked, bewildered, staring at the now dulled moonblossom and the unexpectedly bright crocuses. Alara gently cupped Sylvie's chin. "You're holding on to summer like a kite stringing a gale, little sparrow. You're afraid of the change. The garden feels that resistance, that sadness for what is passing. It responds to the energy you bring." Sylvie looked down at her hands. Was her sadness really so strong it could wilt a flower? The thought made her feel heavy. "But I don't want it to change, grandmother. Summer is safe, bright. Autumn feels empty." "Does it?" Alara gestured around. "Look closely, see the spider weaving her intricate web between the hollyhocks, see the squirrels gathering nuts with such earnest purpose. Hear the different song of the wind through the drying cornstalks. Change isn't emptiness, Sylvie. It's transformation. It's the earth taking a deep breath before the long sleep, and within that sleep, magic stirs." Over the following days, Sylvie's struggle became visible in the garden. Where she walked with slumped shoulders, late-blooming asters would droop. A patch of cheerful marigolds near her favorite reading bench seemed to dim when she sat there sighing over summer memories. Yet when Alara guided her to observe the intricate beauty of a single dew-kissed spiderweb, or the way the setting sun painted the clouds in impossible shades of peach and lavender, a tiny spark of wonder would flicker in Sylvie. And in those moments, a stubborn chrysanthemum might unfurl a few more petals, or a cluster of bright red winterberries would seem to glow a little brighter. Sylvie wasn't alone in her garden struggles. She found unexpected allies. Bramble, a prickly but good-natured hedgehog who often snuffled around the compost heap, seemed to sense her mood. One afternoon, as Sylvie sat glumly watching a cascade of yellow leaves, Bramble trundled over. He nudged her boot with his snout, then deliberately rolled onto his back, exposing his surprisingly soft belly fur, a gesture of pure trust. Sylvie couldn't help but smile, a genuine warm feeling spreading through her. Nearby, a small cluster of late-blooming violets, which had been looking rather peaked, suddenly perked up, their purple faces turning towards the weak sun. Then there was Corvus, an old raven with feathers like polished obsidian and eyes that held ancient wisdom. He often perched in the great oak, observing the world below. One crisp morning, as Sylvie tried half-heartedly to rake leaves, her movements sluggish and resistant, Corvus swooped down, landing gracefully beside the pile she'd made. He tilted his head, fixed her with one bright eye, and let out a soft, almost questioning caw. Then, with deliberate care, he picked up a single, perfectly crimson maple leaf in his beak. He didn't fly away with it. Instead, he hopped closer to Sylvie and gently placed it at her feet. Then another, and another. He wasn't stealing the leaves, he was helping her gather them, transforming the chore into a strange, beautiful collaboration. Laughter bubbled up in Sylvie, bright and unexpected. As she laughed, the golden afternoon light seemed to intensify, gilding the remaining leaves on the trees, and a nearby climbing rose, thought to be finished, produced one last, perfect, deep red bloom. Watching the rose unfurl, Sylvie felt a shift within herself, as subtle and profound as the changing light. Bramble's trust, Corvus's quiet assistance, her grandmother's patient wisdom. They were showing her that change wasn't something to be faced alone, nor was it an enemy. It was a process woven with moments of beauty and connection, even in letting go. That night, a gentle frost kissed the land. Sylvie woke early, drawn to the window. Her breath fogged the cold pane. She wiped it clear and gasped. The world was transformed. Every blade of grass, every twig, every remaining leaf wore a delicate, sparkling coat of white. The rising sun struck the frost, turning the entire garden into a breathtaking spectacle of diamonds and rainbows. It wasn't the vibrant life of summer, but it held a breathtaking, ethereal beauty all its own. It was quiet, pristine, magical. She rushed outside, her boots crunching softly on the frosty path. The air was sharp and clean, filling her lungs with invigoration. She found Alara already there, a steaming mug in her hands, smiling at the spectacle. It's beautiful, grandmother," Sylvie whispered, all replacing her lingering resistance. "It is," Alara agreed softly. "The frost doesn't kill the garden, my dear, it prepares it. It signals a time for roots to grow deep, for seeds to dream beneath the earth, for the magic within to gather its strength. Look." She pointed to the bare branches of the great oak. Nestled within the crook of a large limb, almost invisible unless you knew where to look, were tight, velvety buds. "The promise of spring," Alara murmured, "held safe within the heart of winter." Sylvie looked at the buds, then back at the frosted garden glittering under the sun. She thought of the moonblossom wilting, the crocuses blooming, Bramble's trust, Corvus's gift, the last defiant rose. She felt a deep sense of peace settle over her, warm as her grandmother's shawl. The change wasn't something happening to her, it was something happening within her and around her, a natural, necessary rhythm. She knelt beside a frosted rosemary bush, its scent sharp and clean in the cold air. Gently, she placed her hand on its icy leaves. This time, instead of wilting, the frost on the rosemary seemed to sparkle more intensely, catching the sunlight like 1,000 tiny stars. A warmth not from the sun, but from a newfound acceptance blooming inside her, flowed from her palm. The rosemary bush didn't suddenly sprout summer flowers, but its deep green seemed to deepen, radiating resilience and quiet strength. It looked not diminished by the frost, but enhanced by it, proudly wearing its winter jewels. Sylvie understood then. Personal growth wasn't about staying the same, clinging to a single, comfortable season. It was about learning to find the unique magic, the hidden strength, and the quiet beauty in each phase of the journey. It was about trusting the process, the supportive companions along the way, and the inherent magic within, waiting to unfurl like the buds on the oak. The garden mirrored her inner world, not to punish her resistance, but to guide her towards acceptance and reveal the extraordinary transformations possible when she stopped fearing the change and started embracing its quiet, profound lessons. Standing in the diamond-bright morning, surrounded by the frosted beauty of her grandmother's magical garden, Sylvie didn't mourn the passing summer. She felt a quiet excitement for the turning of the wheel, for the deep rest and hidden growth of winter, knowing that beneath the frost, beneath the fallen leaves, beneath her own quiet contemplation, life and magic patiently gathered their strength, ready to bloom again in its own perfect time. The cottage chimney puffed cozy smoke into the crisp air. The frost slowly began to melt under the strengthening sun, revealing the enduring green beneath, and Sylvie felt, for the first time that season, truly warm. Story 5. The worn velvet curtains in Oliver's bedroom never quite shut out the moonlight. One silvery beam always found its way to the dusty corner shelf, illuminating a peculiar object, an old, leather-bound atlas, its spine cracked, corners rounded with age. To anyone else, it was just a forgotten book. But to Oliver, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet heart full of curiosity, it held a secret. One restless night, unable to sleep, Oliver padded across the cool wooden floor. the moonlight seemed to beckon him towards the atlas. As his fingers brushed the cool, pebbled leather, a faint warmth pulsed beneath his touch. A soft golden light like trapped sunshine seeped from the edges. Intrigued, he carefully lifted the heavy book and carried it back to his bed, nestling under his quilted coverlet. He opened it. Instead of faded maps of continents, the pages shimmered with shifting, luminous landscapes. Rolling hills glowed emerald green under a twilight sky dotted with unfamiliar constellations. Rivers of liquid silver snaked through valleys. And there, nestled beside a forest that seemed made of spun moonlight, was a tiny, perfect model of his own house. Oliver gasped. He touched the miniature house lightly with his fingertip. Whoosh. The cozy familiarity of his bedroom dissolved. Oliver found himself standing on dew-kissed grass, the scent of wild thyme and damp earth filling his nostrils. The air hummed with the cheer-up of unseen crickets and the whisper of a gentle breeze. Before him stretched the luminous landscape from the atlas page. He looked down. The book was still in his hands, open to the page showing the glowing hills, but his little house icon was now far away, near the edge of the parchment. He was inside the map. His heart hammered, a mix of terror and pure, unadulterated wonder. He needed to get back. But how? He remembered seeing a symbol near his house icon, a small, stylized gate. Perhaps that was the way home. It lay beyond the shimmering forest, the Whisperwood. The atlas named it in elegant, glowing script. Taking a shaky breath, Oliver began to walk. The grass felt impossibly soft beneath his bare feet. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any he'd ever seen, drifted like living stars, casting dancing shadows. He hadn't walked far when a rustle came from a thicket of luminous bluebells. Lost little traveler, a voice rumbled, surprisingly gentle. Out ambled a creature Oliver had only seen in picture books, a badger, but this one wore tiny, round spectacles perched on his snout and carried a walking stick fashioned from a twisted root. His fur was silver-tipped, and his eyes held ancient kindness. I think so," Oliver stammered. "I need to get to the gate symbol beyond the Whisperwood. My name's Oliver." "Ah, the gate home," the badger nodded sagely. "A worthy destination. I am Bartholomew, but most call me Old Bart. The Whisperwood isn't crossed by haste or noise, young Oliver. It listens, and it speaks. Walk with me." Old Bart's presence was instantly calming. As they walked towards the edge of the glowing forest, the badger shared stories of the map world of rivers that sang lullabies and mountains that held the memories of ancient winds. He explained that the Whisperwood amplified thoughts and feelings. Loud noises or harsh emotions could tangle the paths into confusing knots. The trees of the Whisperwood weren't wood, but seemed woven from solidified moonlight and shadow. Their leaves shimmered like crushed opals. As Oliver and Old Bart stepped beneath the canopy, a profound hush descended, broken only by the softest susurration like countless voices whispering secrets on the breeze. The path, barely visible, glowed faintly underfoot. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. Oliver jumped. High above, a branch of pure light seemed to have snapped, showering glowing motes. The path ahead flickered and seemed to fork confusingly. From the shadows flitted a small, frantic shape, a firefly, but its light was sputtering erratically. Oh dear, the firefly buzzed, its voice high and anxious. I startled myself, now the path's all muddled. It darted around Oliver's head, shedding faint, panicked sparks. I'm Pip, and I'm terribly sorry. Old Bart sighed softly. Hush now, Pip, fear shouts loudest in the Whisperwood. It tangles the way. Oliver needs to find the gate home. Oliver remembered Old Bart's words. It listens. And it speaks. He couldn't force the path to clear. He couldn't shout at Pip to be quiet. Wisdom, not force, was needed. He took a deep, slow breath, trying to quiet the thrum of his own nervousness. He focused on Pip's frantic buzzing, not as noise, but as a sign of distress. "It's all right, Pip," Oliver whispered, his voice barely louder than the forest's own sighs. He held out a gentle hand, palm up. "You didn't mean to. Being scared is okay." He poured kindness into his whisper, thinking of how he felt when lost. "Can you help us listen to the forest? Maybe it will show us the true path again." Pip's erratic buzzing slowed. His light softened from frantic white to a calmer gold. He landed delicately on Oliver's fingertip, his tiny form trembling less. "Listen," Pip whispered back. Oliver closed his eyes, focusing not on the confusion, but on the gentle whispers of the forest. He listened beyond Pip's anxiety, beyond his own fear of being lost forever. He heard the soft sigh of the luminous leaves, the distant chime of a hidden stream, the rhythmic pulse of the very ground beneath his feet, a slow, steady heartbeat. He imagined the path not as something broken, but as a ribbon of light waiting to be followed. He sent out a feeling of calm, of quiet seeking, into the whispering air. The tangled fork in the path shimmered. The confusing branches of light seemed to melt away, leaving a single, clear trail glowing softly ahead. The whispering voices seemed to sigh in approval, a sound like wind chimes made of crystal. "Well done, young Oliver," old Bart murmured, his spectacles gleaming with approval. "You spoke the forest's language. Kindness and stillness often hear what force cannot." Pip lifted off Oliver's finger, his light now a steady, warm beacon. "I'll light your way," he chimed softly. "I'm good at finding paths when I'm not shouting." Guided by Pip's gentle glow and the now clear path, they walked deeper into the Whisperwood. Oliver felt different. The anxious knot in his chest had loosened, replaced by a quiet confidence. He had listened, truly listened, and the world had responded. He understood that the loudest solution wasn't always the right one, and that kindness could be a powerful compass. Finally, the luminous trees thinned. Ahead, bathed in the soft light of a miniature moon that hung low in the map-world sky, stood a simple archway woven from glowing vines and starlight, the gate home. Oliver's tiny house icon pulsed warmly on the atlas page he still carried. He turned to his companions. Old Bart nodded, a wise smile crinkling his snout. "Remember the Whisperwood's lesson, Oliver. Listen with your heart, not just your ears. The world holds its secrets for those who approach with quiet wonder." Pip buzzed happily, doing a little loop-de-loop. "And don't shout at fireflies," he added cheerfully. Oliver smiled, a warm feeling spreading through him. "I'll remember, thank you both." He took a step towards the archway. The air shimmered like heat haze. Whoosh. He was back in his bed, the quilt pulled up to his chin. Moonlight still streamed onto the shelf. The old atlas lay closed on his bedside table, perfectly ordinary. But it felt different now. Warm. Alive with possibility. Oliver snuggled down, the scent of wild thyme and damp earth still faintly clinging to his pajamas. He wasn't afraid of the moonlight on the shelf anymore. He knew the atlas held extraordinary secrets, journeys waiting to be taken and friends to be found. But he also knew the greatest magic wasn't just in the map, but in the quiet courage, the listening heart, and the kindness he had discovered within himself. He closed his eyes, the gentle rhythm of the Whisperwood's heartbeat echoing in his memory, a soothing lullaby carrying him into peaceful, dream-filled sleep, ready for whatever quiet adventure the moonlight might bring next. Story 6. The village of Glimmerdale nestled in a valley where the river Sparkle ran silver, and the trees grew not apples, but tiny, glowing lantern fruits that bobbed gently in the twilight breeze. It was a place where cobblestones were polished smooth by generations of skipping feet, and the air always carried a faint scent of cinnamon and possibility. Here lived Barnaby Thistledown, a gnome whose beard was perpetually tangled with wildflowers, and whose pockets jingled not with coins, but with acorn caps and smooth, river-polished stones. Barnaby's particular magic was whispers. He could hear the secret murmurs of the wind through the dandelions, the sleepy sighs of the moss on ancient stones, and most importantly, the tiny, important conversations of snails. One dewy morning, Barnaby awoke to a peculiar silence. The usual cheerful chirping of the sunbeam sparrows was absent. Instead, a low, worried hum filled the air, like 1,000 tiny tuning forks vibrating out of tune. He shuffled outside, tripping only twice on his own beard, a morning record, and gasped. The vibrant world of Glimmerdale was fading. The normally emerald moss looked grayish. The ruby-red petals of the dancing tulips seemed washed out, like old paint. Even the silver river sparkle had lost its luster, flowing with a dull, leaden sheen. It wasn't darkness, it was as if the very color was draining away. Panic, quiet but palpable, rippled through the village. Figwort, the baker, whose gingerbread men were famous for doing little jigs when fresh from the oven, wrung his floury hands. "My icing roses look like sad little ghosts," he wailed. Prunella, the librarian who could make stories, literally leap off the pages of her oldest books, clutched a volume whose illustrations now resembled smudged charcoal sketches. "The tales have lost their sparkle," she sniffed. Barnaby, ever practical in his own way, pressed his ear to a large, particularly grumpy-looking snail named Herbert, who was inching disconsolately across a faded lily pad. "HRMPH," Herbert grumbled, his voice a slow, gravelly rasp. "Saw it happen, I did, just before dawn. Big, fluttery shadow like a ripped piece of midnight sky, swept low over the whispering woods, then PHFFFT, the shine went out." A fluttery shadow. Barnaby scratched his beard, dislodging a sleepy bumblebee who buzzed off indignantly. He needed more information. His gaze drifted towards the towering, candy-striped peaks of the Sugarplum Mountains, visible beyond the whispering woods. Legend spoke of the chroma chameleon, a creature so shy it was practically invisible, who held all the world's color in its iridescent scales. Could it be connected? Just then Pipkin Puddlefoot arrived, skidding to a halt on the damp grass. Pipkin was a young sprite with feet like lily pads and a laugh like tinkling bells. He wore a hat woven from iridescent dragonfly wings that currently drooped sadly. Barnaby, I saw it too, but not just a shadow, it had sneezes. Pipkin was notorious for his spectacular, glittery sneezes. Big, wobbly sneezes that looked like exploding rainbows. Sneezes. Barnaby's bushy eyebrows shot up. A creature that sneezed rainbows. That sounded less like the elusive chroma chameleon and more like the snuffle snort, he exclaimed. Old Granny Nettle spoke of it, a giant, shy beast made of living, swirling nebulas. It hibernates deep in the Sugarplum Mountains, dreaming of stardust, but when it wakes, oh dear, its sneezes are legendary. They don't just spread color, they absorb it temporarily, gathering it back like a cosmic paintbrush needing a recharge. The problem was clear. The snuffle snort had woken up grumpy and congested, and its colossal sneezes were vacuuming up Glimmerdale's color for its own nebulous palette. They needed to stop the sneezing, or at least redirect it, before Glimmerdale became permanently monochrome. But how do you stop a sneeze from a creature made of stardust? Figwort pondered, tapping a flowery finger on his chin. Perhaps pepper. Too harsh. Prunella clucked. Imagine a nebula-sized sneezing fit. It might blow the Sugarplum Mountains into sprinkles. Barnaby had an idea. It involved snails. Specifically Herbert. Herbert, Barnaby whispered, crouching low. You know the hidden paths through the whispering woods, the mossy shortcuts even the wind forgets. Herbert retracted his eye stalk slightly, a sign of deep contemplation. HRMPH might do. What's in it for me? Your favorite, Barnaby grinned, pulling a small, glistening pouch from his pocket. Sun-dried lavender dust, finest in the valley. Herbert's eye stalks extended fully. Deal. The plan was hatched. Pipkin, with his lily-pad feet, could navigate the treacherous, sticky marshes at the foot of the Sugarplum Mountains. Barnaby would ride upon Herbert's surprisingly sturdy shell, navigating the secret snail trails through the whispering woods, guided by Herbert's slow, deliberate directions, left at the grumpy toadstool. No, the other grumpy toadstool. Prunella provided a tiny, glowing vial of Starlight Sneeze Soother, a concoction brewed from moonbeam dew and the giggles of baby hedgehogs, found in one of her oldest, most magical books. Figwort contributed a basket of his most potent, dance-inducing gingerbread men, hoping the joyful energy might cheer the beast. The journey was an adventure in itself. The whispering woods, usually alive with emerald light and chattering squirrels, was muted, the trees groaning softly in washed-out shades of gray and brown. Herbert navigated with ancient precision, sliding under giant, faded fern fronds and along hidden rivulets that smelled faintly of peppermint. Pipkin skipped across marsh bubbles that popped with soft bloops, his dragonfly wing hat catching what little light remained. Finally, they emerged at the base of the Sugarplum Mountains. The peaks, usually striped like giant candy canes, looked like stale licorice. Above them, nestled in a crater of what looked like solidified cotton candy, was the Snuffle Snort. It was magnificent and slightly ridiculous. Imagine a hippopotamus-sized creature sculpted from swirling galaxies' deep purples, electric blues, shimmering greens, but its enormous, starry snout was twitching violently. Its nebulous body pulsed with congested light. Hoo-woo, ere it rumbled, the ground trembling. It was building up to another colossal, color-sucking sneeze. Quickly, Barnaby hissed, sliding off Herbert's shell. Pipkin bounded forward, holding the glowing vial. "Here, big fella, try this," he called, his voice small but brave. With a flick of his wrist, Pipkin tossed the vial towards the Snuffle Snort's vast, quivering nostrils. The tiny vial landed right on the tip of the giant, starry snout. Pop. It burst in a shower of soft, silver sparkles that smelled like cool mint and pure joy. The Snuffle Snort paused mid-snuffle. Its enormous, nebula-filled eyes blinked slowly. The violent twitching subsided. A low, rumbling sigh escaped it, sounding like distant wind chimes. It seemed soothed. Then it noticed Figwort's gingerbread men. Barnaby placed the basket carefully near a giant, glittery paw. The Snuffle Snort sniffed cautiously. One gingerbread man, imbued with Figwort's magic, did a brave little pirouette right on the rim of the basket. A sound like a mountain chuckling filled the air. The Snuffle Snort gently nudged the basket. The gingerbread men tumbled out, immediately launching into a vigorous, synchronized jig on the cotton candy ground. The beast watched, entranced. A low, happy rumble started deep within its nebulous belly. It wasn't a sneeze. It was laughter. Deep, booming, joyful laughter that echoed off the mountainsides. And with each booming chuckle, instead of sucking color in, the Snuffle Snort exhaled. It started as a shimmering mist, then became a torrent. Rainbows. Not just arcs, but cascades, waterfalls, geysers of pure, vibrant color erupted from the Snuffle Snort's delighted maw. Emerald greens washed over the licorice peaks, turning them back to vibrant candy stripes. Sapphire blues flowed down the mountainside like liquid jewels. Ruby reds, sunflower yellows, and amethyst purples swirled together, painting the sky, the ground, the very air. The color wave rushed down the Sugarplum Mountains, through the whispering woods, greening the ferns and bringing back the squirrels' chatter, and surged into Glimmerdale. It washed over the dull river sparkle, restoring its silver sheen. It soaked into the dancing tulips, making them twirl with ruby brilliance. It kissed Figwart's bakery, turning his icing roses into masterpieces, and illuminated Pranella's library, making the stories leap and shimmer with renewed life. Glimmerdale didn't just regain its color, it became more vibrant, bathed in the Snufflesnort's joyful, chromatic laughter. Back in the crater, the great beast, finally clear-headed and happy, contentedly munched on dancing gingerbread men, its nebulous body glowing peacefully. Barnaby, Pipkin, and Herbert, munching happily on lavender dust, watched the spectacle. Pipkin sneezed a tiny, glittering explosion that added a sprinkle of extra sparkle to a nearby rock. Herbert gave a slow, satisfied nod. HRMPH not bad, Thistledown, not bad at all. They returned to Glimmerdale as heroes. The villagers cheered, their world now impossibly bright and beautiful. The Snufflesnort, it turned out, wasn't a menace, just a giant, congested artist who needed a little soothing and some joyful inspiration. An agreement was reached. Once a season, Pipkin would deliver a fresh batch of giggle-infused sneeze soother and Figwart's finest dancing gingerbread to the crater, ensuring the Snufflesnort stayed happy and its artistic outbursts were purely colorful. And so Glimmerdale thrived, brighter and more whimsical than ever. Children chased patches of extra-vibrant sunlight that Pipkin swore winked at them. Barnaby often sat by the river, listening to Herbert gossip with the other snails about the latest nebula patterns. Sometimes on exceptionally clear nights, if you listened very carefully near the Sugarplum Mountains, you could hear a deep, contented rumble, like mountains humming a happy tune, and know that the gentle giant of the nebulas was dreaming peacefully, filled with gingerbread and joy, its sneezes reserved only for painting the sky with the most magnificent auroras anyone in Glimmerdale had ever seen. And as the lantern fruits glowed softly outside the windows, casting warm, dappled light on sleepy faces, the air filled with the sweet scent of candy mountains and contentment, everyone knew that in Glimmerdale, even problems made of stardust could be solved with a little kindness, a dash of creativity, and a really good sneeze. Story 7. The first frost painted delicate lace across the window pane as young Finn traced its patterns with a small finger. Outside, the world was settling into the deep, quiet slumber of late autumn. Finn often felt like the world outside a little quiet, a little overlooked amidst the bustling energy of older siblings. He loved the woods behind his cottage, especially now, when the air was crisp and smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the only sounds were the rustle of squirrels and the distant caw of a crow. It was his sanctuary, a place where he felt seen by the whispering trees and the watchful stones. One afternoon, while exploring a mossy, forgotten corner near the gnarled roots of an ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree, Finn's boots scuffed against something hard. Brushing aside a carpet of fiery maple leaves, he uncovered a stone unlike any he'd ever seen. It was smooth and cool, about the size of his palm, and held a mesmerizing depth. One half was the rich, deep brown of wet earth, streaked with veins of shimmering gold that seemed to dance when tilted. The other half was a clear, pale amber, like frozen honey, capturing the fading afternoon light within its depths. As Finn held it, a strange warmth pulsed gently against his skin, and a soft, almost musical hum resonated in his ears, a sound like wind chimes made of crystal and earth. He tucked the warm stone into his pocket, a secret treasure. That night, as he lay in bed, the stone resting on his nightstand, the hum seemed to grow louder, weaving into his dreams. He dreamt of roots stretching deep into the earth, forming intricate tunnels lit by a soft, golden glow, and of small, shadowy figures moving with purpose. When he woke, the stone felt even warmer, and the hum was a gentle thrum against his palm. A sudden, strong urge pulled him towards the woods, towards Grandfather Tree. Following the strange pull, Finn found himself standing before the massive oak's roots. The humming intensified, vibrating through the stone and up his arm. Then he saw it not a gap he'd ever noticed before, but a subtle shimmering in the air between two thick roots. It looked like heat haze, but colder. Tentatively holding the stone out before him, he stepped towards the shimmer. The air rippled like water, cool and tingling against his skin, and he stepped through the root, finding himself not in the familiar woods, but at the top of a spiraling earthen staircase descending into a softly illuminated cavern. He had found the Whisper Hollow. The air here was warmer, smelling richly of loam, damp stone, and something sweet, like crushed wildflowers. The cavern walls were embedded with countless crystals that glowed with their own inner light, soft golds, gentle blues, and warm ambers casting shifting patterns on the smooth floor. Tiny, luminous mushrooms clustered like miniature lanterns along the path. It was breathtakingly beautiful, a hidden world pulsing with quiet life. Finn descended cautiously, the humming stone his only guide. The staircase opened into a vast, underground chamber. Moss grew thick and soft underfoot, and a subterranean stream chuckled merrily over smooth pebbles. But what truly stole Finn's breath were their inhabitants. Small creatures, no taller than his knee, bustled about. They had skin the color of bark or moss or polished river stones, large, luminous eyes that reflected the crystal light and moved with quick, quiet grace. Some wore tunics woven from iridescent beetle wings or spider silk. Others seemed clothed simply in shifting patterns of light or shadow. They were the Glimmerkin, the guardians of the Hollow. At first they scattered like startled moths at his arrival, hiding behind glowing toadstools or vanishing into cracks in the rock. Finn stood frozen, the humming stone held tightly. He felt like an intruder in this delicate, hidden realm. Then a small movement caught his eye near the babbling stream. A Glimmerkin smaller than the others, with skin like dappled sunlight on forest leaves and eyes the deep blue of twilight, was trying desperately to push a large, smooth river stone off a cluster of tiny, glowing blue flowers that seemed to be wilting under its weight. The little creature strained, grunting softly, but the stone was too heavy. The other Glimmerkin watched from a distance, their large eyes wide with worry but hesitant to approach the giant stranger. Finn's quiet nature, often mistaken for timidity, now became his strength. He didn't rush, he didn't shout. He moved slowly, deliberately, keeping his movements small and non-threatening. He crouched down several paces away from the struggling Glimmerkin. "Hello," he whispered, his voice barely louder than the stream. Can I help?" The small Glimmerkin froze, its large blue eyes locking onto Finn's. It saw no malice, only genuine concern mirrored in the boy's quiet gaze. It looked at the stone, then back at Finn, and gave a hesitant, tiny nod. Carefully, Finn crept closer. He placed the humming stone gently on the soft moss beside him. Then, with surprising strength for his size, he braced himself and pushed the heavy river stone. It rolled away with a satisfying thump, freeing the delicate blue flowers. Immediately they perked up, their glow intensifying, emitting a soft, sweet chime. The small Glimmerkin let out a chirp of pure delight, hopping from foot to foot. It cautiously approached Finn, stopping just an arm's length away. It tilted its head, studying him intently. Then it reached out a small, three-fingered hand and gently touched the humming stone Finn had left on the moss. The stone pulsed brighter, and the Glimmerkin made a series of soft clicks and whistles that sounded strangely musical. "My name is Finn," the boy offered softly. The Glimmerkin blinked its large eyes. It tapped its own chest and made a sound like rustling leaves and trickling water combined. "Pip." Finn smiled. "Hello, Pip." That simple exchange sparked an unlikely friendship. Pip, Finn learned through gestures, soft sounds, and the strange way the humming stone seemed to amplify understanding, was something of an outsider too. Pip was curious about the top world, fascinated by things like falling snow and soaring birds, things the other Glimmerkin, content in their luminous haven, found unsettling. Pip became Finn's guide, showing him the wonders of the Whisper Hollow, the luminous lichen gardens cultivated by patient elders, the crystal singers who coaxed harmonic melodies from the cavern walls, the weaver spiders whose silk glowed with captured moonlight, spun into delicate fabrics. Finn, in turn, shared stories of the world above the vastness of the sky, the taste of snowflakes, the roar of the wind in the treetops. He showed Pip how to skip stones on the underground stream, a skill met with astonished chirps. The humming stone, Finn discovered, was a heartstone, a rare conduit between the worlds, attuned to the life force of the hollow itself. It allowed him to understand Pip's unique language and sense the subtle energies of the Glimmerkin's home. Pip explained through intricate gestures and the stone's resonance that the Heartstone's hum was the hollow's song, a song that had recently grown strained and discordant. The song fades, Pip whistled sadly one day, pointing towards the far end of the great cavern. Finn saw that the crystals embedded in that wall were dimmer, their light flickering erratically. The moss nearby looked brittle, and the sweet scent of the air was tinged with a faint sourness. The great root sick. Pip led Finn through winding tunnels Finn hadn't ventured down before, deeper into the earth. The air grew colder, the comforting glow of the crystals dimmer. They arrived at a vast, root-choked chamber. Dominating the space was a colossal root, thicker than Finn was tall, plunging down from the ceiling and disappearing into the floor. This was the taproot, Pip explained with solemn gestures, the vital connection to Grandfather Tree above and the deep earth energies below. It was the source of the Hollow's life song. But now the taproot looked wrong. Its surface, usually smooth and vibrant, was covered in thick, gray, web-like tendrils that pulsed with a sickly, dull purple light. Where the tendrils gripped, the root beneath looked withered and cracked. The discordant hum Finn had sensed was strongest here, a painful thrumming that vibrated in his bones. The heartstone in his hand pulsed erratically, its warmth flickering. The Glimmerkin elders, small and wizened with bark-like skin, stood nearby, their expressions etched with deep worry. They chittered softly amongst themselves, their usual melodic sounds replaced by anxious clicks. They knew the taproot was dying, choked by this strange blight, and with it the Whisper Hollow would fade. Their attempts to remove the gray tendrils had failed. The tendrils seemed to drain strength and repel their touch. They saw Finn, the giant top-worlder, and a flicker of desperate hope lit their large eyes. One elder, her voice a dry rustle amplified by the heartstone's resonance, pleaded, "Song weakens, blight spreads, can't help." Finn felt a surge of panic. He was just a quiet boy. How could he fight this strange, creeping sickness? He looked at Pip, whose blue eyes were wide with fear and trust. He looked down at the heartstone, pulsing weakly in his hand, a tangible link to this hidden world and his small friend. He remembered the heavy river stone he'd moved for Pip. He remembered the feeling of helping, of being useful. "Show me," Finn said, his voice firmer than he felt. "Show me what you tried." The elders demonstrated. Using small tools of sharpened crystal, they tried to pry the gray tendrils loose. But the tendrils seemed to cling with unnatural strength, and a wave of cold lethargy washed over the Glimmerkin who touched them, forcing them back, shivering. The tools themselves seemed to lose their glow upon contact. Finn crouched near the base of the taproot, studying the blight. He noticed something the Glimmerkin, with their aversion to the tendrils, might have missed. Where the sickly purple light pulsed strongest within the gray webs, tiny, almost invisible cracks spiderwebbed across the taproot's surface beneath. He touched the heartstone to one of these cracks. A jolt of cold pain shot up his arm, and the stone hummed a sharp, discordant note. But within that painful jolt, Finn sensed something else, a faint, desperate pull, like a parched root seeking water. The taproot wasn't just being choked, it was being drained. He thought about the world above, about Grandfather Tree standing strong through seasons. He thought about the quiet resilience of roots. What did roots need? Connection, nourishment, life. He looked at the brittle moss near the blight, then at the vibrant moss elsewhere. He remembered the cluster of blue flowers he'd freed, how they perked up instantly when released. I have an idea, Finn said hesitantly. But I need things from above. Pip chirped eagerly. Pip help, Pip see top world. Carefully Finn described what he needed, not tools to cut, but life to give. He needed the richest, darkest earth from the forest floor near Grandfather Tree, teeming with unseen microbes. He needed clear, cold water from the freshest spring. And most importantly, he needed fallen leaves, especially oak leaves, Grandfather Tree's own, infused with the fading sunlight and the promise of decay feeding new growth. While Pip organized a small group of the bravest Glimmerkin, Finn, guided by the Heartstone's renewed, purposeful hum, carefully began the delicate work only he could attempt. Using a small, smooth shard of crystal offered by an elder, one not yet drained by the blight, he didn't try to pry the tendrils off. Instead, he gently scraped away the brittle, dead moss and soil directly around the base of the taproot where the cracks were worst, avoiding the gray tendrils themselves. He worked slowly, meticulously, clearing small patches of sick earth. It was exhausting. Each scrape near the blight sent waves of cold fatigue through him, countered only by the warming pulse of the Heartstone and Pip's encouraging chirps from nearby. He felt the hollow's weakening song resonate through the stone, a plea he couldn't ignore. Pip and his team returned, struggling but triumphant. They carried pouches woven from glowing silk, bulging with rich, fragrant forest earth. Others brought gourds filled with sparkling spring water. A third group carried armfuls of vibrant autumn leaves, crimson maple, golden birch, and sturdy brown oak. Finn directed them. Using their small hands and tools, the Glimmerkin carefully packed the rich, damp earth around the exposed, cracked areas of the taproot Finn had cleared, creating a fresh bed. They sprinkled the spring water over it. Then Finn took the oak leaves, Grandfather Tree's own, and gently layered them over the packed earth, like a warm blanket. Now, Finn whispered, holding the Heartstone against the taproot just above the treated area. He closed his eyes, focusing not on fighting the blight, but on the life beneath it, the deep strength of the root, the resilience of the earth, the enduring spirit of the ancient tree above. He poured his own quiet hope, his newfound connection to this hidden world, into the stone. He thought of Pip's trust, the elder's worry, the beauty of the glowing caverns. He thought of the forest above, sleeping under the frost, waiting for spring. He hummed softly a simple, wordless tune of comfort and strength, matching the rhythm he felt within the taproot's core, beneath the discord. The Heartstone blazed with a warm, golden light. The light flowed down Finn's arm into the stone and seeped into the taproot. It traveled along the cracks, meeting the rich earth, the water, the layered leaves. Where the golden light touched the packed earth, the soil seemed to come alive. Tiny rootlets, invisible to the eye, stirred. The oak leaves began to softly decompose, releasing not decay, but a potent essence of life and continuity into the soil. The effect was slow but undeniable. The gray, web-like tendrils recoiled from the warm, vibrant energy radiating from the treated patch. Their sickly purple glow dimmed. Where the golden light met the blight directly, the tendrils seemed to shrivel slightly, losing their grip. The cracks in the taproot beneath the fresh earth began to knit together, not by magic, but by a surge of renewed vitality, as the root eagerly drank in the nourishment and life force offered. The discordant hum lessened, replaced by a stronger, steadier thrum deep within the earth. A collective gasp, like a sigh of wind through reeds, went through the gathered Glimmerkin. Their large eyes reflected the Heartstone's golden glow. The elders rustled with astonishment and burgeoning hope. Pip chirped ecstatically, hopping up and down. It's working. Finn breathed, opening his eyes. The treated patch of the taproot looked healthier, the wood smoother, less brittle. The gray tendrils were visibly retreating from its edges. We need to do more, all around. Hope had ignited the Glimmerkin. Led by Finn and Pip, a coordinated effort began. Finn carefully exposed more cracked areas, fighting the draining cold of the blight with the Heartstone's warmth and his own determination. Teams of Glimmerkins swiftly packed earth, sprinkled water, and layered leaves. Elders used their knowledge to guide where the life force was needed most. Pip was everywhere, carrying messages, encouraging workers, bringing Finn water in a tiny acorn cup when he looked weary. The cavern filled with purposeful activity, the anxious clicks replaced by determined chitters and the soft rustle of leaves. The golden light from multiple Heartstone touches, elders found smaller, dormant stones they could briefly awaken near the work pulsed rhythmically, pushing back the purple gloom. It took hours. Finn's arms ached, his head throbbed from the effort of channeling the Heartstone's energy and resisting the blight's drain. Pip looked exhausted but kept flitting around, a tiny beacon of encouragement. Finally, the entire circumference of the taproot where it met the cavern floor was surrounded by a thick band of rich, moist earth, layered with autumn leaves, humming with renewed life. The gray tendrils had shriveled back entirely from the treated area, retreating up the root towards the ceiling, their purple glow now feeble and flickering. The deep, resonant thrum of the taproot was strong and steady, a powerful vibration Finn could feel through the soles of his boots. The discordant hum was gone, replaced by the harmonious song of the whisper hollow, clearer, stronger, and more beautiful than Finn had ever heard it. It filled the cavern, making the crystals blaze with pure, joyful light. The sourness in the air vanished, replaced by the rich scent of healthy earth and growing things. The Glimmerkin erupted in celebration. They danced, their movements creating trails of soft light. They sang, their voices weaving into the hollows restored song a symphony of clicks, whistles, rustles, and chimes. The elders approached Finn, their large eyes filled with tears like dew on moss. The eldest placed a small, cool hand on Finn's arm. Song returns, life flows, Heartstone bearer savior. The gratitude radiating from them was a tangible warmth. Pip launched himself at Finn, wrapping small arms around his leg in a tight hug, chirping pure joy. Finn, overwhelmed, exhausted, but filled with a profound warmth that had nothing to do with the Heartstone, hugged Pip back. He hadn't fought the blight, he'd strengthened the root. He hadn't used force, he'd used understanding and care. The quiet boy who felt overlooked had listened to a hidden world's cry for help and answered with the quiet strength he possessed. The journey back to the surface, guided by Pip and a procession of glowing Glimmerkin carrying tiny lanterns, felt triumphant yet peaceful. As Finn stepped back through the shimmering veil between the roots of Grandfather Tree, the first pale light of dawn was staining the eastern sky. The forest was hushed, draped in frosty silver. He turned to say goodbye to Pip, who stood just inside the shimmer, a small figure bathed in golden light. Pip chirped softly, a sound full of friendship and promise. Then Pip reached into a small pouch and pulled out a single, perfect acorn. It glowed with a soft, internal light. Pip pressed it into Finn's hand. It felt warm, alive. "Remember," Pip whistled. "I will," Finn whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "Always." He held the glowing acorn and the now quiet Heartstone, its deep brown and amber hues catching the dawn light. It still felt warm, but the intense humming had subsided to a contented, almost sleepy thrum. He walked back to the cottage as the sun rose, painting the frost in shades of pink and gold. He slipped inside, the warmth of the kitchen washing over him. He placed the glowing acorn carefully in a small pot of earth on his windowsill, where the morning light touched it. The hearthstone he kept cool and smooth in his pocket, a reminder. That night as Finn lay in bed, the events of the day felt like a vivid, beautiful dream. Yet the glowing acorn pulsed softly on his sill, and the hearthstone radiated a gentle warmth against his skin. He thought of Pip, the Glimmerkin, the restored song of the hollow. He thought of the taproot's strength, nourished not by magic alone, but by rich earth, clean water, and fallen leaves, the simple, enduring gifts of the world. He thought of how his quietness, his ability to listen and observe, had been his greatest strength. He hadn't become loud or bold, he had become deeply, truly connected. As sleep began to claim him, he heard it again, not just in his mind, but a faint, sweet echo carried on the night air, seeping through the walls from the direction of Grandfather Tree. It was the song of the Whisper Hollow, a harmonious melody of earth and crystal, growth and peace, stronger than ever before. It was a lullaby of hidden wonders and unexpected friendships, a gentle hum that promised the world was far deeper, kinder, and more magical than it often seemed. Finn smiled, the hearthstone warm in his hand, the glowing acorn a tiny beacon on the sill, and drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful music of roots and stars, knowing he was part of a beautiful, secret song. The quiet boy was quiet no longer inside. He was filled with the resonant, comforting music of a world he had helped to heal, a friend he had cherished, and a strength he never knew he possessed, humming softly in the darkness. Story 8. The first frost of winter had just begun to lace the window panes of Clara's small attic bedroom when she found the locket. Her family bustled below, voices rising in cheerful chaos over the clatter of supper dishes, but up here, tucked beneath the eaves, Clara felt like a forgotten footnote in a noisy storybook. She'd been searching for her favorite woolen scarf when her fingers brushed against cold metal hidden beneath a loose floorboard. It was an oval locket, no larger than a robin's egg, made of tarnished silver etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke in the dim light. There was no clasp, only a tiny, almost invisible seam. When Clara pressed her thumb against it, warmth bloomed against her skin, and the locket sprang open with a soft click. Inside, instead of a portrait, lay a single, perfect dewdrop that glowed with its own soft, blue-white light. As Clara held it up, the dewdrop pulsed gently, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Then, astonishingly, the light stretched out like a silken thread, drifting not toward the door, but toward the far wall where her grandmother's old, full-length mirror stood. The light touched the glass, and instead of reflecting Clara's wide-eyed face and messy braids, the mirror's surface shimmered like disturbed water. It cleared to reveal not the attic, but a moonlit forest path carpeted in luminous moss, where trees with bark like frosted silver reached toward a sky dusted with unfamiliar, violet-tinged stars. The air that sighed through the mirror smelled of pine resin, damp earth, and something sweet and wild, like crushed juniper berries. Clara's heart hammered against her ribs. This was impossible. Yet the pull of the glowing locket was undeniable, a gentle, insistent tug in her chest. Taking a deep breath of the suddenly fragrant attic air, she stepped forward, her worn slippers sinking not onto wooden planks, but into the cool, yielding moss of the forest path. The mirror rippled behind her, sealing shut, leaving her standing alone under the alien, beautiful sky. The Glimmerwood, she later learned its name, hummed with a deep, resonant quiet, a living silence filled with the rustle of unseen creatures and the distant chime of crystal leaves brushing together. She hadn't walked far, following the path illuminated by her locket's soft glow, when a flash of vibrant orange-red caught her eye. Curled beneath the roots of a massive, ancient oak was a creature unlike anything she'd ever seen. It was roughly the size of a large cat, but its fur was pure flame, not burning, but flowing like liquid fire, shifting from deep amber at its roots to brilliant scarlet at the tips. It had large, intelligent eyes the color of molten gold, currently wide with pain and fear. One of its back legs was caught in a cruel, dark metal trap, the kind Clara's father used for vermin in their barn. The fiery fur around the trap seemed dimmed, flickering weakly. "Hello," Clara whispered, her voice swallowed by the vast quiet. The creature flinched, trying to shrink away, a soft whimper escaping it. Clara knelt slowly, keeping her movements small. "SHHH, it's all right. I won't hurt you." She remembered the injured sparrow she'd nursed back to health last spring, the quiet patience it had required. This felt similar, but infinitely more profound. She held out her open palm, the locket resting there, its dewdrop pulsing gently. The creature's golden eyes fixed on the light, and the fear in them lessened slightly, replaced by wary curiosity. "My name's Clara," she said softly. "What's yours?" A soft crackling sound, like embers settling, formed in her mind, not her ears. Ember. The name felt warm and bright. "I am Ember. You shine like the Heartstone." The Heartstone. Clara asked aloud, moving closer with agonizing slowness. The trap looked heavy, its teeth biting deep into Ember's leg. The metal seemed unnaturally dark, absorbing the light of Ember's fur and Clara's locket. The heart of the Glimmerwood, Ember's thought voice, was strained. "It gives life, light, warmth. But it was stolen, taken by the shade snare." Ember nudged its trapped leg with its nose. "Like this trap. Cold. Hungry. Without the Heartstone, the Glimmerwood weakens. Fades. The paths grow thin. I was searching and got caught." Understanding dawned on Clara. The fading light she'd noticed in the forest, the slight brittleness in the silvery leaves, the underlying note of sadness beneath the wood's hum, it was all connected. "We have to free you," Clara said, her resolve hardening. "And then we have to find the Heartstone." Freeing Ember proved agonizing. The trap's mechanism was stiff and complex, the dark metal chilling Clara's fingers even through her mittens. Ember bravely stifled cries of pain, only letting out soft, crackling whimpers that tore at Clara's heart. She used a smooth, strong twig as a lever, her small hands trembling but determined, whispering reassurances all the while. "Almost there, just a little more. You're so brave, Ember." Finally, with a rusty clang, the jaws sprang open. Ember scrambled free, limping badly, its fiery fur flickering erratically around the wound. Clara immediately tore a strip from the hem of her nightgown, a practical act that felt strangely right in this magical place, and carefully bound the injured leg, avoiding the scorching heat of Ember's body. The creature leaned into her touch, radiating a wave of profound gratitude that warmed Clara more than any fireplace. "Thank you, Clara Shine," Ember sent, its thought voice stronger now. "The cold bite of the snare, it was stealing my fire." "Can you walk?" Clara asked, gently stroking the surprisingly soft, warm fur between Ember's ears. "With you," Ember affirmed, nuzzling her hand. "The Heartstone, I feel its absence like a hole in the world. The shade snare will have taken it to the Whispering Crags, where the light is weakest. It is not a kind place." Their journey began in earnest. The Glimmerwood was a realm of breathtaking, fragile beauty. They walked beneath canopies where leaves like spun moonlight chimed softly, crossed streams that flowed with liquid starlight over pebbles that glowed with internal warmth, and past meadows where flowers bloomed in impossible colors, deep indigo petals that emitted soft chimes, and silver blossoms that released tiny, floating sparks. Clara's locket guided them, its dewdrop pulsing brighter whenever they neared a fork in the path that felt right. Yet beneath the beauty, the decay was evident. Patches of moss were turning gray and brittle. Some of the luminous flowers drooped, their light dimmed. The air grew subtly colder, the comforting hum of the wood thinning into an anxious whisper. They also encountered inhabitants. Shy, glowing moths the size of Clara's hand fluttered past, leaving trails of shimmering dust. Once a towering creature made of living, knotted wood and moss watched them pass with ancient, bark-covered eyes, offering a slow, rumbling nod of acknowledgement. Ember explained in thought whispers, the wood wardens, protectors grown sleepy and slow without the Heartstone's full strength. They met a family of quick, chittering creatures with fur like spun moonlight and eyes like blackberries who darted through the undergrowth. Ember called them glimmer squirrels. They seemed agitated, chattering nervously about the growing dark and the cold bite in the roots. The path gradually sloped upwards, the air growing thinner and sharper. The vibrant silver and violet hues of the forest began to dull, replaced by grays and deep blues. The comforting chime of the leaves gave way to the mournful sigh of wind through bare, twisted branches. They were approaching the whispering crags. The ground became rocky and treacherous. Ember's limp worsened, and Clara often had to help the small creature over rough patches, her own breath pluming in the suddenly frigid air. The locket's glow was their only constant source of warmth and light, a beacon against the encroaching gloom. One evening, as they huddled in a shallow cave for shelter, the wind rose to a keening wail. It didn't just sound like voices, it was voices. Faint, fragmented whispers swirled around them, carrying snippets of sorrow, anger, and chilling emptiness. Lost so cold, give back, never enough, Clara shivered violently, pulling her thin shawl tighter. Ember pressed close, its fiery fur a welcome furnace against her side. The whispering crags, Ember sent, its thought voice tight with apprehension. The wind carries the echoes of sadness, the shadows of fears left behind. The shade snare thrives here. It feeds on this darkness. Clara clutched the warm locket. How do we fight something that feeds on sadness? She whispered, the despair in the wind threatening to seep into her own bones. She thought of home, of feeling overlooked, a small, familiar ache. The whispers seemed to latch onto it. Unseen, unimportant, forgotten. With light, Ember sent firmly, nudging her hand holding the locket. With warmth. With remembering the good. The firefox began to hum, a low, crackling sound that vibrated through Clara. It wasn't a tune, but a feeling, the comforting crackle of a hearth, the smell of baking bread, the warmth of a hug. Slowly, tentatively, Clara joined in. Not with a hum, but with quiet words. She spoke of her little brother's laugh, of the smell of her grandmother's lavender soap, of the taste of the first summer strawberry, of the way sunlight dappled through the oak tree in her backyard. She described the injured sparrow taking flight again. She spoke of finding the locket, of stepping into the Glimmerwood, of meeting Ember. As she spoke, weaving simple memories into the cold air, her locket pulsed brighter. Ember's fur flared with renewed vigor, casting a circle of warm, golden light around them. The keening whispers faltered, receding like mist burned away by the dawn. The oppressive weight of despair lifted slightly. Clara realized her quiet nature, her ability to observe and remember the small, good things, wasn't a weakness here. It was a shield, a source of light Ember could amplify. Clara shine, Ember sent, its golden eyes glowing with admiration. You hold the light within. The shade snare cannot understand that. Emboldened, they pressed on the next day. The crags were a labyrinth of jagged obsidian rock and deep crevices, where the whispering wind was a constant, unsettling companion. The locket led them unerringly, its pulse now a steady, determined thrum against Clara's chest. Finally, they reached a gaping maw in the mountainside, a cave entrance radiating an unnatural chill that made their breath frost instantly. Dark tendrils of shadow writhed around the opening like living smoke. This was the den of the shade snare. Inside, the cave was vast and echoing. Stalactites and stalagmites, dull and lifeless, thrust from the floor and ceiling like broken teeth. In the very center, on a crude pedestal of dark stone, rested the Heartstone. or rather, what remained of it. It was a geode roughly the size of Clara's head, but its interior, which should have pulsed with a vibrant, life-giving light, was dim and sluggish. Only a faint, struggling ember glowed deep within its crystalline heart. Its light was being leached away by thick, pulsating strands of shadow that connected it to a swirling mass of darkness, coalescing near the caves, sealing the shade snare itself. It had no defined shape, only a core of utter blackness surrounded by grasping tendrils of shadow. A wave of crushing despair and numbing cold washed over them as they entered. The Heartstone. Ember sent a mixture of grief and fury in its thought voice. It weakens swiftly. The shade snare sensed them. The swirling darkness contracted, then lashed out. Tendrils of shadow shot towards them, not to grab, but to smother, to drain warmth and hope. Clara instinctively raised the locket. Its blue-white light flared, driving back the immediate tendrils with a sizzling hiss. Ember leaped forward, a streak of living flame, snapping at the retreating darkness. But the shade snare was vast. More tendrils snaked out, aiming for Ember's injured leg, for Clara's unprotected back. The cold deepened, sapping their strength. Clara's teeth chattered. The whispers returned louder, more insistent inside her mind, futile, weak, alone. Panic threatened to freeze her. She saw Ember falter, its fiery fur dimming under the assault of cold shadows. She saw the Heartstone's light flicker dangerously low. This wasn't a battle of strength, it was a battle of light against despair. Remembering the cave shelter, Clara closed her eyes for a split second, shutting out the terrifying darkness. She focused inward, past the fear, past the cold. She found the quiet place inside her, the place that held the scent of lavender soap, the sound of her brother's laugh, the warmth of Ember leaning against her, the awe of stepping into the Glimmerwood for the first time. She found her own Heartstone. Opening her eyes, she didn't shout. She spoke, her voice clear and steady, cutting through the whispers and the wind. Ember, remember the Glimmerwood, remember the singing leaves, remember the warm stones in the starlight stream, remember the wood warden's nod, remember the glimmer squirrels playing. As she spoke, pouring the remembered warmth and beauty into her words, she focused all her will, all her hope into the locket. It blazed with an intensity that rivaled the sun, a pure, brilliant blue-white light that filled the cavern. Ember, galvanized by her words and the light, reared up. From deep within, the firefox unleashed a sound, not a roar, but a resonant, crackling song of pure, undiluted fire and life. It was the sound of a forest thriving, of roots drinking deep, of stars being born. The combined light Clara's locket fueled by memory and hope, and Ember's fiery song of pure essence struck the shade snare like a physical blow. The swirling darkness shrieked, a sound of pure negation that tore the air. The shadowy tendrils recoiled, withering and dissolving under the onslaught of warmth and light. The connection to the Heartstone snapped. The mass of darkness contracted violently, then exploded outwards in a wave of dissipating, harmless shadow that melted away like frost under morning sun. The crushing despair vanished, replaced by a profound, echoing silence. The cavern was transformed. The dull stalactites and stalagmites began to gleam with internal light, soft blues and greens. Warmth seeped back into the air, and the Heartstone, its struggling ember, flared. Then it pulsed once, twice, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the rock and through Clara and Ember's very bones. Light, warm and golden as Ember's fur, began to swirl within the geode, growing brighter and stronger with every beat, until it filled the cavern with a gentle, life-affirming radiance. The Heartstone was restored. A wave of pure, unadulterated joy washed over them. Ember danced, a whirlwind of jubilant flame, its injured leg seemingly forgotten in its exuberance. "We did it, Clara Shine. We did it." Clara laughed, a sound of pure relief and wonder, tears of joy warming her cold cheeks. The locket around her neck pulsed in perfect harmony with the heartstone, warm against her skin. Their journey back through the Glimmerwood was a triumphant procession. Word carried by wind and leaf and glowing moth had spread. As they descended from the now gentle whispering crags, the wind now a soft murmur of contentment, the forest greeted them. The gray moss had turned a vibrant, luminous green. The drooping flowers stood tall, their colors impossibly vivid, their chimes bright and clear. Glimmer squirrels chattered excitedly from branches, showering them with harmless sparks like celebratory confetti. Wood wardens emerged, their movements less ponderous, their bark-covered faces creasing into what looked like smiles. The deep, resonant hum of the forest was back, strong and vibrant, a song of restored life. Ember, walking with only a slight limp now, radiated pride and happiness, its fiery fur blazing with healthy intensity. When they reached the shimmering portal mirror near the ancient oak, Clara felt a pang. She knelt beside Ember. "I have to go back," she said softly, stroking the warm fur. Ember nudged her hand, its golden eyes filled with understanding. "The Glimmerwood thanks you, Clara Shine. You carry its light within you now, always." The firefox gently nosed the locket. "Guard this key. The path will open when true need or pure wonder calls." Clara nodded, tears welling again, but these were sweet. "Will I see you again? When the moon is high and the night is still, look for my light dancing at the edge of your dreams," Ember sent, its thought voice warm with promise. "Farewell, friend." With a final, affectionate nuzzle that sent warmth flooding through her, Ember turned and bounded away, a streak of brilliant fire disappearing into the rejuvenated silver trees. Clara took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of life and magic, and stepped through the shimmering surface of the mirror. She stumbled back into her quiet attic. The mirror showed only her reflection, now the same girl with messy braids, but her eyes held a new depth, a quiet spark. The locket around her neck was cool, the dewdrops still glowing faintly. Below, the cheerful chaos of her family continued. But something had shifted within Clara. She no longer felt like a footnote. She felt seen. Not by the loud world, but by something deeper. She carried a secret warmth, a quiet strength forged in a hidden wood, proven against despair. She had been brave. She had been a friend. She had helped heal a world. That night, as Clara lay in her bed, the first frost painting intricate patterns on her window, she held the warm locket. Outside, under the high moon, she thought she saw, just for a moment, a flicker of brilliant orange-red light dancing at the edge of the dark garden, a silent, fiery farewell. A smile touched her lips, peaceful and deep. She closed her eyes, the gentle hum of the restored Glimmerwood echoing softly in her memory, a lullaby of resilience and light, carrying her into dreams filled with silver leaves and golden eyes, knowing that even the quietest heart could hold worlds of wonder and strength. The warmth of the locket against her skin and the memory of Ember's fiery presence wrapped around her like the most comforting blanket, assuring her that she was, and always would be, connected to the magic of kindness and courage. Sleep claimed her deep and restful under the watchful gaze of the moon and the silent promise of a hidden, luminous wood. Story 9. The old cottage nestled at the forest's edge, where the scent of pine resin mingled with wood smoke from the chimney. Inside, young Theo traced patterns on frost-kissed window panes, his breath fogging the glass. Rain drummed a lullaby on the roof, and firelight painted dancing shadows on walls lined with shelves of dried herbs and leather-bound books. Theo's grandmother had spoken of forest magic, whispers on the wind, stones that hummed, but Theo, small and quiet, found such tales more frightening than wondrous. He preferred the crackle of the hearth and the weight of his patchwork quilt. One storm-lashed evening, while searching the attic for spare candles, Theo's fingers brushed against something cold and smooth tucked beneath a cedar chest. It was a lantern no larger than his palm, wrought from silver so tarnished it looked like twilight captured in metal. Its surface bore carvings of entwined roots and crescent moons, and though it held no candle, a faint, honey-colored glow pulsed within its heart, like a drowsy firefly resting in velvet. When Theo lifted it, warmth spread through his palms, gentle as sunlight through leaves. A soft chime echoed, though no breeze stirred the dust. That night he placed it on his bedside table. Its light spilled across his pillow, weaving dreams of amberlit pathways and distant, singing streams. Days passed, and Theo noticed peculiar things. Flowers near the lantern bloomed out of season, their petals shimmering with dew at midnight. Spiders spun webs in impossible, symmetrical patterns across its base. And one morning, as Theo sketched by the window, a sparrow, dusted with snow, tapped at the glass. Not for crumbs, but as if beckoning. Theo opened the window. The bird hopped onto the lantern, trilling a melody that made the glow brighten, then fluttered toward the forest. An invitation. Theo's chest tightened. Beyond the garden gate the woods loomed, dark and deep. Yet the lantern hummed in his hand, warm and reassuring. Pulling on his thickest coat, he stepped into the whispering pines. The forest swallowed sound. Snow muffled his footsteps, branches arched overhead like cathedral ribs. Guided by the lantern's pulsing light, Theo followed the sparrow deeper into the woods, where ancient oaks stood sentinel, their bark etched with symbols only moss could read. Here, the air tasted of ice and wild mint. Shadows shifted, not with threat but curiosity. Eyes gleamed in hollows, a badger with starlight dappling its fur, a hare whose ears shimmered like spun moonbeams. They watched but did not approach. Until Theo stumbled upon a clearing where the sparrow circled a figure, hunched beside a frozen brook. It was a goblin no taller than Theo's knee, with skin like knotted birch bark and eyes the vivid green of new ferns. She shivered, clutching a broken fishing rod, her patched cloak dusted with frost. Lost, she rasped, voice like pebbles tumbling in a stream. The frost sprites hid my bridge. Her name was Nettle, she explained, guardian of the moss grove, a hidden realm where roots cradled glowing rivers and mushrooms glimmered like chandeliers. But a creeping cold had seeped from the mountains, silencing the moss grove's heart song and freezing its pathways. Nettle had ventured out for iceworms to soothe the fading magic, but became trapped when the sprites, mischievous as winter winds, dissolved her bridge of woven reeds. Theo's lantern flared, casting a circle of gold on the snow. "I can't help," he said, surprised by his own steadiness. Nettle eyed the lantern, her gaze sharpening. The ember lantern, the elders spoke of it, lost when the last warden vanished. It remembers warmth. She reached out, her twig-like fingers hovering near the glow. Where her skin touched the light, frost melted, leaving tiny beads of water. Hope flickered in her eyes. Their journey became a tapestry of trials. The lantern's light revealed hidden paths, a staircase of toadstools leading into a hollow hill, a tunnel veiled by cascading ivy, but the cold fought back. In a ravine choked with thorns, icy winds howled, threatening to extinguish the lantern. Theo cupped it close, whispering stories his grandmother told, of summer bees and sun-warmed stones. The light strengthened, pushing back the gale. Nettle, nimble and fierce, scaled the thorns, weaving them into a bridge with strands of her own hair, strong as spider silk. "Friendship," she puffed, "makes even thorns bend kindly." Deeper they wandered, into valleys where trees wore cloaks of crystal ice. Here the frost sprites dwelled, pale, wispy creatures with voices like cracking ice. They swirled around Theo and Nettle, stealing warmth from their breath. "Give us your light," they hissed, their touch numbing. Theo's fear surged, cold as the sprites themselves. but Nettle stood before him, small and defiant. "This light isn't yours to take, it's for healing." She sang then a goblin lullaby about mossy stones and patient roots. The melody, thin but true, calmed the sprite's whirl. Theo joined in, humming a hearth song his grandmother sang. The lantern blazed not in anger but in harmony, a symphony of amber and silver light that made the sprites pause, their frosty edges softening. One by one they drifted away, leaving a path of dew-kissed ferns. At dawn they reached the moss grove's threshold, a colossal willow, its branches weeping curtains of ice. Beyond it, Nettle's home lay veiled in gloom. Mushrooms drooped, their light dimmed. Rivers of liquid emerald crawled sluggishly under sheets of ice. The very air felt thin, starved of joy. "The heartroot," Nettle whispered, pointing to the willow's base. A knot pulsed faintly beneath the ice, like a buried star. It feeds the moss grove, but the cold has numbed it. The lantern's glow dimmed, as if grieving. Theo knew what to do. He knelt, pressing the ember lantern against the frozen heartroot. "Remember warmth," he urged, pouring every memory he had into the light. His grandmother's kitchen smelling of cinnamon, the sparrow's song, Nettle's laughter as she mended her cloak. The lantern pulsed, brighter, hotter. Cracks spiderwebbed through the ice. With a sound like 1,000 sighs, the frost shattered. Golden light erupted from the heartroot, surging through the willow's veins. Branches thawed, raining droplets that sparkled like diamonds. Light bloomed across the moss grove, mushrooms reignited in hues of peach and lavender, rivers bubbled with renewed vigor, and flowers unfurled petals of luminous silk. Music returned, the chime of dewdrops, the hum of glowing beetles, the deep, resonant song of the earth itself. Nettle danced, her laughter echoing like wind chimes. Creatures emerged, shy tree spirits with barkskin, beetles with wings like stained glass, all drawn to the warmth. The moss grove breathed again. Theo felt the change within himself too. The timid boy who feared shadows now stood tall, his heart echoing the moss grove's steady, joyful rhythm. He'd carried light into darkness and found courage not in being unafraid, but in moving forward despite the fear. As twilight painted the sky in lavender and rose, Theo knew it was time to return. Nettle pressed a small acorn into his hand, its shell etched with the same symbols as the lantern. "Plant it by your window," she said, eyes bright. "When it blooms, it'll sing of the moss grove, and you," she added, touching his cheek, "will always be its warden." The sparrow reappeared, guiding him back through the now familiar woods. The forest felt different, not menacing, but alive with friendly whispers. Fireflies winked like fallen stars along his path. Home welcomed him with the scent of baking bread and the hearth's steady crackle. He placed the ember lantern on his windowsill, its glow now softer, contented. Outside, he planted Nettle's acorn in a pot of rich soil. Weeks later, a sapling sprouted, its leaves shimmering with a faint, internal light. On quiet nights, Theo would sit by it, listening. And sometimes, just sometimes, he'd hear a melody, a goblin lullaby blended with a sparrow's trill, carried on a breeze that smelled of pine and wild mint. He'd smile, tracing the lantern's carved roots, knowing true magic wasn't in grand spells or fearless hearts, but in the quiet courage to share your light, and the friendships that bloom unexpectedly along the way. The lantern glowed, the sapling hummed, and the world outside his window, once vast and daunting, now felt like a story waiting to be cherished, page by gentle page. And as sleep drew near, Theo drifted off wrapped in warmth, the forest's lullaby cradling him like a promise kept. Story 10. The village of Willowbrook nestled between rolling hills and a murmuring brook, where chimney smoke curled like lazy cats into the twilight. In a cottage crowned with thatch, young Clara polished her grandmother's copper kettle, a humble thing with dents from generations of use. As she rubbed its surface that evening, moonlight struck it just so, and the kettle hummed. Not with heat, but with a melody like wind chimes made of starlight. When Clara lifted the lid, steam rose in shapes, a dancing badger, a soaring robin, and a path leading into the whispering woods where villagers never wandered. Grandmother's voice, frail as spider silk, broke the spell. The kettle remembers, child, it brews more than tea, it brews truth for those brave enough to listen. She coughed, her fever worsening. The village healer had whispered of silverleaf, a rare herb deep in the woods that could mend her. But the woods shifted paths like a restless sleeper, and no map could chart them. Clara wrapped the kettle in wool, its song now a warm pulse against her chest. At dawn she slipped into the woods where trees leaned close, sharing secrets in rustling tongues. Ferns brushed her ankles like shy fingers, and the air smelled of damp earth and pine needles. Soon the path dissolved behind her. Panic fluttered in Clara's throat until a small voice piped up. Lost are we. A hedgehog peered from under a toadstool, spectacles perched on his snout. Name's Pippin, I know every root and rock here, but only if you carry me. Heights make me dizzy. His spines quivered anxiously as Clara lifted him onto her shoulder. They hadn't gone far when a robin swooped down, feathers like autumn leaves. "Hello, I'm Rowan," she chirped. "I can see the forest's twists from above, but my wings tire easily, and I forget directions if I don't sing them." She warbled a tune about crooked oaks and mossy stones, her melody stitching the way forward. The woods darkened. Trees nodded into thorny walls, and a chill seeped from the ground. Before them loomed the Bridge of Echoes, a stone arch guarded by a badger the size of a barrel, his fur streaked silver. "Bernard," he rumbled, blocking their path. "I keep sorrows here. Cross only if you can lighten what weighs on this bridge." Beneath the arch whispers swirled, too small, afraid, forgotten, the stones wept icy tears. Pippin buried his face in Clara's neck. "It feeds on sadness, will be trapped." Clara knelt, the copper kettle warm in her hands. "Sometimes," she murmured, "sadness needs to be heard, not chased away." She gathered rain from ferns, wild mint, and a sprinkle of Rowan's courage song. As the kettle sang on her campfire, steam bloomed into shapes above the bridge. A child finding a lost toy, a seed cracking open into bloom, a star guiding sailors home. The whispers softened. Remembered, hopeful, Bernard's stern eyes glistened. "Wisdom brews stronger than force," he said, stepping aside. The silverleaf glows where moonlight pools. Deeper they wandered, guided by Rowan's aerial maps and Pippin's murmured advice. When fog swallowed them whole, Clara brewed thyme and pine resin. The steam parted the mist like curtains. When doubt gnawed at her, chamomile steam showed grandmother's smile. At last, in a clearing bathed in celestial light, silverleaf shimmered, a plant with petals like liquid mercury. As Clara gently harvested it, the kettle's song swelled, weaving through the trees. The woods sighed, paths unfurling straight and clear behind them. Home by midnight, Clara steeped the silverleaf in the singing kettle. Grandmother sipped, color blooming on her cheeks like dawn. The village marveled, but Clara knew the true magic lay in the journey. Pippin now napped fearlessly in sunbeams. Rowan sang ballads of bravery, and Bernard visited with honeycomb, his heart lighter. Now, when twilight tucks Willowbrook into its quilt of stars, you might hear it, the soft chime of a copper kettle on a hearth. It sings of paths found through kindness, sorrows soothed by listening, and how the smallest hearts hold the bravest magic. Clara still polishes it each evening, and sometimes, just for a moment, the steam curls into the shape of a hedgehog, a robin and a badger, waving beneath a bridge where echoes now laugh. Sleep now, little one. And remember, the world hums with hidden wonders, waiting for gentle hands to uncover them. Story 11. Deep in the heart of the Elderwood, where sunlight dripped like liquid gold through the ancient canopy, and the air hummed with the quiet song of 1,000 years, lived the moss folk. They were small creatures, barely taller than a toadstool's cap, with skin the soft green of new moss and hair like tangled vines that shimmered with dewdrops. Their homes weren't built but grown, hollows beneath gnarled roots curtained with velvet moss, chambers woven within the heart of giant puffballs, and lantern-lit galleries spiraling inside ancient hollow oaks. They lived in perfect, unseen harmony with the forest, their lives as intricately woven into its fabric as the roots beneath the earth. Among them was a young mossling named Willow. Her eyes, the bright green of spring leaves, held an insatiable curiosity, especially for the whispering stones. These were 5 colossal, smooth stones arranged in a circle deep within a sun-dappled glade, where the oldest magic of the Elderwood pooled. Each stone pulsed with a different, subtle light: the deep emerald of deep woods, the fiery amber of autumn, the cool sapphire of winter streams, the soft rose of dawn, and the vibrant topaz of high summer. The moss folk knew the stones were the heartbeats of the seasons themselves, tended to by the eldest among them, Linden, whose beard was woven with silver lichen, and whose voice rustled like dry leaves. "Grandfather Linden," Willow asked one crisp autumn morning, the air smelling sharply of damp earth and decaying leaves, "why do the whispering stones hum louder when the wind changes?" She sat on a cushion of emerald moss near the amber-glowing stone, watching its light flicker like a captured flame. Linden, stirring a small cauldron of fragrant root tea over a cluster of gently glowing foxfire mushrooms, smiled. His gaze held the depth of the forest floor. "Ah, child, the stones don't just hum with the wind, they speak with it. They feel the turning of the world above. That amber stone you watch, it holds the warmth of summer's goodbye and the promise of winter's slumber. Its hum is the forest sighing as it prepares to rest." He dipped a tiny acorn cup into the tea, its steam carrying the scent of cinnamon bark and wild thyme. Each stone resonates with its season. The emerald wakes with spring's first breath, the topaz sings under the summer sun, the rose blushes with dawn's touch, the sapphire sleeps in winter's hush, and this amber one, he tapped the stone gently, whispers the secrets of change. Willow sipped her tea, the warmth spreading through her small body. She loved the feel of the cool moss beneath her, the dappled sunlight warming her skin like a gentle hand, the distant chatter of squirrels like tiny drums. "But what secrets, grandfather?" "The secrets of balance, little sprout," Linden murmured. "The secret that for life to flourish there must be rest, for the sun to blaze there must be cool shade, for the rivers to rush there must be quiet pools. The stones hold the harmony. They listen to the wind, the rain, the rustle of every leaf, and they adjust. Like the roots finding water, they ensure the forest's song never falters." Winter arrived, cloaking the Elderwood in a deep, silent blanket of snow. The sapphire stone in the circle glowed with an intense, cold light, its hum a low, resonant thrum that vibrated through the frozen earth. The moss folk retreated deeper into their root hollows, living off stored nuts and berries, telling stories by the soft light of foxfire. Willow, however, couldn't shake a strange feeling. The sapphire stone's hum felt thin, less resonant than the deep thrum she remembered from stories. The air, usually crisp and clean, held a faint, metallic tang beneath the scent of pine and frost. One moonless night, the silence was shattered not by wind, but by a sharp, unnatural crack, echoing from the direction of the whispering stones. Fear, cold and unfamiliar, prickled Willow's skin. Against the gentle warnings of her elders to stay sheltered during the deepest cold, a fierce need to understand pulled her. Bundling herself in layers of woven spider silk and dried leaves, she crept through the snow-laden tunnels towards the glade. Emerging into the circle, the sight stole her breath. Not from beauty, but from wrongness. A jagged fissure, dark and deep, split the sapphire stone from top to bottom. Its light flickered erratically, weak and pale, like a dying star. The harmonious hum of the circle was shattered. The other stones emitted distressed, discordant pulses. The air crackled with unspent frost, and an unnatural chill seeped from the cracked stone, making the surrounding snow glitter with harsh, sharp edges. The comforting scent of pine was gone, replaced by the acrid smell of frozen stone and something else, a scent of neglect, of imbalance. Willow's heart hammered against her ribs. She remembered Linden's words, "The stones hold the harmony." If the sapphire stone was broken, what did that mean for winter? For the forest's balance? The deep, protective sleep of the trees, the slow dreaming of the seeds beneath the snow where they threatened. She rushed back, her tiny footprints barely marking the deep snow, and found Linden already awake, his ancient face etched with deep concern. The stone. Willow gasped, her breath puffing white in the frigid air. The sapphire, it's cracked, the hum, it's wrong. Linden closed his eyes, his weathered hand resting on the root wall as if listening. A deep sadness settled over him. "I felt the discord in the earth's dream," he sighed, the sound like snow sliding from a branch. "The stone is wounded, the deep cold it holds is leaking, uncontrolled. Winter cannot find its restful depth. The seeds sleep too lightly, the roots feel the bite too sharply. This unnatural chill, if it spreads, the spring awakening could be delayed, or worse, never come true." "But how did it break?" Willow asked, shivering despite her wrappings. The cozy warmth of the root hollow felt fragile against the wrongness emanating from the glade. Linden looked towards the canopy, invisible under the heavy snow-laden branches. "The world beyond our borders grows louder, little sprout. Its heaviness, its haste, it presses on the ancient boundaries. Sometimes the pressure finds a weak point, or perhaps," his voice softened, "the stone simply grew weary, holding the deep cold for so many centuries without the full strength of the circle." He placed a gentle hand on Willow's head. "The wisdom passed down tells us that only harmony can mend such a wound. The strength of one stone is not enough. It needs the resonance of all." Hope flickered in Willow's chest, brighter than the distressed sapphire light. "The other stones, we can't help it." "Not we alone, child," Linden said, his eyes regaining their quiet strength. "The harmony belongs to the whole forest. The stones speak to everything. We must call upon the forest's quiet voices to sing with us." He moved with surprising speed, gathering pouches of dried herbs, star moss for connection, moonpetal for calm, sunseed for gentle warmth. "Come, we go to the circle. We must try before the fissure deepens the discord." Braving the biting cold, Willow followed Linden back to the whispering stones. The discord was palpable now, a physical ache in the air. The fractured sapphire pulsed weakly, its light dimming. The other stones flickered in agitated patterns, the emerald flaring green too brightly, the amber stone dull, the topaz stone silent, the rose stone pulsing erratically. Linden knelt before the wounded sapphire, placing his hands gently on either side of the crack, ignoring the unnatural cold biting into his skin. He began a low, rhythmic chant, ancient words that resonated more in the earth than in the air, like roots shifting deep below. "Willow," he murmured, his voice strained. "Place the star moss upon the emerald stone, the moon petal upon the rose, the sun seed upon the topaz. Let the forest feel our intention." Willow moved with focused care, her small hands placing the precious herbs on their corresponding stones. As the star moss touched the emerald stone, its frantic pulsing calmed, its light deepening to a steady woodland green. The moon petal on the rose stone seemed to absorb its erratic energy, its light softening to a gentle blush. The sunseed on the topaz stone coaxed a faint, warm golden glow from its depths. Linden continued his chant, his voice weaving a thread of connection between the stones. "Now, little sprout," Linden whispered, his breath frosting heavily. "Listen not with your ears but with your heart. Listen for the forest's quiet song. Call it. Ask it to join us." Willow closed her eyes. She pushed away the fear, the biting cold, the discord. She focused on the deep, familiar comfort of the Elderwood. She remembered the velvety softness of moss beneath her feet, the sweet scent of wild strawberries in summer, the dappled sunlight warming her fur, the gentle murmur of the hidden brook, the rhythmic tapping of a woodpecker, the soft hoot of an owl at twilight. She poured her love for the forest, her desire for its balance, into the space around her. She didn't shout, she invited. She hummed softly, a wordless tune that mirrored Linden's chant, a sound as natural as the rustle of leaves. And slowly, quietly, the forest responded. High in the snow-laden branches, a chickadee, roused by the subtle shift in the air, sang a single, clear note. Then another joined. From beneath the snow, near the roots of a great oak, a badger, deep in its winter sleep, grumbled a low, resonant sound that vibrated through the earth. A sleeping squirrel twitched, its dream adding a faint chitter to the growing resonance. A fox, padding silently on the edge of the glade, paused and tilted its head, adding a soft, questioning yip. The wind, which had been still and heavy, sighed through the pines, carrying the scent of resin and ice, but now it carried Willow's invitation too. Even the snowflakes, drifting down, seemed to hum with a crystalline harmony. The sounds weren't loud, but they were countless. They wove together the bird calls, the earth sounds, the wind's sigh, the distant waters murmur into a soft, complex tapestry of sound that resonated deep within the circle. It flowed towards the stones, guided by Linden's chant and Willow's heartfelt call. The emerald stone glowed steadily, anchoring the life force. The rose stone pulsed warmly, offering comfort. The topaz stone shimmered with stored summer strength. The amber stone glowed with the wisdom of change. Their lights intertwined, their hums merging into a single, powerful, harmonious chord. This wave of pure, natural resonance washed over the fractured sapphire stone. For a moment the crack seemed to drink in the light and sound. Then, with a sound like ice melting under the first warm sun, a soft, blue-white light began to seep from the fissure itself. It wasn't the harsh, leaking cold, but a gentle, healing luminescence. The jagged edges of the crack softened, blurred, and slowly, miraculously, began to knit together. The stone's light strengthened, shifting from a weak flicker to a deep, steady sapphire glow, cool but no longer biting. The discordant crackle in the air dissolved, replaced by the profound, peaceful hum of the restored circle. The unnatural metallic tang vanished, replaced by the pure, clean scent of snow and pine and deep, sleeping earth. Linden slumped back, exhaustion lining his face, but his eyes shone with profound relief and pride. He looked at Willow, who stood trembling, tears of wonder freezing on her cheeks. "You heard it, little sprout," he rasped, his voice thick with emotion. "You called and the forest answered. The harmony is its strength and ours." The deep, resonant thrum of the sapphire stone settled into its rightful place within the circle's song. The unnatural chill receded, replaced by winter's proper, deep, protective cold. The seeds beneath the snow sank back into peaceful slumber. The trees dreamed undisturbed. Balance had been restored not by force, but by the gentle, collective power of the forest's own voice, guided by wisdom and a young heart's love. As the first faint streaks of dawn painted the eastern sky rose gold, Willow sat beside the healed sapphire stone. She placed her small hand on its cool, smooth surface. It hummed steadily, powerfully against her palm. She could feel the deep, restorative sleep of winter flowing through it, safe and contained once more. Linden slept nearby, wrapped in a cocoon of dry leaves, his breathing deep and peaceful. Willow looked around the glade. The snow lay clean and undisturbed, glittering softly under the waking light. Birds began their morning chorus, their songs clear and bright against the crisp air. A rabbit cautiously hopped into the edge of the clearing, its nose twitching, sensing the restored peace. The scent was pure winter now, clean snow, crisp pine, and the faint, sweet promise of earth waiting beneath. She understood now, deeper than words. The whispering stones weren't just markers of seasons, they were conduits, listening posts for the forest's vast, quiet soul. The moss folk weren't separate, they were threads in the grand tapestry, guardians of the connection. True harmony wasn't silence, it was the complex, beautiful chorus of countless lives and forces, respecting the rhythm of rest and awakening, held in balance by listening and tending. The wisdom passed down wasn't just rules, it was the understanding that every rustle, every hum, every beat of a tiny heart mattered in the great, ancient song of the Elderwood. The rising sun touched the rose stone, making it blush like a berry. Willow smiled, a warm feeling spreading through her, countering the winter chill. She nestled closer to the sapphire stone, its steady hum a lullaby. The forest was safe. The seasons would turn. Spring would come. And she, Willow, would carry this understanding in her heart, a quiet guardian of the deep, resonant harmony that sang beneath the snow, waiting for the world to wake. As the golden light finally filled the glade, warming the stones and melting the frost from her eyelashes, Willow closed her eyes, listening to the peaceful, perfect hum of the world restored, and drifted into a deep, contented sleep. Story 12. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stood sentinel and ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls, lived a community unseen by human eyes. Here, russet-furred squirrels darted along mossy highways, badgers tended labyrinthine burrows scented of damp earth and wild thyme, and fireflies wove constellations above velvet-black ponds. At the forest's heart pulsed the Glimmerpool, a spring where water shimmered with captured starlight and the very air hummed with seasonal magic. When autumn painted the canopy in amber and crimson, the pool swirled with floating maple keys that chimed like wind bells. In spring, its waters sprouted luminescent lily pads that pulsed to the rhythm of frog song. Young Pip, a squirrel with fur like spun cinnamon and eyes bright as acorn caps, often perched on Grandmother Fern's gnarled willow branch. Fern's whiskers trembled with age, but her voice flowed like warm honey. "Feel the forest breathe, little sprout," she'd murmur as Pip nestled against her. The Glimmerpool's magic is the wood's heartbeat. Balance sustains it, the give of falling leaves, the take of new shoots. Remember, harmony sings in every dewdrop and root tangle. Pip would watch twilight deepen, breathing in the perfume of decaying leaves and distant rain, a scent like cold, clean secrets. One unseasonal morning, winter's frost crept into midsummer. Icy lay spiderwebbed across bluebells, silencing crickets mid-chirp. Streams hardened into glassy ribbons, and the Glimmerpool's starlight dimmed to a feeble flicker. Pip shivered, his breath puffing white clouds. "The balance is broken," whispered Thistle the Hedgehog, needles clinking like anxious coins. "Frost shouldn't bite when berries still blush." Fern nodded gravely, her paw tracing frost patterns on a toadstool. Long ago, a storm wind shattered one of the sky stones, ancient rocks that temper the seasons. Without it, winter bleeds into summer's song. Determined, Pip volunteered to seek the lost stone. He packed a knapsack of sun-dried apple slices, sweet as summer memories, and a firefly in a thistledown lantern. His journey led him through corridors of frozen ferns that crunched beneath his paws, past ice-veiled spiderwebs glittering like cursed jewelry. In a cavern behind the crystal falls, where water usually danced but now hung in frozen tears, he met Bramble, a silver-furred rabbit whose ears drooped with sorrow. "The frost stole my kit's meadow," Bramble mourned, nose twitching at the scent of frozen clover. "But I recall the sky stones lie where the oldest pine weeps amber." Together they navigated icy ravines, Pip's lantern casting buttery light on frost-feathered stones. Deeper in the woods they found the great pine, its trunk oozing golden resin that smelled of ancient sunshine and sorrow. There, half buried in permafrost, lay the sky stone, cracked down the middle, its surface dull as tarnished pewter. How do we mend it? Pip wondered aloud, placing his paw on the fracture. A jolt of cold shot through him. carrying visions of blizzards smothering wildflower meadows. Suddenly, elder moss, a tortoise with a shell etched like a glacial map, emerged from the frost. "Stone mending requires warmth not of flame, but of belonging," he rumbled, his voice like pebbles tumbling in a brook. The Glimmerpool's starlight and a chorus of trusting hearts. They rallied the forest, thistle rolled thawing herbs against the stone, Bramble's family nibbled frost roots to clear its base, fireflies settled on the crack like living stitches. Pip carried a walnut shell filled with Glimmerpool water, its liquid starlight sloshing with each step, a scent of ozone and wet stone cutting through the cold. As the creatures pressed close, Fern's voice drifted from afar, carried on a sudden warm breeze smelling of thawing soil. "Sing the forest's memory, dears. Sing of saprise and dandelion clocks." Their voices wove together, squeaks, cheer-ups, hums, a tapestry of sound that echoed the wood's eternal rhythm. Pip poured the glowing water into the stone's fissure. Light bloomed, molten gold spreading through the crack like liquid amber, sealing it with a sound like a contented sigh. Warmth rushed back in a visible wave. Frost retreated, leaving dewdrops trembling on resurrection ferns. The Glimmerpool blazed anew, casting ripples of light that danced over Pip's fur like grateful kisses. Seasons slid back into place, summer's heat breathing life into the thawed earth, the air thick with the perfume of warmed pine needles and unfurling honeysuckle. At the mended sky stone, now thrumming with gentle warmth, Pip nestled against bramble and elder moss. Fern joined them, her paw resting on Pip's head. "Balance isn't stillness," she murmured, as fireflies painted the dusk. "It's the dance of giving and receiving, root to rain, creature to season. You wove your trust into the forest's song, and it answered." Pip watched the stars reflect in the Glimmerpool, their light now steady and sure. The whispering wood settled into its harmonious dream, every rustle and ripple a lullaby of resilience, sung from generation to generation under the watchful, loving gaze of the moon. And there, in the heart of the rebalanced wild, all creatures slept wrapped in the profound peace of a world restored. Story 13. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like a soft gray blanket each morning. At its heart stood a bakery owned by Master Finn, renowned for bread so light it seemed kissed by clouds. His apprentice, a quiet boy named Leo, possessed hands that kneaded dough with perfect precision and a heart that cherished routine above all else. Leo loved the predictable rhythm of the bakery, the pre-dawn start, the familiar warmth of the oven, the comforting scent of yeast and sugar. Change to Leo felt like a draft sneaking under a closed door, unsettling and unwelcome. One crisp autumn morning, Master Finn presented Leo with a new recipe. "Apple cinnamon swirls," the parchment declared in Finn's looping script. "For the harvest festival." Leo's stomach clenched. He knew the festival demanded special treats, but the recipe involved unfamiliar spices, a different rising time, and intricate braiding techniques. "But Master Finn," Leo protested, his voice barely above a whisper, "our honey oat rolls are always perfect. Why change?" Finn, a kind man with flour perpetually dusting his beard like early snow, placed a gentle hand on Leo's shoulder. "Because the trees change their leaves, Leo. The river changes its song with the seasons. Growth is the world's rhythm. Besides," he added with a twinkle, "apples are plentiful now, and cinnamon warms the soul. Give it a try." Reluctantly, Leo began. He measured the flour too tightly, his movements stiff. The unfamiliar scent of cinnamon felt sharp, almost intrusive. When it came time to braid the dough, his fingers fumbled, turning what should have been elegant spirals into clumsy knots. The first batch emerged from the oven looking deflated and lopsided, the cinnamon burnt at the edges. Leo stared at them, his cheeks burning hotter than the oven. Failure felt like a heavy stone in his chest. Feeling defeated, Leo slipped out the bakery's back door into the small, walled garden Finn kept. It was a peaceful sanctuary, filled with herbs for baking rosemary, thyme, sweet marjoram, and vibrant flowers that attracted hummingbirds. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled apple tree, its branches heavy with ruby-red fruit. Leo often sought solace here, weeding meticulously or simply sitting beneath the apple tree's dappled shade. Today, however, the garden felt different. A subtle shimmer hung in the air, like heat haze, but cooler. And the plants, they seemed to reflect his mood. The usually cheerful marigolds drooped, their orange petals dull. The fragrant lavender seemed muted. Even the sturdy rosemary bush looked less vibrant. Near his favorite stone bench, a patch of delicate blue forget-me-nots had completely wilted, their stems limp against the soil. Leo knelt beside them, his heart sinking further. Even the garden knows I failed, he thought miserably. Rough morning young baker, a soft, gravelly voice inquired. Old man Hemlock, the village gardener who tended Finn's plot as a favor, emerged from behind the apple tree. His face was as weathered as oak bark, but his eyes, the color of moss after rain, held a deep, quiet understanding. He carried a worn watering can. Leo sighed, gesturing towards the wilted forget-me-nots. Nothing seems to go right today. Master Finn wants new things, and I ruined the recipe. Hemlock hummed thoughtfully, filling his watering can from the moss-covered rain barrel. Ah, change, it rustles the leaves, doesn't it? Makes the roots feel uncertain. He moved to the drooping marigolds and began to water them gently. As the water touched the soil, Leo blinked. The marigold petals seemed to lift slightly, their color deepening almost imperceptibly. Was it a trick of the light? Finn's garden, Hemlock murmured, his voice barely disturbing the quiet hum of bees, is a special place. It listens, it feels. These plants, he gestured around, they grow best when tended with a peaceful heart. When the heart is troubled, resisting the natural flow of things, well, sometimes the garden shares that burden. He moved to the lavender, and again, as water soaked the earth, the purple spikes seemed to stand a little taller, their scent strengthening subtly on the breeze. Leo stared, wide-eyed. It's magic. Hemlock chuckled softly. Call it what you like, lad, sympathy, resonance. The world is full of unseen connections. This garden reflects the spirit of those who care for it most. Right now, he looked pointedly at the wilted forget-me-nots near Leo. It feels a storm of frustration. He offered Leo the watering can. Why not try tending them, not to fix them, mind you, just to offer care? Hesitantly, Leo took the can. It felt cool and solid in his hands. He approached the forget-me-nots, their tiny blue faces turned sadly downwards. He remembered Master Finn's words, growth is the world's rhythm. He took a deep breath, trying to let go of the knot of frustration inside him. He thought not of the failed swirls, but of the comforting scent of baking bread, the warmth of the oven, the satisfaction of a perfectly risen loaf. Slowly, gently, he poured water around the base of the wilted plants, not demanding they perk up, simply offering nourishment. As the water seeped into the dark soil, a soft, blue light like captured moonlight pulsed faintly around the forget-me-nots. Leo gasped. Before his eyes, the limp stems straightened. The crumpled petals unfurled, regaining their vibrant azure hue. A tiny bud, unseen before, pushed through the soil beside them and blossomed instantly into a perfect, star-shaped flower. The air around the patch hummed with a gentle, peaceful energy. The marigolds nearby seemed to glow brighter, and the lavender released a wave of its calming fragrance. You see, Hemlock smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Acceptance, not force, care, not control. That's what the garden understands. Perhaps it's what new recipes understand, too. Just then the garden gate creaked open, and in bounded Sylvie, the miller's daughter, Leo's closest friend. Her cheeks were rosy, her braids bouncing, carrying a basket of freshly milled flour. Leo, Master Finn said you were wrestling with cinnamon swirls, brought reinforcements. She stopped short, taking in Leo kneeling by the now vibrant forget-me-nots and Hemlock's knowing smile. Whoa, the garden looks extra sparkly today. Leo stood, a newfound calm settling over him, like the quiet after a summer rain. He told Sylvie about the recipe, his failure, and the garden's strange, gentle magic. Sylvie, ever practical and optimistic, just grinned. Magic plants, brilliant, sounds like the garden's on your side, Leo. Now, about those swirls, show me the tricky bit. Back in the bakery, the air felt different. The sharp scent of cinnamon was still there, but Leo noticed its warmth now, its comforting spice. Sylvie chattered away, distracting him from his anxiety, as she expertly demonstrated the braiding technique on a spare piece of dough, her fingers flying with confident ease. See, it's just like weaving reeds for baskets. Don't think too hard, feel it. Leo watched her, then looked at the recipe anew. It wasn't an enemy, it was a new path. He took a deep breath, recalling the feeling of peace in the garden, the acceptance he'd offered the forget-me-nots. He measured the flour with a lighter hand, appreciating its soft cloudiness. He sprinkled the cinnamon, noticing its rich, earthy red color, imagining it warming the hearts of festival-goers. When it came time to braid, he didn't fight the dough. He let his hands move, guided by Sylvie's example and the quiet rhythm that now seemed to flow within him. This time the dough felt alive under his fingers, pliant and willing. He braided it not perfectly, but with a growing confidence. The spirals were loose, perhaps a little uneven, but they held a certain charming character. As the swirls baked, filling the bakery with an intoxicating aroma of apples and warm spice, Leo felt a different kind of warmth inside, not the heat of frustration, but the gentle glow of accomplishment. The apple cinnamon swirls emerged golden brown, the filling bubbling enticingly. They weren't identical masterpieces, but they were beautiful in their own unique way, radiating warmth and deliciousness. Master Finn beamed. Ah, Leo, there's the spirit. They smell like autumn itself. The harvest festival was a whirlwind of color and laughter. Leo's apple cinnamon swirls were a resounding success, disappearing from the bakery stall almost as fast as Sylvie could hand them out. People praised their unique flavor, the comforting spice, the homely charm of their shape. Leo, behind the counter, felt a shy pride bloom within him, as bright and real as the garden's magic. That evening, as the festival lanterns cast long, dancing shadows, Leo returned to the walled garden. He carried a small saucer with one of his swirls. The air was still, filled with the chirping of crickets and the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers. The garden shimmered faintly in the moonlight, every plant radiating vibrant health. The forget-me-nots were a pool of luminous blue. He sat on the stone bench beneath the ancient apple tree and placed the swirl on the ground near the forget-me-nots. "Thank you," he whispered to the garden, to the unseen magic. He thought about the day, the struggle, the fear of change, the support of Hemlock's quiet wisdom and Sylvie's exuberant friendship, the gentle lesson learned not through force, but through tending and acceptance. As he sat in the peaceful darkness, a soft glow emanated from the offered pastry. Tiny, luminescent vines, like threads of starlight, unfurled from the soil around it, weaving delicate patterns for a moment before fading, leaving behind a sense of profound contentment. Leo smiled. He understood now. Personal growth wasn't about becoming someone else overnight. It was like tending a garden. It required patience, acceptance of the seasons, a willingness to learn from the soil and the sun, or in his case, the dough and the oven, and the kindness of friends who offered water when the ground felt dry. Change wasn't a draft, it was the wind that carried new seeds, promising unexpected beauty. And the magic, he realized, wasn't just in the garden. It was in the quiet discovery of his own capacity to adapt, to learn, and to bloom, just like the resilient forget-me-nots, in his own unique and wonderful way. He leaned back against the sturdy trunk of the apple tree, listening to the peaceful night, feeling the gentle transformation within him settle like deep roots, ready for whatever recipe the dawn might bring. Story 14. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where autumn lingered longest, painting the hills in fiery hues of crimson and gold. Here, among cottages with smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy sighs, lived a young woman named Leora. Her hands were clever with thread and yarn, weaving tapestries that shimmered with near-magical light, capturing the fleeting beauty of falling leaves and misty dawns. Yet Leora herself felt like a tightly closed bud, hesitant to unfurl. Change, even the gentle turning of the seasons she so loved to depict, filled her with a quiet dread. She preferred the familiar pattern of her days, the rhythmic clack of her loom, the comforting scent of wood smoke and damp earth, the predictable visits from her friends. Her greatest fear centered around the ancient, gnarled oak tree that stood sentinel at the village edge. Its roots delved deep into the heart of the valley, and it was whispered among the elders that the oak held the valley's magic, its health reflecting the well-being of Willowbrook itself. Every autumn, as the leaves began to fall, a faint, ethereal light would pulse within the oak's trunk, a signal for the village's most gifted weaver, a role Leora had inherited from her grandmother to weave a special garland. This garland, woven from threads spun under the harvest moon and infused with whispered blessings, was hung upon the oak's lowest branch. It was said to thank the tree for its shelter and to gently guide the valley's magic through the winter's slumber, ensuring a vibrant spring. Leora had watched her grandmother perform this ritual with serene confidence. But since her grandmother's passing, the responsibility had fallen to her, and the thought filled her with icy panic. What if her garland wasn't good enough? What if her own fear, her resistance to the changing season and the weight of tradition, somehow tainted the magic? What if the oak sensed her hesitation and the valley suffered? She felt frozen, unable to even gather the special moon thistles needed for the threads. Her struggle manifested in a subtle, unsettling way. The tapestries she wove, usually vibrant and warm, began to show faint, silvery streaks of frost creeping across their landscapes. The threads themselves felt cooler to the touch. And in the quiet moments when she sat alone, a delicate rime of ice would sometimes form on the rim of her teacup, even near the warm hearth. Her dearest friend, a sparrow with feathers the color of polished chestnuts and eyes that held the wisdom of countless migrations, noticed first. Pip, as Leora called her, flitted down from her perch on the loom's frame one crisp morning. "Cheer up, your colors shiver, Leora," she twittered softly, tilting her head. "The frost climbs your vines where summer blooms should be." Leora sighed, her breath misting in the cool air of her cottage. "It's the garland, Pip, the oak, the change. Grandmother made it look so easy. I feel brittle, like the first thin ice on the pond ready to crack." "Change is the river's song," Pip chirped, hopping closer. "It carries the leaf, not breaks it, but the leaf must trust the water." Later that day, Old Man Hemlock, the village's gentle badger elder, shuffled up Leora's garden path. His fur was silvered with age, and he leaned on a sturdy walking stick carved from ash wood. He settled himself onto her sun-warmed stone bench with a contented grunt, his wise eyes missing nothing. "Leora, child," he rumbled, his voice like stones shifting in a slow stream. "The air around your cottage tastes of early frost, and it's not yet Samhain's Eve. The oak's light flickers low this year. It feels hesitant, like something holds its breath." He didn't accuse, he simply observed, his gaze kind and steady. Tears pricked Leora's eyes. "I'm the one holding my breath, Hemlock. The garland, I can't even begin. What if I fail it? What if I fail everyone?" She gestured helplessly at a half-finished tapestry where silver frost now edged the depiction of the ancient oak itself. Hemlock nodded slowly. "Ah." The fear of the bud, afraid to become the flower lest it lose itself. but the bud is the promise of the flower. Your grandmother's strength flowed from her roots, Leora, deep roots of love for this place and its rhythms. Your roots are here too, child, nourished by the same valley soil. He tapped the ground gently with his stick. The oak doesn't demand perfection, it asks for presence, for the courage to offer what you have when the time comes. Fear is just another thread, my dear. It needn't unravel the whole cloth. It can be woven in, acknowledged, and softened by the warmer colors around it. His words settled over her like a warm shawl. Pip nestled in Leora's hair, added her own soft commentary. The moon thistles glow brightest just before dawn, when the night is deepest. Taking a shaky breath, Leora decided to try. Not to weave the garland yet, but simply to gather the thistles under the rising harvest moon, as tradition demanded. The moon hung heavy and luminous in the Inkai sky, painting the frosted grass silver. The moon thistles grew in a sheltered meadow, their silvery down glowing with captured moonlight. As Leora approached, basket in hand, her heart hammered against her ribs. The familiar fear rose, cold and sharp. Immediately, the delicate thistles around her feet shimmered, and a thin layer of sparkling ice began to creep up their stems, threatening to make them brittle and unusable. She gasped, stepping back. This is me. My fear is freezing the magic. The thought was a revelation, painful but clear. Pip fluttered anxiously above her head. Warm your heart, Leora. Think of hearth light. Think of honey sun. Closing her eyes, Leora forced herself to breathe deeply. She thought of Hemlock's rumbling voice, the comforting weight of Pip on her shoulder, the scent of baking bread drifting from the village, the deep, enduring strength of the oak itself. She thought of her grandmother's hands, calloused but infinitely kind, guiding hers on the loom. She didn't push the fear away. Instead, she imagined wrapping it gently, like a fragile thread, within these warmer thoughts. It's okay to be afraid. It's okay to change. The oak has weathered countless winters. As she focused on these feelings, the warmth of friendship, the strength of memory, the acceptance of her own apprehension, something shifted. A gentle warmth, like the first rays of dawn, began to bloom in her chest. She opened her eyes. The ice creeping up the thistles halted. Then slowly it began to recede, melting away into the dew-kissed grass. The thistles glowed brighter, their silvery down pulsing softly, almost in rhythm with her own calming heartbeat. Tentatively, she reached out and carefully plucked one. It felt warm and vibrant in her fingers, humming faintly with captured moonlight and something else. Something new. A spark of her own quiet courage. The gathering wasn't easy. Each time a wave of doubt washed over her, can I spin this? Will it hold the blessings? A faint chill would threaten the thistles nearby. But now, Leora knew what to do. She would pause, breathe, and seek the warmth within and around her. Pip would sing a snatch of song about sun-warmed stones, or Leora would recall the smell of Hemlock's pipe tobacco, earthy and comforting. Each time the warmth returned, stronger, melting the frost of her fear before it could truly take hold. By the time her basket was full, the thistles glowed like captured stars, and Leora felt a fragile, unfamiliar sense of peace. She hadn't banished her fear, but she had learned to hold its hand. Back in her cottage, spinning the moon thistle down into fine, luminous thread felt different. The wheel turned smoothly. The thread flowing onto the spindle wasn't just silver. It shimmered with hints of deep amber, like sunlight through honey, and soft, mossy green, woven in with the moonlight. It felt warm and alive in her hands, humming with the quiet resonance of her own acceptance. The frost patterns on her unfinished tapestries receded, replaced by a soft, golden light emanating from the woven oak tree, its branches seeming to stretch with new vitality. When the night of the ritual arrived, Samhain's Eve, the air crackled with the Val's magic. Villagers gathered in respectful silence near the ancient oak. Its light pulsed slowly, deeply, waiting. Leora stood before it, the finished garland in her hands. It was beautiful, intricate loops of shimmering silver thread woven with strands of amber and green, dotted with tiny, preserved moon thistle blooms that glowed softly. But more than beautiful, it felt right. It held her journey, the silver of moonlight and initial fear, the amber of newfound warmth and courage, the green of growth and connection to the valley. Her hands trembled only slightly as she reached up to hang it on the lowest branch. As the garland touched the ancient bark, a profound silence fell. Then a deep, resonant hum vibrated from the oak, traveling up through the roots and into the earth. The light within its trunk flared not blindingly, but with a warm, golden radiance that spread outwards like liquid sunshine. It flowed down the trunk, touched the roots, and seeped into the ground. Where the light touched, the remaining frost on the grass melted instantly. The last stubborn leaves clinging to the oak's branches blazed with intense, fiery color before gently detaching, swirling down in a dance of gold and crimson. The golden light pulsed once, bathing the entire village green in its warm embrace, then settled into a steady, comforting glow within the oak's heartwood, brighter and more serene than it had been in years. A collective sigh of wonder and relief went through the gathered villagers. Leora stepped back, her heart full. She hadn't conquered her fear of change, she understood that now. But she had learned to move with it, like a leaf trusting the river Pip spoke of. She had learned that her own inner landscape, her fears, her warmth, her connections was part of the valley's magic, not separate from it. Her personal winter had begun to thaw, not through force, but through the gentle, persistent warmth of acceptance and the support of friends who held space for her growth. Old Man Hemlock shuffled forward, placing a gnarled paw on her shoulder. His eyes, reflecting the oak's golden light, held deep approval. "You wove more than thread tonight, child. You wove your courage into the valley's heart. The oak feels it. We all feel it." He gestured to the vibrant, pulsing light within the tree. "See, it echoes your own." Pip landed on Leora's shoulder, nuzzling her cheek. "The frost is gone, your colors sing summer, even in autumn's arms." Leora looked at the ancient oak, now radiating warmth and vitality, its branches etched against the starry sky. She looked at the garland, her own journey made visible, glowing softly against the dark bark. She felt the lingering warmth in her own chest, a counterpoint to the cool night air. Change was still a vast, unknown landscape, but she was no longer frozen at its edge. She had taken the first step, guided by wisdom and friendship, and discovered that her own magic, once stifled by fear, was a gentle, resilient warmth, a light that could nurture growth, even within herself, and resonate with the ancient heart of her home. That night back in her cottage, the hearth fire crackled with particular cheer. Leora sat at her loom, not to weave landscapes, but simply to feel the smooth wood under her palms, the warm hum of the threads. No frost formed on her teacup. The air smelled of wood smoke, warm earth, and the faint, sweet scent of moon thistles. Outside, the ancient oak stood guard, its golden light a steady beacon in the autumn night, a silent testament to the quiet, magical transformation that blooms when a heart learns to embrace its own changing seasons, one warm, courageous thread at a time. The long winter would come, but the valley and Leora were wrapped in a newfound warmth, a promise carried within the light. Story 15. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched moss-draped branches towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight, the boundaries between the world known to humans and the realm of pure magic were as thin as a spider's silk. Here the air hummed with a quiet energy, smelling of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet, sharp scent of wild blueberries hidden in the undergrowth. Sunlight, when it filtered through the dense canopy, fell in shafts of liquid gold, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. This was a haven, a place where the hidden lives of the forest's smallest guardians unfolded in perfect, intricate harmony. Among the gnarled roots of the eldest maple, a creature named Bramble made his home. Bramble was a hedgehog, his spines tipped with silvery gray, his nose perpetually twitching as he navigated the twilight world beneath the ferns. His closest friend was Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of sun-warmed chestnuts and eyes like polished jet. Pip spent her days flitting between the high branches, her song a bright counterpoint to the forest's deeper murmurs. Together they were part of an ancient, unspoken pact, the keepers of the Whisperwood's balance. The forest thrived on a delicate dance dictated by the seasons, orchestrated by magical phenomena woven into the very fabric of the land. The spring thaw wasn't just melting ice, it was the awakening song of the crystal brook, its waters singing over smooth stones, coaxing seeds to sprout and sleepy creatures from their burrows. The summer sun brought the blooming a single magical night when bioluminescent flowers unfurled their petals, casting the forest floor in an ethereal blue-green light, attracting shimmering moths that carried pollen charged with starlight. Autumn was ushered in by the wind weavers, invisible sylphs who painted the leaves in fiery hues and gathered them into swirling, fragrant carpets. And winter was the domain of the frost sprites, tiny beings of purest ice, who laid down sparkling blankets of snow that preserved the sleeping earth and whispered lullabies to the roots below. The wisdom of this balance was passed down through generations, whispered from mother to kit, elder to fledgling. Bramble learned it from old Mossback, a venerable tortoise whose shell was etched with patterns older than the oldest oak. "Listen to the forest's breath, young Bramble," Mossback would rumble, his voice like stones tumbling in a slow stream. "Feel the shift in the wind, the taste of the air before rain. Every rustle, every scent, every change in the light carries a message. The magic is in the noticing, and the harmony is in the heeding." One unusually crisp autumn morning, as the wind weavers began their colorful work, Pip darted down to Bramble's ferny hollow, her chirps sharp with alarm. "Bramble, something's wrong, the air it tastes, sharp, like metal and ice too soon." Bramble trundled out, his senses immediately assaulted. The air was wrong. Instead of the rich, decaying sweetness of fallen leaves, there was a brittle, metallic tang. The sunlight, filtering through the crimson and gold canopy, felt thin and weak, lacking its usual warmth. Worse, the gentle, rhythmic pulse of the forest, the deep thrum of life he felt through his paws, seemed faint, hesitant. High above, the sky held a strange, hard blue, devoid of the usual soft haze. They sought old Mossback, finding him basking in a rare sunbeam near the crystal brook. But the brook itself was troublingly quiet. Its usual cheerful babble had diminished to a sluggish trickle, and its water felt unnaturally cold to the touch. "Aye," Mossback sighed, his ancient eyes clouded with concern. He craned his neck, sniffing the air deeply. "The frost sprites stir too early. Their magic grows restless, pushing beyond the winter boundary. This sharpness, this cold, it bites where it shouldn't yet." "But why?" chirped Pip, fluttering nervously. "The autumn equinox isn't for days. The wind weavers haven't finished their dance." "A disturbance," Mossback murmured, his gaze fixed on a patch of frost already glittering on a mossy stone, far too early in the season. "Something disrupts the deep magic, the balance tilts." He shifted his heavy shell. "The harmony of seasons is not merely time, little ones. It is a pact between earth, sky, water, and all living things. When one element pushes too hard, the others weaken. This premature frost, it steals the autumn's vital breath. The roots cannot prepare, the seeds cannot set, the creatures cannot gather their final stores, if it deepens." He didn't need to finish. The silence spoke of a forest sleep too deep, too long, from which it might not wake properly. Bramble felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air. The cozy promise of autumn, the rustling leaf piles, the plump berries, the gentle decay feeding the earth was being stolen by a harsh, unnatural cold. The magical phenomena that defined their world were falling out of sync. "What can we do?" he asked, his voice small but determined. "We must remind the deep magic," Mossback rumbled. "We must strengthen the voice of autumn before the winter's song drowns it out. The equinox ceremony at the Heartstone Glade, it must be potent this year, but the cold weakens the threads of magic. We need more than the usual offerings." The Heartstone Glade was the sacred center of the Whisperwood, a clearing where a massive, smooth stone pulsed with a soft, inner light. Every equinox the creatures gathered to reaffirm their bond with the forest, leaving small tokens imbued with their essence. A bright feather, a polished acorn, a dewdrop, a strand of spider silk. This magic, woven together, reinforced the seasonal boundaries. But how? Pip wondered aloud. The cold makes everything feel heavy, dull. Because the frost sprites aren't meant to be awake yet, Bramble realized, recalling Mossback's wisdom. Their magic is powerful but out of place. It's like trying to sleep while someone shouts outside your burrow. We need to show the deep magic that autumn is still strong, still vital. We need warmth, not fire, but life warmth, heart warmth. An idea sparked in Bramble's mind, born of generations of whispered knowledge. The whispering roots. The eldest maple's roots ran deep, connecting to the Heartstone itself. If we gather tokens not just for the ceremony, but from every corner of the forest, carrying the true essence of autumn now, and if we share them creature to creature, adding our own warmth, our own hope, before placing them at the Heartstone, maybe the combined strength can push back the cold. Pip chirped excitedly. "Yes, I'll fly. I can reach the highest berries, the last warm sunbeams caught on the tallest leaves." Bramble volunteered to gather the deep scents and textures of the forest floor, the velvety moss, the richest soil, the scent of damp bark. They enlisted others, Silas the squirrel gathering the brightest, most resilient acorns, Luna the moth collecting the faintest traces of lingering blooming light on her delicate wings. Even the reclusive badger, Grumble, offered a tuft of his thick, warm fur, imbued with the earthy scent of deep burrows. The journey was arduous. The unnatural frost bit at Pip's wings, making flight difficult. Bramble's paws grew numb on the cold earth. The forest felt subdued, the colors muted under the harsh light. But as they traveled, sharing their mission, something remarkable happened. A rabbit offered a tuft of dried clover, still holding summer's scent. A family of field mice shared precious seeds warmed in their nest. A silent owl contributed a single, perfectly formed pine cone. Each exchange wasn't just the passing of an object, it was a transfer of warmth, a shared glance of determination, a quiet word of encouragement. Pip landed on Bramble's back, sharing her fleeting sun warmth. Bramble nuzzled Silas, offering the comfort of his sturdy presence. The forest, though chilled, began to hum with a different energy, the warmth of unity. Finally, on the eve of the equinox, a bedraggled but determined procession arrived at the Heartstone Glade. The stone itself seemed dimmer, its pulse sluggish. The air crackled with an invasive, sharp cold. One by one, the creatures approached. Pip placed a single, perfect crimson leaf, warmed by her body and carrying the echo of 100 forest songs. Bramble laid down a small bundle of moss, rich earth, and fragrant bark, infused with the deep, quiet strength of the undergrowth. Silas added his brightest acorn. Luna landed gently, leaving a tiny, fading glimmer. Grumble placed his tuft of fur. Others followed a dewdrop from a spider's web, a petal from the last stubborn aster, a feather, a smooth pebble from the brook. As each token touched the Heartstone, a faint, corresponding glow sparked within it. But the cold pressed in, threatening to snuff them out. Bramble looked at Pip, then at the gathered creatures, their eyes reflecting the Heartstone's struggling light. Remembering Mossback's words about the magic being in the noticing and the harmony in the heating, he took a deep breath. Together, Bramble whispered, his voice surprisingly strong in the hushed glade. Feel the autumn, remember the rustle, the scent, the warmth, remember why we love it. He closed his eyes, picturing the golden light, the taste of a ripe blackberry, the sound of leaves crunching underfoot. Pip nestled close, humming a fragment of her summer song. Sila's chattered softly, recalling the weight of a sun-warmed nut. Luna's wings quivered, catching the faintest moonlight. Grumble let out a low, contented rumble, the sound of deep earth comfort. Each creature in their own way focused on their love for the forest in its autumn glory, pouring that feeling, that warmth, towards the tokens on the hearthstone. A collective sigh seemed to ripple through the clearing. The small, scattered glows on the hearthstone began to pulse. They grew brighter, warmer, flowing together like molten gold. The stone itself ignited from within, radiating a gentle, pervasive warmth that spread outwards in a visible wave. The harsh, metallic tang in the air dissolved, replaced by the rich, familiar scent of damp leaves and wood smoke. The unnatural frost clinging to the ferns and stones shimmered and melted away, leaving behind only healthy dew. High above, the hard blue sky softened, infused with the gentle, golden haze of true autumn twilight. The crystal brook somewhere nearby gurgled back to life, its song clear and strong. The wind weavers, freed from the cold's grip, sent a gentle breeze swirling through the glade, carrying down a shower of properly golden leaves. The deep, rhythmic pulse of the forest returned, strong and steady beneath their feet. As the first true stars of autumn winked into existence above the clearing, the creatures sat in peaceful silence, bathed in the hearthstone's restored, comforting glow. The balance had been reaffirmed, not by force, but by shared wisdom, friendship, and the collective warmth of their love for their home. The frost sprites, their premature restlessness soothed, would return to their slumber until winter's true calling. Bramble snuggled into a pile of fragrant, dry leaves beside Pip. The air was crisp, but it was the right kind of crisp, promising cozy burrows and clear nights, not a harsh, endless freeze. The scent of wood smoke from a distant, friendly campfire, perhaps, mingled with the damp earth. Old Mossback was right, Pip murmured sleepily, tucking her head under her wing. The magic is in the noticing, and the harmony is in the heeding, and the sharing. Bramble, feeling the gentle thrum of the forest through the earth and the comforting warmth of his friend beside him, sighed contentedly. And the warmth, he added softly, watching the hearthstone's light dance on Pip's feathers, the warmth is in the togetherness. High above, the ancient oaks rustled softly in the restored autumn breeze, their branches etching peaceful patterns against the star-strewn sky, guardians once more in a world where magic and nature breathed as one. The Whisperwood slept, balanced, harmonious, and deeply, deeply content. Story 16. The little cottage nestled in the Willow-Bottom Valley had always been a place of quiet rhythms. Finian, its keeper, tended his garden with the same gentle precision, each day dawn watering, midday weeding, dusk contemplation. He found immense comfort in the predictable unfurling of a fern, the steady climb of honeysuckle up the trellis, the dependable return of fireflies at twilight. Change, however, rustled through the valley like an unwelcome autumn wind, unsettling Finian deeply. The village elders spoke of new paths being built, whispers of travelers bringing different ways, and even the stars seemed to shift their patterns slightly in the velvet night sky. Finian's hands, usually so sure amongst the soil, began to tremble. His once vibrant garden, usually a tapestry of emerald greens and jewel-toned blooms, started to look tired. Petals drooped prematurely, leaves curled at the edges, and the cheerful buzzing of bees grew faint. One crisp morning, Finian discovered a small, woven basket on his moss-covered doorstep. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft, fragrant thyme, lay a single, luminous acorn. It wasn't brown like ordinary acorns. It shimmered with an inner light, like captured moonlight fused with the deepest forest green. A note written in a flowing, elegant script accompanied it, for the gardener of Willow Bottom, Plant where your heart feels the greatest uncertainty. Tend with patience, not fear. The Grove Watcher. Finian's first instinct was to tuck the acorn away in a drawer, safe from the world's unpredictable touch. Change had arrived, uninvited, on his very doorstep. Yet the acorn pulsed with a gentle warmth against his palm, a soft hum that vibrated through his bones. It felt alive, waiting. That evening, as he sat on his worn wooden bench, watching the sunset paint the clouds in apricot and lavender, a rustle came from the hedgerow. Bramble, a stout, wise old badger with silver-tipped fur, ambled out, followed by Pip, a tiny, bright-eyed sparrow who often nested in Finian's eaves. Troubled roots, Finian. Bramble rumbled, his voice like stones shifting in a brook. He nudged Finian's boot with his snout. The garden, it feels sad, Pip chirped, landing lightly on Finian's shoulder. And you smell of worry thick as fog. Finian sighed, the sound heavy in the still air. He showed them the glowing acorn. This came, its magic, I think. It wants me to plant it where I feel uncertain. But everything feels uncertain now. The world is shifting, Bramble. My routines, my quiet, it's all changing. He gestured helplessly at his wilting marigolds. Pip fluttered down to inspect the acorn. Ooh, shiny like a little star seed. Plant it, Finian, see what happens. Bramble sniffed the acorn thoughtfully. The Grove Watcher doesn't give gifts lightly, young sapling. Change is the river that carves the valley, not the rock that blocks it. This seed, it might be a mirror, not a master. Plant it where you feel most adrift. Finian pondered. The place of greatest uncertainty wasn't a specific patch of earth, but the space inside him, that fluttering anxiety about the future. He walked slowly through his garden, the acorn warm in his hand. He stopped near the old stone well, a spot he usually avoided because the ground was a little uneven, the light slightly dappled. It wasn't perfect. It felt uncertain. Taking a deep breath, Finian knelt. The soil here was cool and rich. He dug a small hole, the scent of damp earth rising around him. Carefully he placed the luminous acorn in the earth, covered it gently, and patted the soil firm. Days turned into weeks. Finian watered the spot faithfully, though his anxiety didn't vanish. He watched the village bustle with new faces, heard unfamiliar laughter drift on the breeze. He kept his routines rigidly, but his eyes kept straying to the patch by the well. Nothing happened. Then one morning a tiny, fragile sprout pushed through the soil. It was no ordinary oak sapling. Its single stem was a pale, shimmering silver, and its first two leaves glowed with a soft, internal green light. Finian felt a flicker of hope. He tended the sapling meticulously, perhaps too meticulously. He measured its water precisely, shielded it fiercely from the midday sun, even tried to straighten its delicate stem. But the little tree seemed to resist his control. Its leaves drooped, the silver stem grew thin and weak, the inner light dimming. Finian panicked. He was failing this magical gift. The fear of change, of doing something wrong, clamped down on him harder than ever. He confided in Bramble and Pip one twilight, his voice thick with despair. I'm trying so hard, I'm following all the rules. Why is it wilting? Is it because I'm wilting inside? Pip hopped onto the struggling sapling's tiny leaf. Maybe it doesn't need rules, Finian. Maybe it needs failing. Bramble nudged the soil around the base. You're trying to make it grow like your carrots, lad. Straight rows, measured water. But magic, like life, doesn't always grow straight. Sometimes it needs the wind to bend it, the unexpected shower, the dappled shade you tried to block. He looked up at Finian, his dark eyes kind. This tree, it's a part of your garden, yes, but it's also a part of you. It feels your fear, your tight grip. Try tending it not with worry, but with curiosity. Like you used to tend the wildflowers that sprung up unplanned. The words struck Finian. That night, instead of his rigid routine, he sat by the well under a blanket of stars. He didn't measure water, he simply offered a little when the soil felt dry to his touch. He didn't shield the sapling, he let the moonlight bathe its silver stem. He watched it not with anxious scrutiny, but with quiet wonder. He spoke softly, not instructions, but shared his own feelings, his fear of the new paths, his love for the familiar rustle of the willow trees, his confusion about the changing stars. He simply was there. A subtle shift occurred. Not overnight, but gradually. As Finian relaxed his rigid control, allowing his own feelings to flow freely, the fear, the sadness, but also the flickers of hope and wonder, the sapling responded. Its stem strengthened, not perfectly straight, but with a resilient, graceful curve. The leaves deepened in color, their inner glow pulsing softly, harmonizing with the rhythm of the moon. Tiny buds, like captured dewdrops, formed at its tip. One evening, as Finian sat sharing his worries about a new market stall the village was building, a single bud unfurled. It wasn't a leaf, but a perfect miniature blossom. It glowed with a soft, golden light, warmer than the leaves, like the heart of a captured sunset. As it bloomed, a wave of profound warmth washed over Finian, not just physical warmth, but a deep, inner comfort. It felt like acceptance. He hadn't fixed the uncertainty, he hadn't stopped the change. But he had found a way to exist within it, without being broken by it. He looked at his garden. The wilting marigolds had perked up. New, unexpected shoots were emerging in corners he'd previously ignored. A vibrant bluebell he hadn't planted nodded cheerfully near the path. The garden wasn't the same as before. It was different, fuller, somehow more alive, reflecting the change he'd begun to embrace within himself. Word of the glowing oak sapling spread, carried by Pip's cheerful songs and Bramble's quiet observations. Curious villagers came, drawn by the gentle light. Finian, his heart lighter than it had been in months, welcomed them. He showed them the sapling, explaining not with rigid rules, but with the wonder of his own discovery. He shared cuttings from his recovering plants, listened to their own stories of change, and found that the unfamiliar laughter he'd feared now held a friendly lilt. The sapling grew steadily, becoming the heart of the garden. Its roots, Finian sensed, delved deep not just into the earth, but into his own spirit. Its leaves shimmered with the changing light, reflecting the weather, sometimes bright and clear when Finian felt peaceful, softly veiled when he felt contemplative, but always glowing. The blossoms, opening one by one over time, each held a unique hue: deep blue for courage, soft pink for compassion, vibrant green for resilience. They didn't offer solutions, but radiated a gentle strength, a reminder that growth often required bending, not breaking. Finian still cherished his routines, but they became softer threads in a richer tapestry. He learned to prune with a lighter hand, to welcome the unexpected seedling, to appreciate the new paths and the different stars. The magic hadn't transformed the world around him, it had transformed his perception of it. The greatest enchantment, he realized under the soft glow of his oak one starlit night, wasn't in controlling the garden or stopping the river of change. It was in learning to flow with it, discovering the unexpected beauty in each bend, each new bloom, each moment of quiet acceptance. He rested his hand on the warm, silver bark, feeling the steady pulse of life within it, a pulse that echoed his own, calmer, wiser heart. The fireflies danced around the glowing leaves, the scent of night-blooming jasmine hung sweet in the air, and the world, though ever-changing, felt profoundly, peacefully, like home. The gentle light of the oak bathed the cottage, a soft beacon in the valley, whispering the quiet truth that personal growth, like the most beautiful garden, flourishes not in rigid rows, but in the courageous, ever-unfurling embrace of becoming. And as Finian drifted to sleep, lulled by the hum of the magical oak and the chirp of Pip nestled in its branches, he knew the most important tending was the tending of his own open, accepting heart. Story 17. The forest village of Willowhaven slept beneath a velvet sky dusted with stars. Inside a cottage nestled amongst whispering pines, young Leora lay awake, staring at the moonbeam patterns dancing on her ceiling. A familiar knot of unease tightened in her chest. Tomorrow was the day of blossoming, when children her age would first show signs of their inherent village magic. Everyone seemed so excited, so sure. Everyone except Leora. Her magic, she felt, was different, unruly. Where others whispered to seeds to sprout, coaxed gentle breezes, or summoned tiny, warm lights, Leora's attempts were unpredictable bursts. A potted fern might suddenly sprout shimmering, ephemeral butterflies one moment, only to wilt dramatically the next if she concentrated too hard. Her emotions seemed to paint her magic, turning sparks into jagged red lightning when frustrated, or soft, melancholic blue mist when sad. She feared her magic was broken, a chaotic storm inside her, not the gentle, useful gift everyone else seemed to possess. Change was coming, and she felt utterly unprepared, clinging to the familiar ground of uncertainty. The morning dawned crisp and clear, smelling of dew-kissed ferns and pine resin. Sunlight streamed through the village square, illuminating children gathering near the ancient heartwood tree, its bark etched with centuries of stories. Leora hovered near the back, twisting the hem of her moss-green tunic. Her best friend, Finn, with his unruly mop of chestnut hair and easy smile, nudged her gently. "Ready, Leora? Bet you'll make something amazing." Leora managed a weak smile. Finn's magic was already evident in the way small stones skipped towards him without being touched. It was steady, reliable. Hers felt like holding onto a sunbeam, beautiful, but impossible to grasp. One by one, the children stepped forward. Alara coaxed a trail of luminous mushrooms to bloom on the heartwood's roots. Tomas summoned a miniature, shimmering rain cloud that sprinkled cool water. Kindly old man Hemlock, the village elder with eyes like deep forest pools, watched each display with gentle approval, his gnarled hand resting on the back of his companion, a large, slow-moving snail with a shell like polished moonstone. Then it was Leora's turn. Her heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. She took a deep breath, focusing on a patch of bare earth near the tree. She wanted to grow a simple sunflower, something bright and cheerful. She poured her will into the ground, her hands trembling. Instead, the earth trembled. A geyser of rainbow-colored sparks erupted, swirling wildly like frantic fireflies. They coalesced momentarily into the shape of a sunflower, but it was jagged, flickering violently between gold and stormy gray, before exploding into a shower of harmless, but startlingly loud, popping lights that vanished like soap bubbles. Silence fell, heavier than before. Leora felt heat rush to her cheeks, tears prickling her eyes. Whispers rustled through the gathered villagers. She heard the word chaos, and it felt like a physical blow. Old man Hemlock stepped forward, his voice a soothing rumble like distant thunder. "Ah, Leora, a vibrant display." He didn't sound disappointed, merely thoughtful. "The Heartwood remembers many kinds of magic. Come, walk with me." He gestured towards the deeper woods, his snail leaving a faint, pearly trail on the mossy path. Shamefaced Leora followed, Finn trailing loyally behind. The forest enveloped them, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns. Hemlock walked slowly, his snail keeping pace beside him. "Change," Hemlock began, his voice blending with the rustle of leaves, "is the forest's constant song. The seed becomes the sapling the mighty oak, the oak eventually returns to nourish the earth. Resistance to that song, that is where the discord lies." "But my magic doesn't change properly," Leora mumbled, kicking at a pine cone. "It's just messy, uncontrolled. Everyone else's is so peaceful." Peace takes many forms, child, Hemlock said, stopping beside a small, choked stream. Fallen branches and silt had dammed its natural flow, creating a murky, stagnant pool beside the main current. See here, the stream knows its path, but obstacles force it into stillness. It resists the blockage, churning unhappily, trapped. Is that peaceful? Leora looked at the agitated water trapped in the pool. No, it looks frustrated. Indeed, now watch. Hemlock knelt slowly, his joints creaking like old trees. He didn't use any obvious magic. Instead, he carefully lifted a few smaller branches, creating a tiny channel. He didn't force the water, he simply offered it a new way. Slowly, the trapped water began to seep through the gap, rejoining the main stream with a soft, relieved gurgle. The stagnant pool began to clear as fresh water flowed in. I didn't make it change, Hemlock explained, watching the water find its way. I merely helped it remember its own nature, its desire to flow. Resistance created the chaos. Acceptance allowed the flow. Leora stared at the now gentle stream, the lesson sinking in. Her magic felt like that trapped water, churning against her own fear and resistance. Over the next few days, instead of hiding, Leora tentatively explored her magic under Hemlock's quiet guidance, often joined by Finn. Hemlock encouraged her not to fight the bursts, but to observe them. Your magic paints your heart, Leora, he'd say, sipping mint tea while his snail basked on a sun-warmed rock. Notice the colors, what feeling brings the gold, what brings the stormy gray. One misty morning, frustration bubbled up again as she tried to mend a torn spiderweb, a task Finn accomplished with focused ease. Jagged red sparks crackled from her fingertips. See chaos, she cried, close to tears. Chaos, Hemlock murmured. Or intense energy seeking direction. Where did those sparks want to go? Leora looked. The red sparks hadn't vanished instantly. They had zipped towards a patch of thorny brambles, choking a young hazel sapling, fizzling out harmlessly against the thorns. An idea sparked in Leora, brighter than the red magic. What if she didn't try to create something calm, but used that fierce energy? Tentatively, she focused on the brambles, not with the desire to grow something gentle, but with the fierce want to clear them, to free the sapling. She channeled her frustration, not against her own magic, but towards the obstacle. This time, a focused beam of brilliant crimson light shot from her palm, not wildly, but with startling precision. It didn't burn, it vibrated. The thorns seemed to shiver and loosen their grip. Finn gasped. With a final push of will, the brambles snapped back, releasing the young tree. Leora's crimson magic faded, leaving behind not destruction, but liberation. A wave of pure, golden relief washed over her, and without thinking, she reached out again. Soft, warm amber light flowed from her fingertips, bathing the bruised sapling. It straightened instantly, its leaves unfurling with renewed vigor, glowing faintly with health. Leora stared at her hands, then at the freed sapling. Her magic hadn't been chaotic, it had been responsive. It mirrored her inner state perfectly. Fear and resistance made it wild. Acceptance and directed purpose made it powerful and healing. Beautiful, Hemlock breathed, a genuine smile crinkling his eyes. You found the flow. Finn clapped her on the shoulder, beaming. Told you it was amazing. That was incredible, Leora. The transformation wasn't overnight, but it was profound. Leora stopped seeing her magic as broken and began to see it as a unique language of her heart. She practiced not suppressing her feelings, but understanding them and directing the energy they gave her magic. When sadness came, she didn't fight the soft blue mist. She learned to let it settle gently, like dew, encouraging seeds to germinate in its cool embrace. Her joy manifested as showers of harmless, warm golden sparks that made flowers bloom brighter. Her determination became focused beams of light or energy to clear paths or strengthen weak plants. The magic began to subtly change her. Where once there was anxiety, a quiet confidence grew. She became more patient with herself, understanding that growth wasn't linear. She learned the wisdom in Hemlock's guidance that forcing change created resistance, but accepting one's nature and gently guiding it allowed true transformation. She saw how Finn's steady presence and unwavering belief in her was a magic of its own, the magic of friendship. One afternoon, a fierce windstorm swept through Willowhaven, snapping branches and threatening to flatten the newly planted herb gardens. Villagers rushed to secure shutters and tie down belongings. Leora saw young Alara trying desperately to shield her precious moon blossoms, her gentle plant-tending magic useless against the gale. Fear was etched on Alara's face, fear of the storm, fear of losing something she nurtured. Leora remembered her own fear, her own resistance. She remembered the choked stream. She ran to Alara's side, the wind whipping her hair. "It's okay," she shouted over the roar. "Don't fight it, feel it." Alara looked at her, bewildered. Leora took a deep breath, feeling the wild energy of the storm surge around her. Instead of fearing the chaos, she acknowledged it. She felt the wind's power, its untamed spirit. She didn't try to stop it, she sought to harmonize with a part of it. Focusing on the area around the moon blossoms, she raised her hands. Her magic surged not red chaos, but a swirling vortex of silver and gray light, mirroring the storm's energy. She didn't create a solid wall, she wove a net of directed wind, channeling the gale's force around the delicate flowers, creating a pocket of astonishing calm amidst the fury. It was like weaving with air itself. The silver-gray light pulsed, holding back the storm's direct assault. Alara stared open-mouthed, as her moon blossoms stood untouched in their bubble of tranquility. Leora held the focus, her brow furrowed in concentration, but her heart steady. She wasn't suppressing the storm, she was dancing with it, finding a way for its power and the flower's fragility to coexist. When the wind finally subsided, Leora let the silver-gray light dissolve like mist. The moon blossoms glowed softly under the returning sun. The villagers gathered, murmuring in awe. Old Man Hemlock approached, his eyes shining with pride deeper than words. He placed a smooth, warm stone into Leora's palm. It pulsed with a soft inner light that shifted colors slowly: deep forest green, warm amber, cool silver. "The Heartwood's core," he said softly. "A reminder that strength and beauty lie in embracing your own unique flow, in transforming resistance into harmony." That night Leora sat by her window, the Heartwood stone glowing gently on her bedside table. The moon cast its silver path across the floor. She thought of the trapped stream, the choked sapling, the storm, and the calm pocket she'd woven. She thought of her fear, her resistance, and the moment she'd chosen acceptance. Her magic wasn't a flaw, it was her unique song in the forest symphony. Change wasn't something to fear, but a journey of discovery, guided by wisdom and friendship, revealing the beautiful, ever-unfolding pattern within. She held out her hand. Not to force anything, but simply to feel. A single perfect orb of warm, golden light bloomed above her palm, steady and serene, casting a circle of peaceful radiance on the wall. It pulsed softly, in time with the stone, in time with her own calm heartbeat. It was her magic, not tamed, but understood. A quiet symbol of the inner transformation, the magical blossoming that had truly happened within. Smiling, Leora closed her fingers gently around the light, feeling its comforting warmth seep into her skin. She placed the glowing stone beside her pillow, its soft, shifting colors a gentle nightlight. Outside, the forest whispered its lullaby of rustling leaves and distant owl calls. The air smelled of clean earth and pine, cool and calming. The anxieties of the day of blossoming felt like a distant dream, replaced by a deep sense of peace. She had navigated the rapids of change, not by fighting the current, but by learning to steer her own unique vessel. She understood now that growth wasn't about becoming someone else, but about uncovering the strength and beauty already woven into her spirit, like the hidden patterns in the heartwood's bark. As sleep began to soften the edges of her thoughts, Leora felt a profound gratitude for Hemlock's patient wisdom, for Finn's unwavering friendship, and even for the wild, unpredictable magic that had led her to this quiet understanding. Her journey hadn't erased challenges. Life in Willowhaven would always bring storms and tangled paths. But she now carried an inner compass, a deep wellspring of acceptance, and the knowledge that her magic, like her heart, was capable of incredible things when met with kindness and trust. With the gentle pulse of the heartwood stone against her cheek and the lingering warmth of her own golden light in her palm, Leora drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, cradled by the quiet magic of the forest night and the beautiful, blossoming peace within her own transformed heart. Story 18. The little village of Pebblebrook, nestled in the Whispering Glen, was known for three things: exceptionally kind people, extraordinarily good cherry tarts baked by Mrs. Honeysuckle, and the most wonderful button shop run by old Mr. Bramble. His shop, the Button Box, was a treasure trove of shimmering seashell buttons, carved wooden toggles, polished stone discs, and even a few whispered-to-be magical buttons that glowed faintly in the dark. One crisp autumn morning, young Finn, whose favorite pastime was helping Mr. Bramble sort buttons by color and size, arrived to find the shopkeeper looking perplexed. His spectacles were perched precariously on his forehead, and he was peering intently into a nearly empty display case. "Finn, my boy, something peculiar is afoot," Mr. Bramble sighed, his voice as soft as worn velvet. "3 nights running now I've arrived to find buttons missing. Not just any buttons, mind you, always the ones made of moonstone. First the tiny star-shaped one, then the smooth oval. Last night the little heart-shaped moonstone vanished." Finn's eyes widened. Moonstone buttons were rare and beautiful, catching the light like captured moonlight. "Did someone break in?" he asked, his voice hushed. "That's the strangeness of it," Mr. Bramble murmured, tapping the locked display case. "No broken glass, no jimmied locks, the door was secure. It's as if they simply slipped away." He gestured around the cozy shop. Warm afternoon sunlight streamed through the leaded windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. The comforting scent of beeswax polish and old wood filled the space. Yet a tiny shiver of mystery lingered. Finn, with his observant eyes, decided to help. He knew Mr. Bramble was too trusting to suspect anyone in Pebblebrook, but perhaps there were clues. He examined the empty velvet nests where the moonstones had rested. Nothing seemed disturbed. He looked at the floor beneath the case, just the usual scattering of stray thread and a single ordinary brass pin. "Perhaps we need sharper eyes than ours," Finn suggested thoughtfully. "Maybe Whiskerwillow knows something." Whiskerwillow was the ancient, wise barn owl who lived in the grandfather clock tower overlooking the village green. Her feathers were the color of storm clouds and ash, and her golden eyes saw things others missed, especially under the cloak of night. That evening, bundled in a thick woolen scarf that smelled faintly of wood smoke, Finn carried a small basket of Mrs. Honeysuckle's still warm cherry tarts up the winding stairs to the clock tower. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and distant wood fires. Inside the tower it was cool and quiet, filled with the rhythmic tick-tock of the great clock and the gentle rustling of Whiskerwillow settling on her perch. "Hoo-oh-hoo," she greeted softly, her voice like wind through dry reeds. Young Finn and tarts, a welcome combination on a chill eve. "What troubles bring you to my silent watch?" Finn explained the mystery of the disappearing moonstone buttons. Whiskerwillow listened intently, her head tilted, her great eyes unblinking. "Moonstones, hoo-oh, they sing to the moonlight, you know. A soft, silvery hum only the most sensitive ears can hear." Or, she added thoughtfully, the most sensitive feelers. Feelers? Finn asked, handing her a tart. She accepted it delicately in her beak. Who owes something small, something drawn to that silvery song, something that moves unseen through the smallest cracks, guided by moonlight. She nibbled the tart. Observe, young Finn, not just with eyes, but with patience and stillness. The night holds answers for those who wait quietly. Armed with this cryptic advice, Finn hatched a plan with Mr. Bramble. They would set a gentle trap. In the empty moonstone display case, they placed a single, new moonstone button, a small, round one that glowed faintly blue-white. Then they carefully sprinkled a fine, almost invisible dust ground cinnamon from Mrs. Honeysuckle's pantry in a thin layer on the shelf just below the button, and on the floor directly beneath the case. Finally, they left a tiny window vent open just a crack, high up near the ceiling. Mr. Bramble locked the shop as usual, and Finn hid himself behind a large bolt of emerald green velvet fabric in a shadowy corner, wrapped in a soft blanket, determined to wait and watch. The shop fell into deep silence, broken only by the settling creaks of the old building and the distant hoot of an owl, probably Whiskerwillow, keeping watch. Moonlight, bright and cold, streamed through the high window, painting a silvery rectangle on the wooden floor. It fell directly onto the display case, making the lone moonstone button gleam like a tiny fallen star. Finn waited, and waited. His eyelids grew heavy. The cinnamon scent was warm and comforting. Just as he was about to drift off, he heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible scritch-scritch sound. It came from near the ceiling, by the open vent. He held his breath, peering through a gap in the velvet. Something small and dark, no bigger than Finn's thumb, squeezed through the vent crack. It moved incredibly quickly, skittering down the wall like a shadow given life. As it entered the moonlight near the display case, Finn saw it clearly. It looked like a large beetle, but its carapace wasn't hard and shiny. It seemed soft and velvety, like midnight blue suede. And it shimmered. Tiny iridescent specks, like minuscule stars, covered its back. It paused, its delicate antennae long, fine, and feathery, waving gently in the air, seemingly attuned to the moonstone's glow. They pulsed with a faint, silvery light of their own. This was the creature Whiskerwillow hinted at. A glimmer beetle, perhaps. Finn had heard whispers of such creatures, rare and shy, drawn to moonlight and precious stones. The beetle moved with astonishing grace towards the display case. It didn't try to open it. Instead, it pressed its velvety body against the glass seam near the lock. Finn watched, amazed, as a soft, blue-white light emanated from the beetle's antennae, washing over the tiny metal mechanism. There was a barely audible click. The beetle nudged the glass panel, not the locked door, but a small, almost invisible service panel Finn hadn't even known existed. It slid open just wide enough for the beetle to slip inside. It scurried to the moonstone button. Not greedily, but almost reverently. It touched it with its antennae, which glowed brighter. Then, with surprising strength for its size, it grasped the button with its forelegs. Turning, it carefully backed out through the panel, nudging it almost closed behind it. As it moved back across the shelf towards the wall, it left tiny, star-dusted footprints in the cinnamon. Finn didn't move. He watched the glimmer beetle scurry back up the wall, vanish through the vent crack, and disappear into the night. His heart wasn't pounding with fear, but with wonder. This wasn't a thief. It was a collector, a moonlit pilgrim. The next morning, Finn arrived early, bursting with his discovery. He showed Mr. Bramble the star-dusted cinnamon tracks leading to the secret panel and explained about the gentle glimmer beetle. Mr. Bramble stroked his beard, his kind eyes thoughtful. A glimmer beetle, yes, I recall my grandmother speaking of them. They weave moonlight into their nests, it said, They need moonstone dust to make their young's cocoons strong and luminous. They're terribly rare, Finn. We thought they'd vanished from the glen generations ago. Understanding dawned. The beetle wasn't stealing, it was gathering precious material for its nest. The moonstones weren't lost, they were being used for a magical purpose. But what do we do? Finn asked. We can't let it take all your buttons. Mr. Bramble smiled, a warm, crinkling smile. No, indeed, but perhaps we can find a way to share. If it needs moonstone dust, perhaps we can provide it without it needing to take the whole buttons. That afternoon, armed with Mr. Bramble's smallest, finest file, Finn carefully collected the tiniest shavings from some plain moonstone beads Mr. Bramble wasn't using for buttons. He gathered a small pile of luminous, silvery dust onto a smooth, dark river stone. As dusk fell, they placed the stone with its precious offering on the windowsill outside the vent, bathed in the rising moonlight. Inside the shop, they left the display case empty but unlocked, the secret panel slightly ajar. That night, hidden again behind the velvet, Finn watched. The glimmer beetle returned. It paused on the windowsill, its antennae quivering over the dust. It seemed to shimmer with surprise or perhaps delight. Carefully it gathered the dust, packing it into tiny pouches on its velvety underside. It didn't even look towards the shop. When it was done, it paused and looked towards Finn's hiding spot. Its antennae glowed softly, pulsing once, twice. A silent thank you. Then it vanished into the night. The mystery of the disappearing buttons was solved. Not with blame or traps, but with observation, wisdom, and kindness. The glimmer beetle never took another whole button. Instead, every few weeks, Finn would leave a small offering of moonstone dust on the windowsill. Sometimes he'd find a tiny, perfectly round iridescent pebble, a gift from the beetle, perhaps, left in its place. Life in Pebblebrook returned to its cozy rhythm, warmed by hearth fires and friendship. Mr. Bramble's shop remained a treasure trove, and Finn learned that the most magical things weren't always the biggest or brightest, but often the quietest and most easily missed. And sometimes the solution to a mystery wasn't catching a culprit, but understanding a need and offering a helping hand, or in this case, a pinch of moonlit dust under the gentle watch of the whispering pines and the knowing eyes of an old owl. As Finn drifted to sleep each night, the soft glow of a tiny iridescent pebble on his bedside table reminded him of the quiet magic and kindness that lived just outside his window, leaving him warm, content, and dreaming of star-dusted wings in the moonlight. Story 19. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a fold of the Elderwood Mountains, where chimney smoke curled into skies painted with the lavender and peach hues of twilight. In a cottage fragrant with drying rosemary and beeswax, young Clara traced the whorls of her grandmother's weathered hand. "The coughing worsens each night, doesn't it?" she whispered, watching moonlight pool on the quilt like liquid silver. Outside, fireflies winked through the hydrangeas as if sharing secrets. Grandmother's voice rasped like autumn leaves underfoot. "Child, some mending requires more than thread. Remember the compass." From beneath her pillow she drew an object Clara hadn't seen since childhood, a bronze disc etched with phases of the moon, its needle shimmering with captured starlight. "This doesn't point north, but toward what the heart needs most. It led me to your grandfather during the great frost." A coughing fit stole her words, and Clara's resolve crystallized like frost on a window pane. The village healer had spoken of moon petals, flowers blooming only in the hidden moonlit valley, their pollen the sole cure for shadowlung. No one had found the valley in generations. As midnight's cloak settled, Clara fastened the compass around her neck. It warmed against her skin, its needle quivering toward the whispering woods. She stepped into the forest where ancient oaks arched like cathedral ribs, their leaves murmuring warnings in the breeze. Moss swallowed her footsteps whole. Hours blurred until a whimper pierced the stillness. A small, furred creature with eyes like molten amber lay pinned under a fallen branch, its leg twisted at an unnatural angle. Villagers called them gloomkins, blamed them for spoiled milk and vanishing tools. Clara hesitated, recalling Old Man Hemlock's tales. Their bite brings 7 years bad luck. But the creature's whine held pure terror. "SHHH," Clara murmured, heaving the branch aside. "I won't hurt you." The gloomkin shivered as she splinted its leg with a maple twig and binding it with her hair ribbon. To her astonishment, its fur shimmered violet where her fingers brushed it. "You're not what they say, are you?" The creature nuzzled her palm, purring like a contented tea kettle. "I'm Clara, what's your—" The compass flared, its needle spinning wildly. A guttural growl vibrated through the undergrowth as thorny vines slithered toward them, sprouting venomous blooms. "Run!" yelped the gloomkin, its voice high and clear as a bell. Clara scooped him up, darting between trees as the vines lashed like scorpion tails. They plunged into a cavern behind a waterfall, icy spray drenching them. "I'm Pip," the creature panted. "And you just angered the sorrow snarls. They guard the eastern paths." Clara stared. "You talk." Pip's ears drooped. "Only to those who listen. Your compass, it seeks the moonlit valley. Yes, I know the way." Doubt warred with desperation in Clara's chest. Trusting a gloomkin. Yet the compass glowed steadily when she looked at Pip. Their journey became a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the bridge of echoes, where each step unleashed whispers of their deepest fears. Clara heard grandmother's fading breath, Pip heard villagers shouting monster, until they sang nursery rhymes to drown the dread. In the Glimmer Grotto, Pip's fur absorbed the light of glowworms, painting constellations on cave walls that revealed the next turn. When starvation gnawed, Pip led her to moonbeers, their juice sparkling like champagne. "You see the world differently," Clara mused one dawn, watching Pip coax nectar from a night-blooming orchid with his glowing paw. "Not differently," Pip chirped. "Deeper, like your compass." But betrayal struck at the stone sentinels, twin monoliths marking the valley's entrance. Pip tensed as a hawk's shadow swept overhead. Clara eyed. Arrows thudded into the earth around them. "There the thief," bellowed Old Man Hemlock, emerging with hunting party. "That gloomkin stole my silver shears, and now it's corrupted Clara." Pip cowered. "I took them to cut my brother free from a snare. I meant to return them." Hemlock drew his bow. Clara stepped between them, the compass burning against her collarbone. "Pip saved me from sorrow snarls. He's guiding me to save grandmother." The needle blazed, pointing unwaveringly at Pip. Hemlock faltered. "The compass chooses true hearts," he breathed, lowering his weapon. "But the valley's guarded. Only pure intent opens the path." Under the full moon's gaze, the sentinels shivered. Moonbeams struck the compass, projecting a luminous map onto the stones. Pip pressed his paw against a carved crescent. It requires both, he realized. Clara placed her hand beside his. The monoliths groaned open, revealing a valley where waterfalls cascaded liquid moonlight and trees bore blossoms like crystallized dreams. At its heart grew the moon petals, iridescent flowers pulsing with soft radiance. Yet as Clara reached out, the air hardened into an invisible wall. A figure coalesced from mist and starlight, the guardian, her form shifting between woman and owl. "Many seek the moon petals for greed or glory," she intoned, eyes like frozen galaxies. "Prove your worth." Pip limped forward. "Let Clara pass, take my light instead." His fur dimmed, the amber glow fading to ash gray. "No," Clara cried, but Pip smiled weakly. "Gloomkins store starlight to share. Yours is the nobler need." The guardian tilted her head. "And you, child, what sacrifice will you make?" Clara touched the compass. "This guided me true, but it's not mine to keep." She offered it to the guardian. "Let it help others find what they need." The guardian's laughter rang like wind chimes. Wisdom blooms in unexpected soil. The barrier vanished. "Take the moon petals and these." She gave Clara back the compass and placed a crystal vial in Pip's paw. "Dawndew to restore your light." As Pip drank, his fur reignited in a shower of sparks. They gathered the glowing pollen, the valley sighing around them like a contented sleeper. Returning to Willowbrook, they found grandmother's breath shallow as tissue paper. Clara sprinkled the pollen on her lips. Color flooded the old woman's cheeks, her eyes fluttering open. "The valley's light, it's in your smile, little one." Villagers gathered, murmuring as Pip perched on Clara's shoulder. Hemlock approached, holding out his shears. "Keep them, Pip, and my thanks." That evening, as crickets sang vespers, Clara and Pip sat on the cottage roof. The compass rested on the windowsill, its needle now pointing toward different hearts each night. Pip's glow mingled with fireflies. "You were brave," he said. Clara shook her head. "We were brave together." Grandmother joined them, wrapping them in a quilt stitched with constellations. "Funny," she mused, "how the things we fear often hold the very magic we need." Below, the village slept peacefully, its windows flickering like earth-bound stars. And high above, the moon smiled upon a world made kinder by a girl who listened, a gloomkin who glowed, and a compass that taught them both. True direction comes not from maps, but from the courage to walk uncharted paths with an open heart. Outside, the first snow began to fall, tucking the valley into a silent, sparkling embrace. Clara felt Pip's soft purr against her neck, a living lullaby. In the quiet, she realized the greatest magic wasn't in petals or compasses, but in the invisible threads of trust that bind unlikely souls. Threads that, once woven, could mend even the deepest of wounds. And as the old cottage creaked its own gentle goodnight, 3 hearts beat in perfect harmony, cradled by the endless, forgiving dark. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Unwind and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful. Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go. With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. In a secluded woodland, cradled between gently rolling hills and a silver-threaded brook, lay a world untouched by time. The air was sweetened with the scent of cedar and pine, mingling with the earthy aroma of moss-covered stones. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of golden warmth, while the whisper of leaves in the breeze sang a lullaby known only to those who listened closely. In this enchanted place, where reality and magic danced hand in hand, lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was a tapestry of green and brown, as if painted by the forest itself. Thistle had lived many years and had seen the seasons change countless times, each cycle teaching him the delicate balance of nature's rhythm. One crisp autumn morning, as mist clung to the edges of the brook and the world seemed wrapped in a soft, silvery light, Thistle set out on his daily walk. His path led him through a carpet of fallen leaves, their vibrant hues of amber and crimson a cheerful contrast to the muted greens of the underbrush. As he ambled along, his eyes, wise and gentle, took in the subtle shifts of the forest preparing for winter's rest. Alongside Thistle, a sprightly squirrel named Pippin hopped from branch to branch, his bushy tail flickering like a flame in the morning sun. Pippin was young and full of curiosity, his eyes wide with wonder at the world around him. He had befriended Thistle in the early days of spring, drawn to the tortoise's calm demeanor and endless stories of the forest's lore. As they journeyed together, Pippin, with an infectious enthusiasm, asked, "Thistle, how does the forest know when to change? The trees shed their leaves, the air grows cold, and the animals prepare their nests. It seems like magic." Thistle chuckled, a rich sound that rumbled like distant thunder. "Ah, young Pippin, the forest indeed holds its magic, but it is a magic born of wisdom and time. Each creature, each tree has its role, guided by the whispers of the seasons." Their walk took them to the edge of the brook, where the water's surface mirrored the sky's shifting colors, a canvas of blue and white with hints of orange and pink. Here they paused, listening to the gentle babble of the stream as it wound its way through the forest, carrying secrets from the mountains to the sea. Thistle continued, "The forest listens to the wind, to the sun, and even to the stars. It understands when the days grow shorter and the nights longer. The trees, with their deep roots, feel the change in the earth, and they speak to one another through whispers of the soil." Pippin's eyes sparkled with fascination. "Do they really speak, Thistle?" "In their own way, yes," Thistle replied. "The trees share their wisdom, passed down through generations. They tell of storms weathered and sunlight embraced, teaching resilience and patience. Just as I share stories with you, the forest shares its tales with those who choose to listen." As they spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it a hint of winter's chill. The leaves rustled, a soft symphony that joined the brook's song, and in that moment, Pippin felt the harmony of the forest, a living, breathing entity, where each part played its role in a grand, eternal dance. With a newfound understanding, Pippin scampered ahead, eager to share this wisdom with his friends. Thistle watched him go, a fond smile on his lips, knowing that the young squirrel would carry the forest's magic into the future. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in hues of lavender and rose, Thistle turned back toward his home. The forest, now bathed in the soft glow of twilight, felt alive with possibility. For in this hidden world, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the wisdom of the ages was entrusted to those who cherished and respected its secrets. And so the forest thrived, a testament to the beauty of balance and the power of friendship, where each creature, great and small, played their part in the wondrous cycle of life. As night fell, the stars emerged, twinkling in the velvet sky, their light a promise of the dreams yet to come, and the stories yet to be told. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. The old grandfather clock in the hallway had just chimed 8 soft notes when Leo noticed the peculiar thing about his favorite stone. Nestled in his palm, the smooth, oval stone, found years ago near Whisper Creek, usually held the cool, calming weight of river-polished granite. Tonight, however, it pulsed with a warmth like a tiny captured sunbeam. Leo traced the silvery veins running through its deep blue surface, his breath fogging the chilly window pane as he peered into the moonlit woods beyond his cottage garden. The forest always felt like a sleeping giant, ancient and mysterious, but tonight the shadows between the oaks seemed to breathe, beckoning with a silent call that resonated in the stone's gentle thrum against his skin. "Strange," Leo murmured, tucking the stone into his pocket. Its warmth seeped through the fabric, a comforting anchor against the crisp autumn air. He pulled on his worn boots and thick woolen scarf, the one his grandmother had knitted the color of moss after rain. A sense of quiet urgency propelled him out the back door, across the dew-silvered grass, and toward the tree line where fireflies winked like stray stars. The moment Leo stepped beneath the canopy, the world shifted. The familiar crunch of fallen leaves softened into a whisper, and the moonlight, instead of dappling through branches, pooled in liquid silver on the forest floor. The air hummed with the scent of damp earth and something else, something wild and sweet, like crushed juniper berries and starlight. He followed an almost invisible path, guided by the stone's increasing warmth. It tugged gently, insistently, pulling him deeper than he'd ever ventured. After what felt like both minutes and hours, Leo emerged into a clearing that shouldn't have existed. Moonlit Meadow, his grandfather called it, a place of tall, whispering grasses and a single, ancient hawthorn tree. But this was different. The grasses here shimmered with their own soft, internal light, blues and violets rippling like water. The hawthorn tree, usually gnarled and sleepy, now stood tall and radiant, its branches heavy not with berries, but with glowing, pearlescent orbs that cast shifting patterns on the ground. On the air it sang. A low, harmonious thrumming vibrated through Leo's boots, a song without words that spoke of deep roots and patient time. He stood transfixed until a rustle in the luminous grass startled him. A shadow detached itself from the base of the hawthorn, large, hunched, and moving with a slow, deliberate grace. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. The figure resolved into something immense, a creature woven from shadows and bark, with limbs like knotted roots, eyes like chips of obsidian reflecting the meadow's glow, and antlers that branched like the hawthorn itself, twined with glowing vines. It stopped a few paces away, its massive head tilted, observing him. Fear, cold and sharp, prickled Leo's skin. He fumbled for the stone in his pocket, its heat flaring against his fingers. The creature made a sound, a deep, resonant rumble like stones shifting in a riverbed. It wasn't hostile. It sounded curious. Slowly it extended a hand that was more like a gnarled branch, palm upturned. Nestled within the rough bark was a small, glowing orb identical to those on the hawthorn tree, but its light was faint, flickering weakly. Leo understood. The stone in his pocket was burning now, a beacon. He pulled it out. The silvery veins blazed, casting a circle of warm light around him. The creature's obsidian eyes fixed on the stone, and a low, sorrowful note vibrated from its chest. It gestured again to the dying orb in its hand, then pointed one thick, root-like finger toward the heart of the meadow, where the light seemed dimmest. "My name is Leo," he whispered, his voice swallowed by the meadow's hum. "And this is my heart stone." He held it up. "It led me here. Are you hurt? Is this place fading?" The creature rumbled again, a sound layered with meaning Leo felt rather than heard. Loss, fading, connection broken. It tapped its chest with a thick finger, then pointed to the stone in Leo's hand. "Mine. Yours. Ours." It gestured emphatically toward the fading core of the meadow. "Help." Grimbark, Leo said suddenly, the name blooming in his mind like a shy flower. "Can I call you Grimbark?" The creature tilted its head again, then gave a slow, ponderous nod. A spark of understanding, fragile but bright, ignited between the small boy and the giant guardian of the hidden world. The journey, Leo realized, wasn't just into this place. It was for this place and for the sorrowful creature before him. He slipped the warm stone back into his pocket, its heat now a promise. "Show me, Grimbark, show me how to help." Their path led away from the radiant hawthorn, deeper into moonlit meadow, where the vibrant glow of the grasses dimmed to a sickly gray-green. The harmonious thrumming faded, replaced by an unsettling silence broken only by the dry rasp of dying stalks brushing against Leo's coat. Grimbark moved with heavy steps, his root-like feet sinking slightly into the soft, unhappy earth. The air grew colder, carrying a faint, acrid smell like rust and forgotten things. They reached the meadow's heart, a circular depression where the ground dipped, centered around a large, flat stone veined with cracks. Atop the stone lay a cluster of the pearlescent orbs, but their light was feeble, guttering like candle flames in a draught. Tendrils of gray mist curled from the cracks in the stone, snuffing out the glow wherever they touched. Grimbark stopped, a low groan escaping him as he pointed a trembling limb at the cluster. He held out his own flickering orb. The connection was clear, the meadow's heart was failing. Leo approached cautiously. The stone pulsed urgently in his pocket. He pulled it out, and its warm light pushed back the encroaching gray mist, causing it to recoil with a faint hiss. Hope flickered in Grimbark's dark eyes. Leo knelt by the cluster of dying orbs. As he brought his heartstone closer, the veins within it flared brighter, and the nearest orb responded with a faint pulse of its own light. The gray mist retreated further. "It needs the stone, doesn't it?" Leo whispered. "Or something the stone has." He placed his warm stone gently beside the cluster. Immediately, a stronger pulse of light emanated from it, washing over the orbs. One, the closest, brightened noticeably, its pearlescent sheen returning. But the gray mist, as if angered, swirled more violently from the cracks, thickening and lashing out. It stung Leo's hand with a cold burn when it got too close. Grimbark rumbled a warning. He placed his large, bark-covered hand protectively over Leo's head, shielding him. The mist couldn't touch Grimbark directly. It recoiled from his ancient bark as if repelled. But it could harm Leo. The Guardian couldn't reach the Heartstone cluster without Leo being exposed. Leo understood the challenge. The mist was drawn to the fading life like carrion crows. His Heartstone could strengthen the orbs, pushing the mist back, but he needed to get it closer to the core, the source of the mist deep within the cracked stone. He needed to mend the cracks, somehow seal the breach where the grayness seeped in. And he needed to do it while Grimbark shielded him from the mist's chilling touch. "Grimbark," Leo said, his voice steadier now, fueled by the stone's warmth and the Guardian's silent strength. "Keep the mist off me. I need to reach the cracks." He pointed to the fissures in the flat stone. Grimbark gave a determined nod, positioning his massive bulk between Leo and the worst of the swirling grayness, his shadow-wood form absorbing the chilling tendrils that lashed out. Taking a deep breath, Leo focused on the Heartstone. He pressed it against the largest crack in the flat stone. The gray mist hissed violently, surging towards his hand. Grimbark grunted, shifting to intercept it, taking the stinging cold onto his bark-armored shoulder. The Heartstone blazed. Leo poured his will into it, thinking of the vibrant meadow, the singing air, the kind, sorrowful eyes of his unlikely friend. Mend. Heal. Be strong. A warm, golden light, different from the stone's usual silver blue, seeped from the Heartstone into the crack. It flowed like liquid sunlight, chasing the gray mist, filling the fissure. The stone beneath Leo's hand grew warmer, almost alive. He moved to the next crack, then the next. Each time the mist fought back, forcing Grimbark to intercept, his groans deepening as the cold took its toll. Leo saw patches of Grimbark's bark darken and wither where the mist struck repeatedly. Sweat beaded on Leo's forehead despite the chill. The effort was draining him. The Heartstone felt heavier, its light flickering slightly. One stubborn crack remained, wider than the others, spewing thick tendrils of mist. Grimbark was tiring, his movements slower. A particularly vicious lash of mist slipped past his guard, striking Leo's wrist. Icy pain shot up his arm, making him gasp and nearly drop the stone. No. Leo gritted his teeth, clutching the stone tighter. He thought of Grimbark shielding him, of the meadow's fading song, of the connection he felt, not just to the stone, but to this hidden world and its guardian. This wasn't just about fixing a stone, it was about healing a bond. He poured every ounce of his determination, his newfound friendship, his courage into the heart stone. Be whole. He slammed the stone down onto the final crack. A silent explosion of pure, golden light erupted from the point of contact. It flooded the depression, washing over the cluster of orbs, surging through the veins of the flat stone, and blasting the gray mist into nothingness. The light surged upwards, a radiant column piercing the hidden canopy. The harmonious thrumming returned, stronger and sweeter than before, vibrating through the earth and air. The grasses around them blazed back to life, their blues and violets deeper, richer, shimmering with renewed vigor. The pearlescent orbs on the cluster pulsed with steady, brilliant light. Grimbark staggered back, not in pain, but in awe. The dark patches on his bark faded, replaced by a healthy, deep brown sheen. The vines twined around his antlers glowed brightly. He looked down at Leo, his obsidian eyes filled with profound gratitude and relief. He rumbled, a sound like deep, contented thunder, and gently nudged Leo's shoulder with his massive head. "Thank you." Leo slumped, exhausted but exhilarated. The heartstone lay on the mended flat stone, its light now soft and steady, intertwined with the glow of the meadow's heart. He reached for it, but as his fingers touched the warm surface, he felt a shift. The stone wasn't just his anymore. It was part of this place, part of the pulse thrumming beneath his feet. He understood the final choice. Keeping it would dim this light again. This world needed its heart whole. He looked up at Grimbark. "It belongs here," Leo said softly, his voice thick with emotion but clear. "With you, with the meadow." Grimbark rumbled softly, a question in the sound. "You are sure?" Leo nodded. He gently pushed the heartstone deeper into the cluster of orbs, nestling it among them. As he did, the combined light flared once, warmly, then settled into a harmonious, unified glow. The meadow felt complete, vibrant, and deeply peaceful. The connection Leo felt didn't vanish. It deepened, becoming a gentle awareness in his own chest, a quiet warmth that had nothing to do with holding a stone. Grimbark lowered himself, offering his broad, bark-covered back. Leo climbed on, holding onto the thick vines around the guardian's neck. They moved back through the meadow, now radiantly alive. The hawthorn tree shone like a beacon, its orbs pulsing in time with the meadow's heart. Fireflies danced in joyous spirals. At the edge of the hidden clearing, where the ordinary forest began, Grimbark stopped. He carefully lowered Leo to the ground. The air shimmered faintly, marking the boundary between worlds. Grimbark placed one large, gentle hand on Leo's head. The touch was rough but incredibly tender. He rumbled a farewell layered with promises. "Remember, you are welcome, friend." Then he turned and melted back into the luminous embrace of moonlit meadow, his form blending with the shadows and light until only the vibrant glow of the hidden world remained. Leo stepped back into the familiar forest. The air was crisp autumn again, smelling of damp leaves and pine. The moon cast its ordinary silver light through the branches. He looked back. The entrance to moonlit meadow was gone, hidden once more. But in his pocket, where the stone had been, he found a single, perfect hawthorn leaf, glowing with a soft, internal silver light for just a moment before fading to ordinary green. And deep within his chest the gentle warmth remained, a quiet echo of the meadow's song, a constant reminder of the bond forged and the world saved. He walked home slowly, the crunch of leaves underfoot a comforting rhythm. The cottage windows glowed with welcoming light. As he slipped inside, the grandfather clock chimed 9 soft notes. It felt impossible, an entire journey in a single hour. He climbed the stairs to his room, the hawthorn leaf safe in his hand. He placed it carefully on his windowsill, where the moonlight touched it. Leo no longer felt the lonely ache that sometimes crept in. He felt connected. To the ancient forest beyond his window, to the hidden world within it, to the gentle giant who guarded its heart. He knew the path to Moonlit Meadow might not always open for him, but its light, its song, and the memory of Grimbark's grateful eyes were woven into him now, a part of his own heart. As he drifted off to sleep, the comforting warmth pulsed softly within him, a lullaby sung by roots and starlight, promising that even in the quietest moments, magic and friendship were never truly far away. The world outside his window held hidden wonders, and he, Leo, belonged to them just as they belonged to him. The last thought that fluttered through his mind before sleep claimed him was the deep, resonant rumble of a friend, a sound like stones shifting in a riverbed, settling into peace. The whispering locket and the guardian of Glimmerwood. Beneath skies painted in twilight lavender, where chimney smoke curled like sleeping cats above thatched roofs, there lived a girl named Leela whose footsteps fell softer than dandelion fluff. Each evening, as the village of Willowmere settled into its quilted silence, she would kneel by her windowsill, listening to the distant murmur of Glimmerwood, an ancient forest said to hold secrets in its knotted roots. But tonight was different. Tonight the wind carried not the usual pine-scented lullabies, but a shiver that made the oil lamps gutter and the village dogs whine into their paws. It began with a flicker of silver in the meadow, a light darting between thistles like a minnow in a stream. Leela's breath fogged the window pane as she pressed closer, heart drumming a curious rhythm. The light led her past moonlit haystacks, through dewy grass that clung to her nightdress like shy fingers, until she stood at the forest's edge where shadows pooled thick as ink. There, tangled in a hawthorn bush, hung a locket no larger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with spirals that seemed to shift when touched by starlight. "Don't." The voice came from a fox seated primly on a mossy stone, its fur the color of smoldering embers. It tilted its head, amber eyes reflecting the locket's glow. "That trinket isn't for the clumsy-handed child." Lila froze, one hand hovering near the thorny branches. You talk. And you gawk," the fox sniffed, twitching a whisker. "Names are currency here. Mine's Ember, yours." Lila, why shouldn't I touch it?" Ember's tail curled tight. "Because that's no mere bauble, it's a whisperstone, last of its kind. Choose wisely, leave it be, or wake the old magic and see this forest as it truly is." The locket pulsed warmly, and suddenly Leela understood the hum she'd heard all her life. The creak of oaks, the chuckle of brooks, was a language half remembered. Her fingers closed around the chain. The world unraveled. Where gnarled trees once stood, now rose pillars of living amber, their canopies a mosaic of jade and citrine leaves chiming in the breeze. Fireflies waltzed in formal gowns of light, and the path beneath Leela's feet shimmered with crushed opal dust. Ember trotted beside her, fur blazing brighter in this unveiled realm. "Welcome to Glimmerwood's heart, or what's left of it." They crested a hill, and Leela gasped. Below stretched a valley veined with luminous rivers, but great swaths lay desolate, trees skeletal, earth cracked and oozing a viscous blackness that smelled of burnt sugar and regret. A figure moved in the blight, a towering stag with antlers like ice, dragging a scythe that left withering scars in the soil. "The Shade King," Ember whispered. "He feeds on forgotten magic. The locket's song could heal the land, but only if you learn to wield it before the blight consumes." A twig snapped. The stag's head swiveled, hollow eyes locking onto Leela. She ran, thorns tearing her sleeves, the locket burning against her chest. They escaped through a waterfall that parted like liquid crystal, tumbling into a cavern where bioluminescent mushrooms bobbed in alarm. He felt the locket's pulse, Ember panted. "We need the grove wardens, guardians who once kept the balance. but they've scattered since the blight began. Find them and you might mend this. Their first ally emerged at dawn, an owl named Pippin, no taller than a teacup, whose feathers changed color with his moods. He perched on Leela's shoulder, blinking milky eyes. South, he hooted, where stone kisses sky. The mountains loomed treacherous, cliffs slick with ice. Halfway up, a rockslide trapped them in a crevice, the air thinning as night gnawed at their courage. Leela pressed the locket to her heart, humming a lullaby her mother once sang. The spirals glowed, weaving golden threads into the rock until a tunnel unfurled, fragile as spider silk but holding. Clever, rumbled a voice like grinding boulders. A mountain hare the size of a sheep blocked their path, obsidian claws glinting. But cleverness won't sway me, little thief. Ember growled low, but Leela knelt, offering wild rosemary from her pocket. We're not stealing anything, we're trying to give back what was lost. The hare, named Thorn, studied her. The last human who came here took our crystal springs for his jewels. I'm not him. Leela opened her palm, where the locket's light pooled like liquid sun. Please, help us save your home. Thorn's ear twitched. Then he turned, carving a path through the snow with a single swipe. Mind the crevices, and don't touch the blue ice, it bites. Winter melted into a valley where autumn reigned eternal. Maple trees rained copper leaves, each one singing a different note when caught. Here they found Win, a girl woven from willow branches, her hair a cascade of lichen. She danced around Leela, leaving trails of clover. The locket remembers you, she trilled. You've worn it before, many, many turnings ago. In a pool formed by petrified tears, wept, Win explained, by a star who loved the earth too much, visions flickered. Leela saw her own face reflected in a medieval tapestry, the locket around her ancestor's neck as they planted the first acorn of Glimmerwood. The magic chose your bloodline, Win murmured. But magic fades when stories aren't shared. The Shade King's roar shook the valley. Black vines slithered over the ridge, thorns dripping venom. Thorn charged, shattering the first wave with a stomp, while Pippin dive-bombed snarling tendrils. Go. Ember shoved Leela toward a grove of stone monoliths. The final warden's here. Among the monoliths stood a child sculpted from marble, eyes sealed shut. Leela touched its hand, cold. Wake up, she pleaded. The locket dimmed, its song faltering. Ember nuzzled her cheek. You've been trying to fix things alone, but some doors only open together. Leela glanced at her companions, fox, owl, hare, dryad, and understood. She placed the locket on the statue's palm, then layered their paws and hands atop it. Light erupted. The marble child blinked, revealing eyes like molten quartz. The keeper returns, it intoned. Speak your wish. Heal the forest, Leela whispered, and the Shade King. The keeper smiled sadly. To mend a wound, you must first clean it. They found the stag at the blight's epicenter, his scythe raised over the heart tree, an oak whose roots cradled a pulsing sapphire. Stop, Leela cried. You're killing it. The Shade King stilled. I am saving it, he rasped, voice frayed as old rope. The blight must be cut away. Ember stiffened. He's not the enemy, he's a guardian gone mad with grief. The keeper stepped forward, light swirling from its fingertips. Images unfolded, the Shade King centuries ago, a noble guardian pruning sickened branches to save the whole. But as villages grew and magic waned, his purpose twisted. You tried to protect, Leela realized. But the blight isn't the sickness, it's the cure gone wild, like fever fighting infection. The stag trembled. I forgot the balance. Leela approached, unafraid. Let us remember together. Guided by the locket's song, they wove a new magic. Thorn's strength breaking the cracked earth, Pippin's sight finding healthy roots beneath rot, Wind's laughter coaxing buds from dead branches, Ember's warmth melting frost, and the keeper's hands blending their efforts into harmony. The Shade King's scythe dissolved into fireflies that settled on the blight, not destroying, but transforming it into rich loam where white lilies bloomed. In the village, dawn broke with birdsong sweeter than any in memory. Leela stood at her window, the locket now a simple silver shell against her chest. She could still taste elderberry wine from the warden's celebration, still feel Ember's fur as they parted, a brush of warmth against her hand. "Where's the fox?" her little brother asked, peering at the meadow. Leela smiled, touching a lily that grew by her doorstep, its petals edged in gold. "Guarding something precious, but he'll visit when the maple leaves sing." And if some nights when the wind carried the scent of snowdrops and cedar, she'd slip into the forest to speak with stones and dance with shadows, well, that was a story for another twilight. The locket's whispers grew fainter each season, its magic seeping into the soil, the streams, the children who left breadcrumbs for red foxes. But in dreams, Leela still heard them all, the creak of roots stretching, the sigh of mountains settling into sleep, and a voice like smoldering embers murmuring, "Well done, keeper. Well done." The village of Wicker Hollow was the sort of place where cobblestones held the warmth of the afternoon sun long into the evening, and the scent of baking bread and wood smoke wove through the air like invisible ribbons. In a small cottage tucked beneath a willow tree's sighing branches lived a quiet boy named Silas. Silas noticed things others missed, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, the different songs of the wind through the oak versus the pine, and the way Mrs. Thimble's cat, Marmalade, always blinked twice before pouncing. But mostly Silas noticed the forgotten things, the chipped teacup at the back of the cupboard, the single button gleaming in the dust beneath the dresser, the worn-out boot left by the garden gate. One misty Tuesday, while searching for a lost marble near the old stone bridge, Silas noticed something truly forgotten. Half buried in the mossy bank, nestled amongst smooth river stones, lay a book. It wasn't grand or leather-bound. It was small, its cover faded to a soft, indeterminate gray, the edges worn smooth as sea glass. There was no title, no author. When Silas picked it up, it felt unexpectedly warm, like a stone left in the sun, and it hummed faintly against his palms, a vibration more felt than heard. Intrigued, Silas brushed off the damp moss and carried it home. That evening, curled in his favorite armchair beside the crackling hearth, the orange firelight dancing on the worn pages, he opened it. The first page was blank. So was the second. Disappointment prickled, but then, as he turned the third page, something shimmered. Not ink, but light. Delicate, silvery lines began to weave across the paper, forming not words, but pictures. They were fleeting, like reflections on water, a glimpse of a soaring bird, the curve of a winding path through tall grass, the wink of a distant star. As Silas watched, mesmerized, the images shifted, responding to his quiet thoughts. When he thought of the river, the page showed minnows darting over pebbles. When he thought of the willow tree, its long leaves swayed in an unfelt breeze across the paper. The book, he realized with a gasp, didn't contain stories, it showed them. It reflected the world, but only the parts unseen, the hidden wonders, the secret heart of things. This discovery sparked a quiet yearning in Silas. The book showed him glimpses of places beyond Wicker Hollow, a forest glowing with bioluminescent mushrooms, mountains capped with clouds that looked like spun sugar, a meadow where flowers chimed like tiny bells. He longed to see these wonders himself, to understand the book's silent language. So one crisp morning, with the book tucked safely in his worn satchel, Silas set off, following the faint, shimmering path the book had shown him winding eastward from the village. His journey began gently, through sun-dappled woods. He hadn't gone far when he encountered his first helper. A large, rather drowsy badger named Barnaby was attempting to dig up a particularly stubborn truffle near the path. Barnaby had spectacles perched precariously on his snout and spoke in a slow, rumbling voice. "Trouble with the subterranean aromatics," he grumbled, blinking at Sela's. "The scent is strong, but the earth, she clings. Can't quite triangulate the epicenter, you see." Sela's, remembering the book, gently opened it. The page shimmered, showing not the truffle, but the intricate network of roots around it, and a single, bright earthworm wriggling near its location. Sela's pointed. Barnaby adjusted his spectacles, squinted, then dug with renewed vigor. "Ah, foundational disturbance, excellent cartography, young fellow." Barnaby, grateful for the help and intrigued by the shimmering book, decided Silas's quest sounded far more interesting than truffles. He became Silas's guide through the deeper woods, his knowledge of hidden trails and edible roots invaluable. Deeper into the ancient forest, where the trees grew tall and silent, they met Thistle. Thistle was a hedgehog, but unlike any Silas had seen. Her spines weren't just brown, they shimmered with tiny flecks of iridescent green and gold, like moss catching the light. She moved with surprising swiftness, darting between ferns. Thistle was incredibly observant, but terribly forgetful. "Oh, hello, lovely morning for the thing with the leaves," she'd chirp, then zoom off, only to circle back moments later. "Barnaby, Silas, have you seen the shiny pebble? No, oh well." She remembered every hidden spring, every patch of rare moon mint, and the exact location of the singing stones, which hummed when the wind blew just right, but couldn't recall what she'd had for breakfast. The book helped Silas understand her fragmented thoughts. It would show fleeting images of the things she'd forgotten: a blue pebble near the oak stump, a patch of clover she'd admired. Silas, with gentle patience, would help her find them, and Thistle, delighted, shared her knowledge of the forest's secret paths and moods in return. The trio traveled for days. The book showed them wonders: a waterfall where the water fell upwards into a cloud, a grove where trees whispered ancient secrets in rustling tongues only the book seemed to translate into shimmering images of long-gone travelers, and a lake so still it reflected not the sky, but a sky from another time, dotted with unfamiliar constellations. Silas felt himself changing. He grew braver navigating unknown paths, quieter in his observations, and kinder in understanding his companions' quirks. The world felt larger, yet more intimately connected, every rustle and scent holding potential magic revealed by his humble book. Their journey led them to the Whispering Peaks, jagged mountains veiled in perpetual mist. The book showed a path winding steeply upwards, towards a hidden valley where the most wondrous sight shimmered faintly. A tree made entirely of light, its branches holding tiny, pulsing stars. But the mist wasn't just mist. It was thick, swirling, and alive with confusion. It was the gray murk. As they entered its embrace, disorientation struck like a physical blow. Paths seemed to shift underfoot. Sounds became distorted echoes. Barnaby's usually precise directions faltered. East, or was it southwest, the olfactory markers are, scrambled. Thistle darted in frantic circles. "My pebble, I mean the path, it was here, or was it there?" Even the book flickered uncertainly, its images blurring and fading, reflecting only the swirling gray confusion surrounding them. Panic threatened to rise in Silas's chest. Force was useless against the formless murk. Shouting only made the echoes louder and more confusing. Pushing forward blindly led them in exhausting circles. Silas sat down on a cold rock, pulling the book close. He closed his eyes, ignoring the disorienting swirl. He thought not of the destination, but of his journey. He remembered the warm hum of the book in his hands that first day. He pictured Barnaby's earnest face as he studied his truffle maps, Thistle's spines shimmering like captured sunlight. He thought of the willow tree sighing outside his window, the scent of misses, thimbles baking, the comforting crackle of his hearth. He focused on the feelings: warmth, kindness, quiet wonder, friendship. He poured these feelings into his thoughts, holding them steady like a candle flame in the disorienting gray. He opened the book. Instead of showing the confusing mist or the distant light tree, the pages began to glow with a soft, steady, golden light. It wasn't a bright beam, but a gentle, unwavering radiance that emanated warmth and calm. The light didn't push the mist away, it simply held its space. Barnaby stopped his frantic sniffing. Thistle stopped her dizzy circling. They both looked at the book, then at Sela's, whose face was calm, reflecting the golden glow. The disorienting whispers of the mist seemed to soften, the swirling slowed. The golden light from the book acted like a beacon of clarity, not by fighting the confusion, but by offering a calm center. "Follow the warmth," Sela said softly, his voice steady amidst the muffled echoes. He didn't shout directions, he simply held the book aloft, its gentle light a focal point. Barnaby, taking a deep, calming breath, focused on the light. Thistle, her forgetfulness momentarily stilled by the calm, darted not randomly, but towards the warmest patches of light reflecting on the damp rocks. Step by deliberate step, focusing only on the calm, golden light and the feeling of quiet connection it represented, they moved through the murk. The path didn't magically appear. They found it by ignoring the confusion and moving towards the warmth and steadiness Sela's held within him and projected through the book. The swirling gray thinned, the disorientation faded, and finally they stepped out of the murk onto a sunlit ledge. Below them lay the hidden vale. It was bathed in soft, pearlescent light. Flowers like spun glass chimed softly in the breeze. And in the center, its roots deep in starlight, stood the tree of Lumina. It wasn't merely bright, it pulsed with a gentle, living light, each branch a constellation, each leaf a tiny captured sunbeam. The air hummed with pure, peaceful energy. The book in Sela's hands blazed with a matching light, no longer showing images, but resonating with the tree's serene song. They spent hours in the vale, resting in the peaceful glow. The tree didn't speak, but Sela's understood. It wasn't just a wonder to be seen, it was a reminder. A reminder that the greatest light comes from within, from kindness, from calm, from friendship, and from truly seeing the quiet magic woven into the ordinary world. The book hadn't just shown him hidden wonders, it had helped him see with his heart. The journey back to Wicker Hollow was easier. The book still shimmered, showing hidden wonders: a family of foxes playing in moonlit ferns, an owl with feathers like polished moonstone, but Sela's saw them differently. He saw the connection, the quiet beauty inherent in everything. Barnaby returned to his truffles with a new appreciation for the subterranean cartography. Thistle still forgot her pebbles, but now she'd forget them with a happy chirp, remembering instead the feeling of the Lumina tree's light. Sela's returned to his cottage beneath the willow. The worn gray book sat on his windowsill now, catching the morning sun. It still shimmered sometimes, showing the dew on a spiderweb like diamonds, or the secret path a ladybug took across a leaf. But Sela's didn't need it to see the magic anymore. He saw it in the steam rising from Mrs. Thimble's teacup, in the way marmalade blinked twice before purring, in the familiar creak of the floorboards. The world hadn't changed, he had. He'd learned that the most extraordinary secrets aren't found in distant, hidden valleys, but in the quiet noticing, in the warmth of friendship, and in the gentle light of kindness that can guide you through any fog. And sometimes he'd open the book for a child visiting Mrs. Thimble, and together they'd watch the shimmering story of a dandelion seed sailing on the breeze, or the secret dance of fireflies in the twilight, a reminder that wonder is always just a heartbeat away, waiting to be seen with a quiet and kind heart. The gentle hum of the book blended with the crackle of the hearth, a soft lullaby of hidden wonders and peaceful hearts, perfect for drifting into dreams. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. In the shimmering valley of Whifflewisp, where rivers flowed uphill on Tuesdays and clouds tasted faintly of peppermint, lived three dearest friends. Barnaby Bumblecrumb, a bear-sized baker with oven-mitt paws, could make pastries pirouette midair when he whistled. Posy Puddle Duck, a tiny girl with fern-green hair, spoke exclusively in rhyming couplets, and carried a parasol that sprouted fresh daisies hourly. And Figaro, a nervous firefly whose tail flickered rainbow hues whenever he told fibs, which was often accidentally. Their home, Puddington Village, thrived under the glimmer globe, a floating crystal that sprinkled stardust each dawn to keep the cobblestones bouncy and the toadstool houses giggly. But one misty morning, disaster struck. The glimmer globe hiccuped violently, showering everything in soggy tapioca pearls instead of stardust. Houses drooped, streets stuck like taffy, and worst of all, Barnaby's cinnamon swirl croissants lay heavy as bricks. "Oh, crumbs," he wailed midst flapping. "The grand sugarplum parade is tomorrow." Posy twirled her daisy parasol thoughtfully. "When magic goes quite lumpy thick, we must find why the globe feels sick." Figaro's tail blushed violet. I might have seen something. Yesterday, while chasing a waffle-scented breeze, I spotted sparkly sneezes near Whisperwood woods. Barnaby gasped. Sparkly sneezes, that sounds like Snufflekins. Snufflekins was a reclusive, woolly creature shaped like a teapot, who powered the globe with dream snorts from his mossy cavern. Racing past caramel quicksand pits and bridges made of licorice laces, the trio found Snufflekin's cave eerily silent. Inside, the poor beast lay buried under mountains of rainbow lint, sneezing feebly. Achoo. Glitter puffed weakly from his trunk. His dream snorts are clogged, realized Posy. To fix this fuzzy plight, we must unmess his snoozes right. But how? Barnaby tried vacuuming with a souffle pump. It just blew raspberry cream everywhere. Figaro attempted organizing the lint by color, but his fibbing tail turned everything polka-dotted. Posy pondered, watching her parasol bloom anew. Suddenly, she beamed. "When daisies drink the morning dew, they whisper wishes. Maybe you." She plucked petals, scattering them over Snufflekins. "Dear daisies, please make lint unstick. With tickles light and feather quick." The petals quivered, then zipped about like giggling hummingbirds. They dive-bombed the lint piles, tickling them into floating, wriggling shapes. Butterflies of Angora, bunnies of cashmere, even a sweater swan that honked merrily. Snufflekins snorted awake with a tremendous kachoo. A glitter storm erupted, sweeping the lint creatures out the cave in a joyous parade. The glimmer globe overhead pulsed back to life, showering proper stardust that dissolved the tapioca mess instantly. Next morning, the sugarplum parade began with Barnaby's croissants waltzing on flaky tiptoes. But the real surprise came when Snufflekins arrived, riding a lint giraffe, leading a procession of yarn puppies and channel caterpillars. Figaro's tail blazed honest gold as children fed lint creatures gumdrop treats. And Posy. She danced atop Barnaby's hat, singing, "When troubles seem too sticky slow, just tickle them with daisies, ho." As moonbeams painted the valley in marmalade hues, the friends snuggled under Barnaby's quilted apron, now magically stretchy. They chuckled, remembering how the sweater swan tried nesting in Figaro's antennae, and how Barnaby's floating eclairs formed a conga line. Snufflekins snoozed nearby, his snores puffing miniature constellations that winked above the drowsy village. All was sweet and soft, like the inside of a just-opened macaron, proving that even the fluffiest troubles unravel beautifully with friends, daisies, and a well-timed tickle. And so Puddington drifted into dreams, where lint bunnies hopped through candy cane forests, and every sneeze ended in a shower of sherbet stars. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Leora was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Leora felt a longing for something more, something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. "Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom, not for themselves, but for the world." Leora pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. "I want to find it," she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Leora. Follow them with an open heart." The next morning, Leora set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Leora paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Leora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Leora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be given a gift." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Leora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship, and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others." The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Leora's journey had transformed her, and in turn she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Leora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Leora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Leora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Arya, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Leora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Arya nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Leora placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Leora's encouragement, Arya set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Leora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Willowbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Leora sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Leora closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it, a reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where silver birches stood like sentinels and ferns curled into emerald trumpets, there existed a glade known only to its most tender guardians. Here the air hummed with the secrets of centuries, and the streams carried melodies older than memory. It was in this glade that a young girl named Leela tended to the moss grove, an ancient tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stories and whose branches held the fragile magic of the seasons. Leela had been chosen as the moss grove's keeper by the creatures of the forest, the rabbits who wove moonlight into their burrows, the owls with star-speckled feathers, and the foxes whose tails flickered like candle flames. Her days were spent listening to the tree's murmurs, learning the language of rustling leaves and creaking bark. But one crisp autumn morning, the moss grove's usual song faltered. Its leaves, usually a tapestry of amber and scarlet, began to curl and gray at the edges. A chill seeped into the air, sharper than the season warranted, and the brook that trickled beside the tree's roots slowed to a syrupy crawl. A plump hedgehog named Thistle, his spines dusted with dew, trundled to Layla's side. "The frostfang stirs early," he warned, his voice a gravelly whisper. "It gnaws at the roots of balance. If the moss grove fails, winter will claim the woods before its time and never loosen its grip." Leela knelt, her breath clouding in the unnatural cold. "How do we stop it?" "Seek the emberleaf," Thistle said. "A relic from the time when fireflies were born from sunbeams. It lies hidden in the Chamber of Echoes, deep within the Stonemire caves, but the path is perilous, and the chamber guards its secrets jealously." Determination kindled in Layla's chest like a tiny flame. She packed a satchel with honeyed chestnuts, a vial of glowshroom light, and a cloak spun from moth silk. As she set off, the forest rallied around her. Aria, a red squirrel with a tail like a maple seed, scampered ahead to scout the trails. Orlin, a badger whose fur shimmered with the pearly sheen of dawn, shouldered through thorny thickets. And Wynn, a firefly with wings like stained glass, lit their way with constellations of gold. Their journey carried them through valleys where mist clung to the earth like a lover, over hills where heather buzzed with drowsy bees, and into the shadow of the Stonemire caves, a labyrinth of jagged rock where the air tasted of iron and old storms. The entrance yawned like a stone throat, and within, the walls pulsed with faint, bioluminescent lichen. "The Chamber of Echoes remembers," Orlin rumbled, his claws clicking against the stone. "Speak only truths here, lest the shadows twist your words." The group pressed deeper, their footsteps echoing in eerie harmony. Strange whispers coiled around them, fragments of long-ago conversations, the laughter of forgotten creatures, the sigh of seasons past. At last they reached a vast cavern where stalactites dripped liquid crystal into pools below. At its center, floating atop a plinth of quartz, was the emberleaf, a single leaf forged of molten copper, its veins glowing with captured sunlight. But as Leela reached for it, the ground shuddered. From the shadows emerged a creature of living obsidian, the chamber's guardian, its eyes two smoldering coals. "Why do you seek the emberleaf?" it intoned, its voice like grinding tectonic plates. Leela stood tall, though her heart fluttered. "To save the moss grove, the frostfang threatens the balance. Without the tree, the seasons will unravel, and all who depend on them, the blooming flowers, the hibernating bears, the migrating geese, will suffer." The guardian tilted its head, sending cracks of orange light spiderwebbing across its form. "And what will you sacrifice to protect this balance?" She hesitated, then drew a small wooden flute from her satchel, a gift from her grandmother, carved from the moss grove's own branches. "This," she said softly, "it's the first thing the forest ever gave me. Without the moss grove, its song would be silence anyway." The guardian's fiery gaze softened. "Your heart understands reciprocity." It stepped aside, and the emberleaf floated into Leela's palms, warm as a sun-baked stone. Returning to the glade, they found the frostfang's blight spreading. Icicles clawed at the moss grove's trunk, and the air bit with glass-sharp cold. Working quickly, Layla placed the emberleaf against the tree's heartwood. Aria gathered last autumn's acorns, planting them in a circle to anchor the magic. Orlin dug channels in the soil, guiding the brook's thawing waters to the roots. Wynn and his kin swarmed above, their light merging with the emberleaf's glow until the glade blazed like a captured sunrise. The moss grove shuddered, then sang, a deep, resonant note that shook loose the ice. New leaves unfurled, tender and green, as the tree drew strength from its allies. The frostfang recoiled, its grip shattered by the warmth of shared purpose. by dawn balance was restored. The first snowflakes of true winter drifted down, gentle and timely, melting into the moss grove's roots without malice. The creatures gathered, sharing a feast of roasted hazelnuts and elderberry wine, their breath mingling in grateful plumes. "The forest thrives not by one will, but by many," Thistle said, toasting Leela with a thimble of dewdrop cider. "You reminded us that even the smallest light can banish the deepest cold." As seasons turned, the tale of the emberleaf wove itself into the moss grove's bark, a new ring in its eternal story. Leela still plays her flute at dusk, its melody a lullaby to the woods, a reminder that harmony is never a solitary act, but a chorus of rustling leaves, trickling streams, and hearts brave enough to kindle light in the dark. And on the coldest nights, when the frostfang's breath nips at the edges of the glade, the creatures nestle close to the moss grove, warmed by the truth that no winter lasts forever, so long as there are hands to hold the flame. In the shimmering expanse of the Andromeda Nebula, where stars twinkled like diamonds scattered on velvet, two unlikely companions found themselves navigating the vastness of space. The first was Tala, a gentle creature from the verdant planet of Lyra, known for her luminescent skin that glowed softly like moonlight through mist. The second was Zor, a rugged, metallic being from the rocky world of Krylon, whose deep, resonant voice echoed like distant thunder. Their meeting was as improbable as it was serendipitous. Tala had embarked on a journey to collect rare star blooms, ethereal flowers that only blossomed in the zero gravity of space. Meanwhile, Zor was on a mission to repair the ancient satellites that orbited his mineral-rich homeworld. Fate, it seemed, had decreed their paths to cross when a cosmic storm sent their ships spiraling into an uncharted sector of the galaxy. At first, their differences posed a considerable challenge. Tala, with her delicate touch and gentle demeanor, found Zor's brusque manner and clanking footsteps unnerving. Zor, in turn, struggled to understand Tala's quiet whispers, which floated like soft breezes, but often got lost amidst the hum of his mechanical circuits. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings, each misinterpreting the other's intentions. One day, as they drifted near a cluster of luminous stars, a small collision with a rogue asteroid left Tala's craft damaged and her precious star bloom collection scattered into the abyss. Desperate and worried, she found herself in tears, her glow dimming with her spirits. Zor, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of empathy ripple through his metal frame. Though he was unaccustomed to such feelings, something about Tala's sorrow stirred a new resolve within him. With a clumsy tenderness, Zor extended a mechanical arm to gather the scattered blooms. His usually booming voice softened as he reassured Tala, "We will recover them together." It was the first time Tala saw beyond his steely exterior, recognizing the kindness that lay beneath. As they worked side by side, a tentative friendship began to blossom. Tala showed Zor how to handle the delicate blooms with care, teaching him the art of patience and gentleness. In return, Zor shared stories of his rugged planet, where resilience was forged amidst harsh conditions. Their shared challenges, from navigating treacherous asteroid fields to repairing their damaged vessels, became opportunities for growth and understanding. Gradually, their conversations flowed more easily. Tala learned to appreciate the deep, rhythmic tones of Zor's voice, finding comfort in its steady cadence. Zor, in turn, grew attuned to the subtleties in Tala's whispers, recognizing the wisdom and warmth they carried. Through laughter and occasional mishaps, they discovered the joy of companionship. One evening, as they floated in the tranquil glow of a distant sun, Tala confided in Zor about her fears of returning home empty-handed. Zor, pondering her words, replied, "Perhaps the blooms are not the only treasure you have found." His words, simple yet profound, resonated with Tala, who realized that her journey had gifted her something far more precious than star blooms, a true friend. As their adventure drew to a close, they stood together, gazing at the star-speckled horizon. The cosmic storm that had once seemed a misfortune now felt like a blessing in disguise. Their time together had taught them the true meaning of friendship, understanding, acceptance, and the ability to see beyond appearances. With their ships finally repaired, Tala and Zor prepared to part ways, their hearts full but heavy with the prospect of farewell. Yet they knew that their friendship would endure across the vast distances that separated their worlds. As they exchanged parting glows and echoes, Tala and Zor promised to meet again, somewhere in the galaxy's glittering embrace. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, two unlikely companions set forth on their separate paths, forever bound by the luminous bond of friendship they had forged in the depths of space. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we. The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin. Wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Once upon a time in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled. "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother. I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right: a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The florinite body, built for Florin's warmth, struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new, warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then, with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life. The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. Look around you, my children, the elder continued. See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth. As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. But our forest is not merely a place of survival, the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder. With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens, the elder continued, the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge. As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. Remember, my dear ones, he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come. As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. Rowan had always loved the steadfast rhythm of Oakhaven. Each morning, dew-kissed cobblestones glistened under the rising sun, the bakery's cinnamon scent wove through the lanes, and the ancient clock tower chimed with comforting precision. But this autumn, change rustled through the village like persistent wind. Rowan's hands trembled as they packed away their father's old apothecary scales. He'd passed quietly with the last summer bloom, leaving Rowan the cottage and its wild, walled garden. Now the garden, once bursting with medicinal herbs, lay choked by thorny brambles and sorrow. Each vine seemed to mirror Rowan's heart, tangled, resistant, afraid to grow anew. One twilight, as Rowan sighed over withered moon petals, a soft knock came at the gate. There stood Mr. Thistle, the village's oldest gardener, his skin like creased parchment, eyes twinkling like stars in twilight. "Mind if an old man shares your bench?" he rasped, tapping his walking stick, a gnarled branch crowned with a single living bud. Rowan nodded mutely. "Gardens grieve too," Thistle murmured, gazing at the brambles. "See how they guard the soil, fearful of what new seeds might ask of them. He patted Rowan's shoulder. But earth remembers how to heal, so do hearts. That night Rowan dreamed of silver roots pulsing beneath the garden, whispering in time with their own heartbeat. Come dawn, a discovery. Near the bench, one moon petal had unfurled anew, its petals shimmering with dewdrops that glowed like liquid starlight. When touched, warmth spread up Rowan's arm, and the brambles nearby shivered, retreating an inch. It's responding to you, chirped a voice. Nutkin, a russet squirrel with eyes like polished acorns, scampered down the oak tree. Old Thistle's right, this garden's magic mirrors its keeper. What grows inside you grows out here too. Thus began Rowan's hesitant dance with change. Each day they'd sit with a memory, father's laughter, his stories of resilient yarrow, and tend one small patch. When frustration flared, thorns pricking, weeds stubborn, Nutkin would nudge hazelnuts into Rowan's palm or chatter about forest creatures adapting their nests for winter. Even the river changes its song when stones shift, he'd squeak. Magical echoes bloomed with each effort. Where Rowan nurtured patience, violets sprouted in fractal patterns. Where they whispered forgiveness, brambles softened into flowering jasmine. Yet doubt lingered. One frosty evening, Rowan slumped before a frostbitten rosemary bush, a symbol of remembrance now dying. Why try, they whispered. Some roots won't take. A shadow glided overhead, Hoot, the great horned owl, alighting silently on the garden wall. Her feathers held the colors of twilight, deep indigo and burnt gold. Child, she hooted, her voice a low, resonant hum, growth is not a straight path. Even stars fade before they shine brightest. She gestured with a wing toward the moon petal. You've nurtured light where darkness ruled. Trust the unseen roots. Inspired, Rowan gathered villagers, not to fix the garden but to share stories. Millie the baker brought saffron buns, her scarred hands kneading dough as she spoke of rebuilding her oven after a fire. Finn the blacksmith hummed while planting ironweed, its metallic blooms clinking softly as he recalled learning to forge anew when his sight dimmed. Together, they wove memories into the soil. Rowan's hands no longer shook as they placed father's scales beneath the old oak, whispering, "Thank you." That solstice night, magic surged. Rowan stood barefoot on the earth, breathing in petrichor and possibility. Moonlight drenched the garden, and where they stepped, luminescent moss spread like emerald constellations. Withered rosemary erupted into silver-blue flames that warmed without burning. Moon petals floated upward, becoming gentle lanterns. The brambles transformed into arches of golden honeysuckle, humming with contented bees. Rowan laughed, a sound like wind chimes, as their own skin glimmered faintly, inner peace made visible. Come spring, Oakhaven marveled. Rowan's garden was now a sanctuary where herbs healed with doubled potency, where anxious hearts found calm under the whispering oak. Rowan still kept the cottage's rhythms, but with newfound grace, teaching village children how whispering kindness to seeds made them sprout faster, or how tea brewed from moon petals eased bad dreams. Change, they realized, wasn't an ending, but the soil where deeper roots could grow. And on quiet evenings, Rowan would sit with Thistle, Nutkin dozing in their lap, Hoot watching from the oak, all soothed by the garden's song, a lullaby of resilience, sung by the wind through blossoming vines. Here, in the tender balance between loss and hope, Rowan had discovered the gentlest magic of all, the one that blooms when we dare to grow. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. I've always believed the stars tell stories, she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared, he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. The quilt had always been there, draped across the foot of grandmother's bed like a patchwork sunset. 12-year-old Clara traced the fraying edges with her fingertips the morning after the funeral, each square whispering stories beneath her touch. The cinnamon-scented room still held the shape of absence, sunlight pooling in dust motes where a familiar voice should have been. It was when her tears fell upon a triangular scrap of indigo velvet that the first thread began to glow. "Mind the stitching, little one," chirped a voice like rustling tissue paper. Clara jerked back as a silver thimble rolled off the bedside table, sprouting delicate clockwork legs. It scuttled up the quilt's topography, pausing beneath an embroidered willow tree. "Your sorrow's tugging the seams loose. Can't have the memory roots coming unraveled, can we?" The world tilted. Clara gripped the quilt as the thimble's glow spread through the fabric like liquid starlight. Suddenly she stood beneath the willow's weeping branches, fireflies humming a lullaby between its leaves. A starling with feathers like mother-of-pearl hopped down from its perch. "Ah, the thimbles sent us a mender. You'll be wanting to speak with the keeper of threads, I expect." Thus began Clara's journey through the stitched realm. The quilt's patches became forests of velvet moss and mountains of crocheted cloud. She met a badger in waistcoat pockets who sorted memories into honeycomb shelves, his spectacles gleaming with the light of 1,000 captured fireflies. "Every stitch holds a heartbeat," he explained, patting a square depicting children chasing maple seeds. "Your grandmother wove her joys here, but see this torn edge." His claw trembled near a fraying patch of storm-gray wool. "Grief left unmended becomes a hole." Guided by the thimble, who insisted on being called Monsieur Peak, Clara learned to listen to the quilt's whispers. A tea-stained linen square taught her the song of rain on attic windows through its scent of bergamot and nostalgia. A hexagonal scrap of bridal silk hummed with the vibration of long-ago laughter. But the storm-gray patch grew darker, its threads snapping one by one like over-tightened violin strings. The crisis came when Clara found the river of embroidered silver thread running cloudy. The memory currents clogged with unshed tears, clucked Madame Charu, a kingfisher whose plumage shifted between sapphire and sorrow blue. She perched on Clara's shoulder as they floated past button mushrooms, glowing with bioluminescent moss. "Mend the tear before midnight, or the stories will unravel forever." In the gray patch's tempest, Clara discovered the heart of her grandmother's grief, a loss too sharp for words, hidden beneath years of bedtime stories and chamomile tea. The thimble rattled anxiously as wind whipped the embroidered raindrops sideways. "We'll need more than thread here," Monsieur Peak shouted over the gale. "This storm feeds on lonely silence." Remembering the badger's archives and the starling's songs, Clara began weaving not with needle, but with truth. She stitched apologies left unsaid into the fabric with help from the quilt's creatures, each confession a golden thread against the gloom. The kingfisher dived for river pearls of understanding, the badger unearthed buried kindnesses from his honeycomb vaults, and together they patched the tear with forgiveness's fragile lace. As the last stitch settled, the storm gray softened to dawn's first light. Clara found herself back in her grandmother's room, the quilt warm around her shoulders. The indigo triangle where her tear had fallen now shimmered with new embroidery, a girl and a thimble walking a path of starlight, surrounded by creatures stitching the night with laughter. Years later, when Clara's own granddaughter marveled at the quilt's whispering patches, she'd smile and smooth the silver-threaded storm. "The strongest men's aren't hidden," she'd say, tracing the repaired seam. "They're where the light gets in." And if sometimes the thimble seemed to wink from its drawer, or a starling's song carried notes of a familiar lullaby, well, that's simply how stories breathe. The quilt remains, softer now, its patches telling tales of a girl who learned that grief and joy share the same thread. In the quiet hours, when moonlight slants through the window just so, you might glimpse the stitched realm's guardians moving through their tapestry world, keeping watch, keeping mended, keeping the stories alive for the next heart ready to listen. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than velvet and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between what is and what could be shimmered like heat haze on a summer afternoon. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of stars, seen only through the leafy canopy, lived creatures who understood the forest's quiet heartbeat. Among them was Pip, a young squirrel with fur the warm brown of freshly turned earth and eyes that held the sparkle of dew-kissed cobwebs. Pip loved the turning seasons. He thrilled to the crisp crackle of autumn leaves underfoot, the sleepy hush of winter snows muffling the world, the vibrant explosion of green and blossom in spring, and the drowsy, sun-drenched hum of high summer. Each shift was marked by subtle magics known only to the forest's inhabitants. Spring arrived on the breath of the zephyr sprites, tiny beings woven from wind and pollen, who danced through the branches, coaxing buds to unfurl with their laughter. Summer was ushered in by the sunfire beetles, whose glowing carapaces cast warm, shifting patterns on the forest floor at dusk, encouraging berries to plump and sweeten. Autumn belonged to the amber weavers, spider-like creatures spinning threads of pure golden light that painted the leaves in fiery hues and guided them gently earthward. And winter was the domain of the frost whisperers, gentle spirits who breathed intricate frost patterns on frozen streams and tucked seeds safely beneath a blanket of white. This delicate balance, this intricate dance of magic and nature, was the forest's lifeblood. It was wisdom passed down through generations, from the oldest, gnarled badger in her deep-set burrow to the newest hatchling in a robin's nest. Pip learned it from Bramble, a wise old hedgehog whose spines held fragments of forgotten moonlight and whose voice was as comforting as the rustle of dry ferns. "The forest breathes, little Pip," Bramble would murmur, her dark eyes kind. "Each season is an inhalation and exhalation. The magic is the rhythm, the creatures the steady beat. Disturb one and the song falters." One unusually warm autumn, Pip noticed something amiss. The air, usually crisp and smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, felt thick and sluggish, tasting faintly of dust. The vibrant tapestry woven by the amber weavers seemed muted, patches of leaves turning a sickly brown instead of gold and crimson. The streams, normally chuckling over stones smoothed by centuries, ran low and silent. Most worrying, the zephyr sprites were nowhere to be seen, and the sunfire beetle's glow was dim, casting long, melancholy shadows instead of warm light. The forest felt tired. Perched high in his oak tree home, Pip felt a prickle of unease. He remembered Bramble's words about the rhythm faltering. Gathering his courage, he scampered down to the mossy clearing where Bramble often rested near the great heartstone, a smooth, moss-covered boulder that pulsed with a faint, warm light, said to be the forest's anchor. Bramble was already there, her snout twitching as she sampled the heavy air. "The song is off-key, Pip," she sighed, her voice thick with concern. "The amber weavers grow weak, the pools of seasonal essence they are not filling as they should. The connection is blocked." Pip knew of the pools. Deep within the whispering woods, hidden in root-choked grottos or beneath waterfalls, were sacred places where the pure essence of each season pooled. These pools fed the magic that sustained the sprites, the beetles, the weavers, and the whisperers. If they were blocked. "We must find out why," Pip declared, his small chest puffing out. "For the forest." Bramble nodded slowly. "Wisdom lies in seeking, little one, but remember, harmony requires many voices. Seek the elder." The elder was Thorn, an ancient owl who lived in the hollow heart of the oldest oak, a tree whose roots were rumored to touch the very soul of the world. Pip journeyed towards the sentinel oak, the path unfamiliar in the oppressive stillness. The usual symphony of bird calls was muted. The rustle in the undergrowth sounded hesitant. The scent of decay hung heavier than the scent of fallen leaves. Reaching the sentinel oak felt like stepping into a cool, green cathedral. Moonbeams, even in daylight, seemed to filter through the dense canopy, illuminating the intricate carvings of lichen on the bark. Pip chirruped a soft greeting. Slowly, with immense dignity, Thorn emerged from the shadowed hollow. His feathers were the color of storm clouds in ancient silver, and his eyes, large and luminous, held the depth of star-strewn skies. "Little Pip," Thorn hooted, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "The forest whispers of imbalance. You feel it too in the heavy air, the fading colors." "Yes, Elder Thorn." Pip chattered urgently. "Bramble says the seasonal pools are blocked, the amber weavers are weak, autumn isn't singing right." Thorn closed his great eyes for a moment, as if listening to a voice only he could hear. "The spring pool," he intoned. "Deep within the fern grotto, where the zephyr sprites draw their first breath, a great stone, shaken loose by the grumbling earth in the deep places, has fallen across its mouth. The essence cannot flow. Spring's renewal is stifled, weakening the chain that follows. Summer cannot fully wane, and autumn cannot fully awaken." "But how can we move a great stone?" Pip asked, his heart sinking. He was just a squirrel. Alone. Thorn opened his eyes, a spark of gentle wisdom within them. "No creature of the whispering woods stands truly alone. Strength lies in the root, not just the branch. Seek the diggers, seek the lifters, seek the clearers. Remember the harmony." Pip understood. He raced back through the unnervingly quiet woods, his small heart pounding not just with fear, but with purpose. He found Badger Clan near their set. Brock, the sturdy leader, listened gravely to Pip's tale, the scent of disturbed earth clinging to his fur. "A blockage," Brock grunted. "Badgers know the ways of earth and stone. We will dig for the forest." Next, Pip sought the mighty stags. Orion, the herd leader, stood tall and proud, his antlers like a crown of polished wood catching the weak sunlight. "The stone is large," Orion mused, his voice deep and calm. "Strength we have, we will lift for the forest." Finally, Pip scurried to the banks of the silver thread stream, where the water voles lived. Their matriarch Willow, sleek and quick-eyed, listened intently. "Debris clogs the path," she chittered. "Water voles know the flow we will clear for the forest." Guided by Thorn's silent wisdom carried on the wind, the unlikely procession made its way to the fern grotto. It was a hidden sanctuary, usually vibrant with maidenhair ferns and the sound of trickling water. Now it felt choked. The air was stale. At its heart, where crystal-clear water should have bubbled from a cleft in the rock, a massive, moss-slicked boulder lay lodged, completely blocking the entrance. Behind it, a faint, struggling blue-green light pulsed weakly the trapped essence of spring. Without a word, the Badger clan set to work. Powerful claws, used to digging deep burrows, scraped and pulled at the earth around the base of the boulder, loosening its grip. The scent of damp soil filled the grotto. Orion and the strongest stags lowered their magnificent heads. With a collective grunt of effort that echoed softly off the stone walls, they pressed their broad foreheads and mighty shoulders against the boulder. muscles strained, tendons stood out like ropes. The stone groaned, shifted infinitesimally. But it was not enough. Soil and smaller rocks, dislodged by the badger's digging, threatened to tumble back and block the path further. This is where Willow and her water voles sprang into action. With incredible agility and teamwork, they darted in, their small, strong paws swiftly pushing aside loose earth and pebbles, clearing channels for the water that would eventually flow, ensuring the path remained open. Pip, feeling a surge of determination, joined them. He might not move mountains, but he could carry small stones, clear tiny paths, chirp encouragement to the straining stags. It was hard, slow work. The air grew thick with effort and the smell of damp fur and earth. Moonlight began to filter into the grotto, painting the struggling creatures in silver. Pip's paws ached, his fur was matted with mud, but he looked around at the badgers digging tirelessly, the stags straining with noble effort, the voles darting with precise purpose, and felt a profound sense of belonging. This was the forest harmony, different strengths, different skills, working together for the whole. Finally, with a deep, grating rumble that vibrated through Pip's small bones, the boulder yielded. It rolled ponderously aside, crashing onto the soft earth the badgers had prepared. A gasp seemed to go through the grotto. Then, with a sound like 1,000 tiny sighs of relief, the trapped spring essence surged forth. It wasn't water, but pure, liquid light, cool, blue-green, smelling of snowmelt and crocuses and the very first breath of dawn. It flowed over the stones, soaking the earth, revitalizing the drooping ferns instantly. They unfurled, glowing with renewed life. The effect was immediate and magical. Outside the grotto, the oppressive warmth began to lift, replaced by the true, crisp kiss of autumn air. A gentle breeze, carrying the faintest giggle, rustled the leaves. The zephyr sprites, revived, darting through the canopy. High above, the dim glow of the sunfire beetles flickered, then brightened steadily, casting warm, dancing patterns once more. And most gloriously, Pip saw the amber weavers emerge from hidden crevices. They moved with renewed energy, their spinnerets glowing. Where their threads touched the leaves, the sickly brown vanished, replaced by vibrant golds, fiery oranges, and deep, regal reds. Autumn's true colors began to blaze across the whispering woods. Exhausted but elated, the creatures gathered near the now freely flowing spring pool. The blue-green light pulsed healthily, reflecting in their weary but happy eyes. Orion dipped his great head to drink the cool, magical essence. Brock nodded solemnly. Willow chittered softly with her kin. Pip scampered up onto Bramble's back, who had arrived silently to witness the restoration. "See, Pip," Bramble murmured, her voice thick with emotion, as she watched the amber weavers paint a nearby maple in brilliant crimson. No single root holds up the tree, no single note makes the song. It is the harmony, the digging, the lifting, the clearing, the caring that keeps the forest breathing. The wisdom passed down is not just knowledge, but the understanding of connection. High in his sentinel oak, Elder Thorn watched the transformed woods. The air hummed with the restored magic, clean and sharp. The leaves rustled a joyful chorus in the proper autumn breeze. The silver thread stream chuckled over its stones, reflecting the brighter glow of the sunfire beetles and the newly vibrant canopy. He gave a soft, satisfied hoot that echoed like a benediction through the trees. Pip snuggled into his nest later that night, woven from soft moss and lined with thistledown. The air drifting in was properly cool, carrying the rich, comforting scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Through his little window in the oak, he saw the forest bathed in moonlight. The leaves, now ablaze with the amber weaver's artistry, shimmered like stained glass. The gentle chirp of crickets, the distant hoot of thorn, the rustle of a badger settling into its set, it was the sound of balance restored, a deep, peaceful sigh from the ancient woods. He thought of the straining stags, the digging badgers, the darting voles, the wise guidance of bramble and thorn. The lesson wasn't loud or preaky. It was woven into the very fabric of the night, as tangible as the moonlight on his fur. True strength wasn't about size or power alone. It was about knowing your part in the great, interconnected web of life and acting with kindness and cooperation to preserve its delicate, beautiful harmony. The forest breathed evenly once more, its magical rhythm steady and sure. And as Pip drifted into a deep, contented sleep, the whispering woods cradled him in its timeless, peaceful embrace, whispering its ancient secrets of balance on the gentle autumn wind. The story of the blocked pool and the creatures who mended it would become another thread in the tapestry of wisdom passed down, a quiet reminder that even the smallest paw, guided by a kind heart and joined with others, could help heal the world. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with the soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self.